I'm a little bit. So, Jesus is pouring it down out there. What is up, folks? Welcome back. Hopefully you're doing well. Whoopsie, we should probably turn the green screen effect off. What is that doing to my wonderful banner in the background? Admittedly, my banner that is very much on the slant. Actually, I don't know. I think this background still looks too empty. I think I need to wait until I've added in a few more things. Actually, I meant to buy some shelves actually for that very reason. Wow, that would be the most babyish. that is actually rather comedial to me, and I don't know why. Oh, 1 second. I'm doing this the complicated way, aren't I? Yeah, let's take that down, put that up. Doink. And doink. Oh, that was too funny to me. Good lord. It's still showing. Whoops. There we go. All right. Well, how is everyone doing, though? Hopefully you're having a good Tuesday. Look at that. We did actually continue the streak, man. We are looking unstoppable in the stream after stream after stream. So, plans for today. I started a little bit later. I'm hoping to maybe go a little bit later. I'm probably going to cast live for about 4 hours, then go have a meal. We'll do our little mid-stream break, and then we'll come back and we'll continue the cast in action. I mean, maybe we'll try to mix up and play a few games. We'll see how it goes. I'd love to actually be able to get back to that stage where you had enough people watching that I could put together custom games and then have you guys playing them and cast them, because I think that was an amazing experience. I think that is what I want to do more of instead of just doing the cast and ladder, because I imagine it's getting a little bit... probably isn't getting very repetitive for you guys. I like to mix it up. I'm a short attention span person. But pretty interesting one to open up, actually. We're going to try to look at a few new people. We might mix it up, not just looking at the top 50, top 100. We might actually check out the top 500 just to kind of see how other people just below the absolute top echelon are handling the new expansion and how they're getting used to it. I think people did quite enjoy that. But what I think we'll do to begin is I've got someone who I believe he's been climbing up and down. Honestly, he's been here, there, and every bloody way, it feels like. We've got Fitzy. And we got Fitzy for a good reason. So let me pause the music and we can get into the action. Yeah, you're seeing that right. Boys, gals, and non-binary pals, welcome back to the AoE4 action for a crazy happening here. I did not think I'd live to see this day. We're checking in on Fitzy here, the prolific HRE spammer, the HRE only, the spears only boy, has evolved. That is not the HRE, if you can't tell by the very different style of housing here. That is indeed the Marlians coming out. If you are not familiar with Fitzy here, folks, Fitzy here, big Overwatch streamer, plays a lot of AoE4 as well. You may be familiar with his brother Fitzbro, who does a lot of custom in Age of Empires. Fitzy only plays HRE. He pretty much exclusively has been pumping HRE non-stop on this expansion. This man, to put it in perspective, if we have a look at ranked solo matchmaking and we have a look at his Civ choices, on the patches, collectively, all patches ever, Fitzy only plays HRE. He has a 274 game count across the history of his count. He's also now got 111 games on Order of the Dragon. But outside that, he never touched anything else. He has 5 games on Byzantines, 4 on Jeanne d'Arc, and now a second on the Marlians. So this guy, he's definitely hopped outside of his comfort zone. Actually, the 2 games that he's got on Marlians happen now. So this is a completely new Civ for him. He has not touched them before, and I thought it'd be very interesting because for anyone who watched our earlier recordings of Fitzy, he tends to only build spears. So it seems like Fitzy has looked at the Malians and said, well, they throw their spears. So maybe the solution to my only spears build is just to have my ranged unit and my melee unit combined into one. But it's not going to be an easy task for him because on the other side we have got Kitten Claw. Kitten Claw has featured on this channel many a time. I can't quite remember who we ID'd them as before. If I'm not mistaken, it's Nyan Racing Cat. In fact, I was just double-checking Crackety, and he's confirmed that for me. Thank you, Crackety. So we've got Nyan Racing Cat on Zhuxi's Legacy. If you're not familiar with Nyan Racing Cat, very talented player, has consistently always posted in that top 150, top 100 range. A really reliable player from that front. Hasn't been able to make deep runs in tournament play, but still very talented nonetheless, with some interesting takes on the game. I'm sure they're going to have an interesting take on this Civ. Zhuxi's Legacy, a Civ that's always finding new builds, and oh my god, are they finding places to build them. Look at that. That should be illegal. He got the double berry spawn. That's 96 food a minute, 30 stone, and he's probably going to get about 20 wood. That's an incredible position for this landmark. Almost 150 passive resources a minute, and he will have access to that by 4 minutes into the game. So to put that another way, if it's going to be 140, right, let's say it's easily worth 3 villages. 3.5. But let's say it's free. By the time that this is built, you will have about 16 villages. Actually, 17 villages. This is going to add an extra 3. As a percentage of your economy, that is staggering. You're adding in like an extra 15 to 20% on your eco at a very early phase in the game. Meditation Gardens is a big question mark right now in the game. I think it is going to probably need some adjustments, some nerfs, but we'll have to wait and see what the future holds for it. For now, it gets to be the powerhouse it is. The Mansa Quarry feels like a poor man's version of the Meditation Garden comparatively. 75 resources, either the stone or the gold. But in fairness, the Malians make up the difference elsewhere, don't they? They do get access to their pit mines, which is already generating 87 gold worth of passive income. So between these two, Fitzy's actually going to compete. The one area he will still be behind on, of course, is going to be the Imperial Official factor for Zhuxi's Legacy. That's going to give that extra 20% food. So economically, Kitten Claw should be ahead in this one. But Fitzy, not as far as behind as certain other Civs would find themselves at this point in the game. It's like, wait, whoa, Fitzy, calm down. No, whoa. Is Fitzbro playing on your account? Like, what's going on here? This is not the Fitzy I'm used to seeing. Dropping a stable? I mean, he's doing it to upgrade the Warrior Scouts, but all I'm seeing right here is not a Rax, which means not Spears. So we're already getting something very different out of Fitz that I was not expecting. Jiangnan Tower, meanwhile, on the other side is something I 100% expected here from Kitten Claw. Kitten Claw, who, in the end, did actually get a decent amount of wood under here, right? So they'll probably be looking to generate towards that secondary TC. They have now moved on the stone, so yeah, we are going to be getting multi-TC play. But I like that they're getting the Jiangnan Tower now to have that flexi if they need to get into any type of military unit to defend. These Warrior Scouts are bloody annoying. Just look at that regen rate after they take a little bit of a little bit of exchange here. Villagers are just going to ignore them for the time being. It is only 1 scout, so it's not going to burn down your house as quickly here. Fitzy has got a second scout now on the way, and this is info Kitten Claw is fully aware of. Notice they've just parked themselves here on the edge of the base. And it seems like Fitzy, he should be able to see this when new scouts come out, but I guess he just doesn't care about it. It's a bit surprising considering that the Warrior Scouts do move quicker than standard scouts, so they can actually chase them down. But it seems he's more fixated on burning the kingdom to the ground instead of dealing with a mere little scout. So shifts out. He's definitely seeing this, right? There's no way you don't see it with the spawn point here on the stables. So just kind of allowing Kitten Claw to have this info, quite boldly saying, yep, I know you can see this, but don't worry. There's nothing you can do about it. Although I would debate that. Kitten Claw now getting into the Spearman. And it feels like Fitzy, he's not got that mass yet to try and combat Spearman here, right? And unfortunately, due to the timings, right, it's going to be hard to get to that number at a decent pace, especially against a Civ like Zhuxi's that's able to drop these Raxes and immediately get an 80 resource refund in terms of getting the unit they're after, right? He's already got 2 Spearmen out compared to the 4 Scouts. That hasn't been upgraded yet. These are just Dark Age Spearmen. I imagine that's going to be fixed soon for Kitten Claw. Yeah, he actually primes it behind the 3rd Spearman. So mirroring the count here. Just good scouting overall coming out from Kit and Claw. Looks like they have had to pull back now. Interesting choice to come back. Maybe it's because they want to defend themselves right now. This Meditation Garden, because of the scout spam from Fitzy, he's reducing the passive income. That's a smart play by Fitzy here. I didn't even mean that as his full name. I was just saying here. By scaling into these scouts, he has a way of fighting, but also a way of blocking the resource generation of this landmark. And it's a pretty efficient way. I imagine Fitzy might even be considering pro scouts afterwards. You'd think so, but to be honest, I don't remember the last time I even saw pro scouts play. It would be a very interesting permutation, one he could yoink all the deer away on, which would be very valuable considering that that would just leave Kit and Claw with the mere berries to play around here. Time being instead, it's going to be his scouts exchanging badly. Bad micro there from Fitzy, but it looks like it goes a little bit too deep, loses one of the scouts, almost loses the second, but recovers it at the last moment and gets away. However, this is now 2 TC versus a very heavy scout investment. And remember, these scouts are not cheap. You pay 20 food more than standard scout costs because, of course, they are a pseudo-horseman. With the spearman count now at 6 and the double TC, I'm starting to wonder what Fitzy's play is going to be here. It looks like the goal was to go for a semi-fast castle timing, but the problem with that play is you can't really rush it. You do have to get your hands on substantial numbers of cattle first, right? Which do cost you a lofty 90 gold each. So we're probably about 3 minutes away from that castle age looking solid. They could technically rush it. It's just a case of what was your value proposition if you did, right? And this game has got a beautiful sense of irony right now because so far, Fitzy is being counted out by just Spearman, but he's looking to find vengeance elsewhere. He's going to snipe one of these villages before the wall can go up. He has got a wrap round point all the way around the back if he wants to pursue it, but instead he's going to hang around here, just open up the gates. I love that little detail, right? Remember, that wall wasn't completed, and the way walls now work is if you destroy one segment, it destroys the ones on either side. So nice little identification there. Just forcing in a bit of extra wood investment, but now with the spears back here, I think Fitzy is going to have to accept this is not happening now. Yeah, he's got a lot of food. The problem with this play that he's doing right now, I mean, it just isn't there on the gold, right? He hasn't rushed out with villagers onto that gold line. He's still gathering a lot on the food here. So an interesting choice. Looks like now we're going to see the archery range being added in. Now, he did start to move onto wood, so could be that we're going to see some archery play here just to block out the spears. And we are now seeing a new investment coming out of Kit and Claw, which might just force his hand further. It's kind of awkward, right? Because it's like the archery range, now it's like, okay, do I get the archers or the jabs? I mean, if you go for the jabs, you're just going to be flung way too much food. If you go for the archers, still going to have this overabundance of food issue with not enough wood. It's a very weird economy he's set up here. I think there was definitely a bit of miss macro, and we can see that now by the way that Fitzy has started to shift his villagers onto the gold mine, but at the worst possible time here, as Kit and Claw does show up those spears. Well, he retreats all the way away. He even ends up garrisoning here. So a little bit of panic from Fitzy as he's busy trying to micro and find his way into the economy. Right now, he is eco-inefficient himself. He does at least force his opponent off the deer a little here. Now, it's interesting, actually, because Kit and Claw went for the granary, despite the fact that this doesn't help with deer. It only affects farms, right? But it makes sense. They want this area because it's perfectly defendable for the granary expansion onto the backside. So it looks a bit weird, but realistically, if you know you're going for this granary eventually, it's better to just build this instead of a mill. And that way, you haven't just wasted 30 wood when you have to delete it later. Man, Fitzy, I really am wondering what happened to this eco. It just seems like he got a little bit too distracted, right? A little bit too tunnel vision here. I mean, he's got 2,000 food now in reserve. This is getting a bit insane. I mean, he basically could feed not only the Malian population, but everyone in the surrounding countries at this point. The problem is because he's... Well, oh, no. Oh, no. Whose side are you on? Are you actually kidding me? No, stop it. Just stop. Stop. No. No. Okay, there is still room here. There is still technically room for a Fulani. But this is not looking good. Oh, no. Meanwhile, Kit and Claw looking very cozy. Walls are fully going up now. So no raid opportunities anymore for Fitzy. Fitzy now while he was trying to go for this Fulani play, he is completely mismacroed it now. In his defense, folks, Fitzy has not played much Marlian, okay? This is their second game on this account, so possibly the second game they've ever played outside of maybe a year ago with some early access. Luckily, although the cows have been clubbed in some questionable locations, they do at least have room for that Grand Fulani still. So they are going to move up now. It is going to be 4 ranches, rather full. A fifth one almost. And no, not again! Oh, no! Oh, these people are so hungry. Oh, they are so incredibly hungry. Oh, Kitten Claw's going to have a field day with this one. If he ever watches this replay, Nyan Racing Cat is going to giggle to himself. Moving into the pit mine, Fitzy. It's bad enough that Kitten Claw's trying to kill him, but right now it feels like his own people are working against him here. At least they don't waste. I'll give them that, right? Waste not, one not. Oh dear, oh dear. There's a lot more cow abuse than I was expecting in this game. I expect a little bit under the TC, but this really did take the prime stake. Now, Kitten Claw is staking a claim to part of this base. Looks like the pit mines have been taken out. The houses as well alongside it are being shrunk down. Now, the Grand Fulani is about to complete, but the villagers moving out onto the north side deer here. Wait, why? You've got so much food already. You need more gold, man. Oh, no. And instead, he's just going to get more deaths, right? There's the march in. Should be a reaction quickly out of Kitten Claw. Should maybe be able to get one villager bare minimum out of this. Might even find more. The Warrior Scouts can't contest this. Spear plus Horseman there to counter him. And the villagers run back. Fitzy! Oh, this is not going his way at all. Third villager's going to be sniped out. And this is going from bad to worse. Looks like the Donsos are going to react to the north side here, so we'll be able to eventually just clean this up. But Kitten Claw behind this. I mean, he can just hoard now. He's got more than enough food to quickly rush up the Castle Age if they choose. Meanwhile, Fitzy, he's not having a fun one. I actually feel really bad for Fitzy as well. Like, Fitzy fell a little bit in the rankings from matches before this. Actually, matches that happened not on Marlins at all, right? Like, he had a mixed day on the HRE in Order of the Dragon. Right now, they're like around 1,600 elo. Kitten Claw is already up to 1,762. So this is like a rank 200 versus a rank 100 in a situation where that rank 100 actually plays this Civ. Meanwhile, Fitzy, the HRE bias is kind of showing its head a little bit, right? Not used to having to actually actively gold at this stage because they're used to the passive gold of the Regnants. I mean, the funny part is you do have passive gold via the pit mines, via the Mansa Quarry, but seems like he may be expected to be getting more than what he actually got out of it. Because that food number, I mean, that is getting staggering. What is going on? He has 3,000 food right now. I don't think Fitzy was expecting the level of power that you get out of the cow ranches here. I mean, look at the numbers. You can see it. It's pretty absurd. You've got, like, what is that? It's about 640, 630 food, and then you buff it up further with the Grand Fulani, right? So a lofty amount of food is coming in. More than he can ever spend, it seems. That's kind of a problem, actually. I mean, the interesting part is, like, maybe this is a type of game where it's just worth getting Musafadi Warriors because it's better to have something, right? But, I mean, right now, Fitzy, is he just rushing Imperial Age? By God, I actually think he's rushing Imperial Age. The funny part is with this much food, he could have just done infinite scouts, but instead we are seeing the upgrade on the veteran Musafadi coming in soon. Kitten Claw is now transitioning into Palace Guard, so it might be the correct read. However, the downside of going for Musafadi against the Zhuji, they do have Chugye Nu. Those repeater crossbows will tear you into two. Now, he has got the level 1 undermesh upgrade, but even then, Musafadi, they have no base armor. They will feel the sting of this. Kitten Claw also now going for the second layer of walls, the ones that will be unbreachable. Stone walls on the way on the flanks. Granary transition is now underway and in full swing. So this is where things are really going to start to boost up for Kitten Claw. More so than they already are. 45 to 75 eco. And the crazy thing about the Zhuji's legacy is how they so casually stroll through what is meant to be the hardest transition historically for the Chinese Civ, like it's nothing. Fitzy. At least he's going to get those big gold veins, right? That's one plus. That's one upside for him right now is like the big pit mines in the center are going to generate a lot more passive gold for him. However, the downside is they're going to be closer to Kitten Claw's base. Fitzy, like, at what point do you just drop a market and go imp? Because I feel like at this point, it kind of feels acceptable. I think they just need more production, right? Like, you can see they're trying. Bare minimum, you've got a blacksmith, get military academy. That's, you know, going to be 250 gold. Sure, I know it's quite pricey for Eureka at the moment, but the extra spam ability you can get out of the Musafadi warriors here would be worthwhile. Good lord. Kitten Claw, how are we looking on the other side of this? It looks like he's casually going to pass guard. Interesting choice to go into the crossbows. He's a little bit worried about Fitzy going for sofas. We know that Fitzy will not do that. Fitzy has a rule that he's maintaining even when he's not playing HRE. When you go beyond feudal age, you do not build cavalry. It actually is pretty much the way he plays it, right? I think usually the HRE, you might open horsemen occasionally, and then it's just spears and men-at-arms. But this is the HRE African edition, I think, is the correct title for this video. We've got veteran Donzos and veteran Musafadi ready to party. I mean, I'm surprised he even built 2 archers here. I guess he just wanted to see what they do. And he's like, whoa, 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 these units can shoot? Yeah, but so can the spears, so who needs the archers, right? Shaolin Monk's moving out, by the way. So far, Kitten Claw's been able to bring back 1. I think they have not got a second on the way. This is the only Shaolin Monk. And yeah, you just saw that. They actually kill really fast. Right, hear me out, guys. You see Donzo, you see Musafadi. It's time for the Pagoda spam. Let's get the Shaolin Monks. Whoop, whoop. I mean, for real, you could. I mean, you have to go pretty late. Like, you have to go and get your other landmark, right, for the tier 3. But it would be sick. Instead, I imagine that Kitten Claw's going to be heading it to Imperial Age soon. Because Fitzy's already on his way. It is going to be a Fort of the Huntress in the center of the map with 4 villages? To call this bold, to call this brave would be an understatement. Fitzy has given a Goliath task to these mere 4 people. To head out into the Wonderlands between 2 grand kingdoms and build the finest castle they have ever seen. However, should the Zhuji see it before completion, it will be the finest pile of rubble you have ever seen. We'll flash on the farms here. That's a lot of Musafadi. You know, my favorite part as well is like Fitzy actually chose yellow, so he's at least felt close to the HRE in some way. This is going to be the mass Musafadi spam. I mean, it's effective as long as you're never seen. However, the downside of this build is if Kitten Claw just stonewalls those flanks and you just get into 3 or 4 Nesta Bees, it can be death. And love this responsible play by Kitten Claw. Setting up the fort outpost. Remember, outposts and scouts are the ways that you scout the Musafadi when they're stealthed. So I imagine, yeah, they're always going to keep this scout the army. They're going to use these outposts to shift forward. It looks like his hesitation is going to cost him in one area. It is going to go up. The Fort of Huntress will be successful. And, you know, I've got to give credit to Fitzy, actually. The reason this play works, funnily enough, is because Fitzy has Musafadi warriors. If this was Donzos or Javs, Kitten Claw would have probably came out because he'd be able to see the army. The risk if he runs out against mass Musafadi is by the time you see them, they could have surrounded you and could be pounding on your face. So, smart read there. Outpost spam continues. Shout out to Berta Devis, rather, coming in with a sub. Thank you very much for joining the swarm. Seems appropriate in a game where we are going to have 2 different kinds of swarms. On one side, it's going to be the swarm with the Musafadi. And the other is going to be literal bees. 2 so far, but I'm sure more on the way. Dive coming in towards the gold mines. It's going to be an attempt to rush up the house. As Fitzy not paying attention right now. Nesta Beast is going to finish them off fast. The Musafadi are wrapping, but they need to be fast about this. There is a wall to breach through. And he's going to flood the economy, isn't he? Oh, you cheeky little git. Meanwhile, Fort of the Huntress is being burnt, though. That's going to be a big trade-off. One that I think Kitten Claw is pretty content with taking right now. The torch damage is just so high at this stage. Remember, Kitten Claw, he's still only in Castle Age, right? So if Fitzy can get an even exchange here, it means he's going to be an entire age ahead. And he moves in now. The torches come out quick. The burn down is going to be successful. Interesting choice to go into precision training, considering he doesn't really have much other than Donzos here. But I guess it will assist them. And looks like he's going to start to back away, maybe try to contest the army. Now, keep in mind that Fitzy, he's yet to upgrade the Musafadi, so a lot of extra damage is missing from this Imperial Age play. An interesting opening here. I mean, Fitzy, with that play to shut down a TC, it cost him dearly. Look at the eco difference at this stage. It feels like this TC play paid off, right? Like, Kit and Claw, it's annoying to lose it, but whoopty freaking doodah. Fitzy has not got much passive gold. The pit mines are being torched down, right? So he's missing that big fat chunk of cheddar that he was getting from the center. It's like the Spearmen are going to find a freebie. Wait, Kit and Claw. Oh, no. If Fitzy realizes... I mean, the Donzos are about to get upgraded, by the way. Like, if they just target these villages, that castle's going to fail. I mean, the Techstars is going to slow this down a bit. It looks like the A-click, actually, of Fitzy takes him the wrong way. He needed to be taking out the villagers. Instead, it looks like the castle is going to go up. The Musafadi are going to be a little bit too late to do anything about it. Fitzy comes in with a backstab on the small vanguard, but Kit and Claw's going to be there to match him. Dive comes in under the keep, chasing in towards that granary area. Villagers are not reacting right now. Kit and Claw looking a bit discombobulated, but the main force is going to have to rally into their base because Fitzy is looking to buy some time. Musafadi upgrade still not in here, folks. I mean, we're 45 seconds out, and he looks the wrong way. I mean, I'm surprised by this. Sending this many troops north instead of flooding the granaries feels like a critical blunder. Fitzy, he'll do some eco damage, but nowhere near enough with this play. I think he was looking for the gold workers instead. Unfortunately, it's not going to be quick enough. Spearman and the Pass Guard giving chase, plus the Parsay wall up, means that Fitzy's not going to be able to burn through quick enough here. He can at least run around the backside. Maybe hit the wood line would be a good move here. I mean, Fitzy behind this, he has got the Sacred Sites. He could try to rebuild on the Fort of the Huntress. He's not doing that right now. In fact, instead, guys, there's two other things you could... Oh, no. I think he meant to repair. So the pit mine's going to go down. I think he either meant to go for the Fort of the Huntress or he's trying to repair the gold pit, right? Instead, he's going to have to rebuild both. Starting now, and I mean, the Musafadi spam is now upgraded, right? That was someone missing before when he originally began that dive. It's kind of crazy as well, because had Fitzy had the elite status on those Musafadi, I think he could have clapped this fight. Instead, Zhu are going to recover. Kit and Claw has the resources. It's time for Imperial Age, and army-wise, they're not necessarily weak, right? It's 136 total pop, rather, to 160. Militarily, Fitzy is ahead. But with these static point defenses like the keeps, it tends to muddy the water a bit. Outposts have at least gone down. Now, no scouts, but more outposts behind this mean that you can't try to stealth and run in for free if you're Fitzy. I think Fitzy isn't even trying. Instead, his strategy seems to revolve around this idea of forcing his opponent to come out, but that's a very dangerous game to play against Zhu. It means you're giving them 8 minutes of runway here to get anything they want with an eco that is going to eclipse yours. I mean, we look at the numbers right now. Kind of already is, isn't it, right? Like, if you had that wood difference, you consider that with the other numbers, Kit and Claw is definitely further ahead here. Looks like there's still a few for Musafadi. Actually, props to him for sticking a few troops back here, but seems like Kit and Claw is fully aware in the end. He's going to send out the crossbows to deal with that. Sorry, the Chuge knew. Spin off. Crossbows are over here, moving in for the decap, so Sacred Site win condition is not going to last here for Fitzy. His army just a little bit too far out of location. Maybe he can run north for this, but I mean, surely now Kit and Claw just goes south, right? And it's a free decap. North side is definitely at least going to be contested in time. I mean, it should be. Wait, did he... Oh, he didn't peel off the Musafadi. Oh, that's unfortunate. So, yeah, he done it now, but is it going to be too late? It looks like that might have just been saving grace. 2 or 3 seconds in time before it would have been too late. So at least keeps that win condition alive. However, with no defenses down here, it kind of feels like a moot detail. Stonewalls, in the meantime, have gone up on the north side, so that's no flank route anymore available to the Malians. They are getting into the elite army tactics, though. However, I have to imagine that's close as well for Kit and Claw. And Kit and Claw, he did also go for the Temple of Sun. So we've got the movement speed, which allows him to always mirror these Musafadi. Army's a little bit small, though. House is also being burnt down. I don't know if Kit and Claw's noticed that. Have they? Oh, wow. Wait. Well, he's killing the units, but I am wondering, like, this is one of those moments where it's so out of place and you're not a pop, like, maybe you just don't notice in the moment. And that could be the difference in a fight, right? We're now talking about a potential 20 milli advantage. Actually, more than that when you consider he's already been keeping the momentum and has less eco to worry about. But Kit and Claw quick to rebuild the houses elsewhere. However, a fight on the sacred sites, and it looks like Fitzy is going to be able to clash with this. Masuganu, though, with the Divine Haze, can they actually stay away from this? Musafadi are on top of him, and they are shredding through them fast, and it looks like it is going to be a hold. Fitzy able to swarm, able to surround, and guarantee no retreat. Kit and Claw throws away an army of Chuginu, and sure, he's transitioning to the Grenadiers, but he's only got about 7 of them so far. And now the Wolves are coming in. I mean, the read by Fitzy is correct here. With the throwaway like that, I mean, the way Kit and Claw just kind of threw his entire army to the Wolves, Fitzy now has a true win condition on those sacred sites. It's no longer just gold and a bit of a bait. He could actually hold this. And folks, like that's no small accomplishment. Fitzy could hold this after only 2 games on the Malians up against a player who, on this account alone, has got... collectively, between all the seasons they've been playing, if I had to rough spitball it, we're probably looking at like 300, 350 games on Kit and Claw. In ranked alone. Of those 350, on this Civ, there have been 18 games on the newest patch, and they have a 72% win rate. Like, Kit and Claw is quite proficient with this Civ. Overall, like, they've only had 18 games on this account, but I believe Nyan Racing Cat... has he renamed the other account? I'm looking for it now because Nyan does have multiple accounts towards the top of the leaderboard. I think this is his highest ranked one right now, around 100. But still, the point remains, like, in terms of raw hours committed, you know, Kit and Claw has put in more. Nyan Racing Cat has put in plenty more hours than Fitzy has in the last 2 years of AoE 4. Now, those usually may be a new Civ. He should know how to deal with the Malians. And he should be familiar via the Chinese. But right now, Fitzy is looking like he's in full control of this game. The Mass Musafadi, they hit triple digits. Nesta Bees trying to hold in this area. It's going to be spread of the lines, but the Grenadiers also tanking face here. They do have 150 health, so able to do that pretty efficiently. However, against this many units, this feels like a Protoss versus Zerg. Nesta Bees are going to be taken out. The Musafadi can wrap around here. And it looks like both armies are going to be reset, but Fitzy with heavy losses, now down to 44 Musafadi. Mistakes were made. He should not have dove that keep. And I think he knows it as well. The Grenadier count now up to 21. Kit and Claw getting it together. I think the issue there is Fitzy. Why take this fight ever? I mean, I guess his thought was block him on the goal, but realistically, this Civ can function without goal via the taxation, especially when it's going to be like mass spears and some Grenadiers, but instead, Fitzy forces the matter underneath the keep and pays the ultimate price. These hand cannon slits done God's work today. Fitzy now with the reboom. I mean, you could try to go for the eco. I think now with those losses, you can't easily hold these sacred sites. The Wolves could delay it long enough for a backstab, though. We'll have to see. There's going to be a trap coming out from Kit and Claw, just trying to remove that passive gold income for good reason. It gives 122. The Fort the Huntress is back up, by the way. So scary element there. It's interesting, actually, this idea of trying to stealth under the fortress to defend, but... The thing that I see that's an issue right here is these outposts meant that you couldn't even use the Musafadi first strike, right? Because remember, one of the unique things with the Fort of the Huntress gives you this ability where you get bonus damage from breaking stealth. Now, it's not that effective on Musafadi. It's much better on Gunners because it scales based on your base damage. But it's still a difference maker on a unit that now hits for 18 damage. And if we see a move up, and a shift out of outpost range, which is exactly what's happening here. And let's say that Kit and Claw completely forgets to bring a scout or build an outpost. He could still be blocked and put down in time for Fitzy to win off of Sacred Site. Palisades going up. A poor man's solution to defending this right now. I mean, he could actually get stone walls around it. It'd probably be the most beneficial approach right now. Would also allow him to just rear his army to the north side, which is exactly what Fitzy's doing. And 7 mangoes, dude. This play right here. Rams are being built. Kit and Claw with the proxy siege. Double TC was built behind this by Fitzy to catch up on his eco. Now, those mangoes, I mean, interesting enough, they're actually heading south side, if I'm not mistaken. Where are they? I'm a little bit confused right now. I mean, there's 7 Mangos. They are lurking around somewhere. Oh, they're over here. Okay, and actually, he left the wall open here. So Mango's moving in. Kitten Claw, he went for the Sacred Site. Repairs are coming out, though. Kitten Claw. What is he doing? He's walking away with the army right here. Fitzy, 2 minutes away now from the Sacred Site. My God, could he do this? Mango's hitting the keep. Fitzy, it feels like he's just trying to force him back home. I mean, this feels like an overinvestment again, though, going into the keep. Remember, Boiling All has been researched, folks, against Musafadi. Super effective, especially if he tries to torch it down. Dive comes through. Second wave of Boiling All should be coming out in a second. It looks like Kitten Claw is panicking to react to this. Has he even noticed on the north side? It looks like he has got some Chuge Nu now in there. No outpost upgrades, though. Musafadi on the way to address this. There's only a few troops, and by God, Fitzy, he might actually do this. But he needs to retreat. Musafadi, they move back. Mangos aren't paying attention right now. And it looks like the Musafadi did get in. They're going to try to pop block him here. They get run of the villagers, putting him down to 150 max pop. Walls have been broken, though. Musafadi, they're trying to contest this, but he needs to kill this round fast. Remember, as long as there's a unit on there, the timer's going to pause. Grenadiers are trying to trade out with the Mangos, and mistakes most definitely made there by Fitzy, giving over half of the Mangos and only getting about 5 Grenadiers in return. But still, what matters here, folks, is Fitzy has the timer again. We are now 1 minute and 10 seconds away from a victory for Fitzy on his 2nd game ever on the Malians against a top 100 player. Can he make it happen? Walls looking to be rebuilt. 22 Musafadi up here. Second wave of Spearmen coming in. The timer is down to under a minute. The bell has been rung, but the walls are not being built fast. Fitzy needs to rush north side, and he needs to do it yesterday. Musafadi are on the way. New ones are spamming in. Fitzy, mind, body, and soul, my friend. Villagers on the way over. The Musafadi, if they can hold them back just long enough, the walls will go up. Kitten Claw in a bit of a panic here, just trying to get on the site, but he gets caught in a fight again. And Fitzy, I think he's done it. 25 and counting down. Wall built just in time. He keeps him out. And Kitten Claw gets Musafadi'd into his grave. What a game out of Fitzy. I was not expecting this. His 2nd game on the Malians. And he once again does his infantry trick. 1 unit, a little bit of siege, but it's still the 1 unit comps that Fitzy loves so much. If you have not checked out Fitzy, go give him a follow so you can catch this type of gameplay live. I love the fact he's still doing this to top level players. Great showing out of Fitzy, playing this map wide and exploiting the Chinese greed to get that win. If you haven't as well, make sure you follow and subscribe on this channel because we'll definitely be featuring more of him. And I'm hoping we're going to see more Fitzy on Age of Empires 4 in 2024. Dude, that was sick. I can't believe he actually closed that game. Holy crap. Dude, what a play. I love the pivot when he realized, oh, actually, no, this is going to be a win condition, and he just doubled down on it instead of just continuing to dive the eco. If he kept diving those keeps, I think he would have lost the game. He almost did, right? Like, when he started to hard commit to that base, that would have been a backstab and a wipe, and then it would have been GG, but good realization that he was kind of throwing the game and decides to just peel away. Only sends in, I think it was like 30 Musafadi to distract the army, and then the rest just rally onto the Sacred Site. It's just a good 1-2 punch to get that win. We're having a look on the live leaderboards now to see if there's any top-level players playing. It looks like Kazi Johan's in the game. We've got Matisse versus Chippy Chippy. Who is Chippy Chippy? What? A rank 76 account. So this is definitely a Smurf. So this might be a good one. Matisse versus Chippy Chippy. We've got a matchup that Kazi Johan is in right now. Where is Johan on the leaderboards, actually? Kazi Johan, let's check his profile. He hasn't actually ranked yet, so he hasn't played many games. Right now, though, he's up against the rank 77. So I think these are probably the 2 main culprits now. Do you guys want to see Matisse on his Zhu Ji again? So this is a top 100 matchup. It's going to be Zhu Ji versus Order of the Dragon. Or this one, theoretically is a top matchup as well because Kazu Yohan is ranked around 100 on average, usually each season. He'll be doing English versus Japanese. They both sound interesting, right? Like maybe the map's the difference that matters. We've got Himayama or Gorge. I'm kind of leaning towards the Gorge matchup, actually. Yeah, I really like that. Let's do that. Interesting as well, they're on East US. Well, actually, no, maybe not, because Kazu Yohan, I think he's German. I mean, with a name like that, you'd expect. And then this person, if they're in Asia, then the mutual point would probably be it could be US East, or it would be like, you know, Middle East. So it makes sense. All right, shall we get to it? This could be a fun one. Oh, late start, but finally has arrived. Boys, gals, and non-binary pals. Welcome back to the AoE4 action. We're tuning in to the first showing of Kazu Yohan on the Sultan's Ascend. I think he has been playing a few games, but he hasn't even played enough to rank yet. If you are not familiar with Kazu Yohan playing on the English here, it is his most known civ, his signature civ. Kazu Yohan, a very capable player. Over the last 5 seasons, starting from Season 1 through to Season 5, he's ranked 130th, 534th, 104th, 418th, and then finally, last season, ranked 32 to finish off the season. And that last season, by the way, was his most played. 400 games in total, and he finished 32nd on the leaderboards. So curious to see what he's going to be able to do now that the new meta is being established, now that we've got 6 new civs in. We are over a month into the release, by the way. It just seems like he hasn't had time for the rank spam, but finally we do get to witness him on Gorge, going up against Teal, playing as the Japanese. Teal is ranked 77th right now on the leaderboards. They seem to be a smurf. They ranked, in the last 3 seasons, 198th, 124th, 82nd. So I feel like this probably is a smurf. I'm just going to double check, actually, with the name translation. Because, if I'm not mistaken, there is one player who... Is this Giggles? This might be Giggles again. I know there's a player called Giggles, also known as Orange Mint, around this rank, but for now we're just going to call them Teal because we're not 100% certain on that. But an interesting matchup, actually. Japanese versus English is not something I've been able to catch much of, especially on land maps. That's the interesting detail, actually, is quite often we are seeing English priored on land exclusives, and then Japanese at the moment coming out more on water hybrids. So I thought this would make for a very interesting game. Now, on the opening wise, we are going to actually see Teal immediately pulling out onto the berries. Wait. I think this is the Fast Castle account. This is the Fast Castle build. 3 villages right now on the goal, but that's probably going to escalate. They're gathering the wood, the straggler trees. This is all about getting enough for a stable, but also outposts to drop on the gold. And the whole idea of this strategy is really smart, actually, out of Teal, is you just immediately go out into the berries, you immediately get your wheelbarrow upgrade, because remember, a house is your mill, and then you start gathering berries at a rate that's higher than sheep. The other cool detail is it should have allowed him, to stay out for longer. Look at the difference in the scouting pan. Kazu Yohan would have had to have come back a little bit sooner, I'd imagine, if it wasn't for the fact that they went for this double farm play, which I love. A lot of English players started doing this, and that was the whole idea. Because these farms are so cheap, it allows you to go wider, and because these are cheap, you get more sheep, right? Because your scout doesn't have to come back as quickly. So Kazu Yohan looks like he actually got a really good haul, 13 sheep. Meanwhile, on the other side, it isn't even going to be 9 for Teal. There is one more near their base that you could probably find. Actually, yep, right here, and then another one at the back. So that is going to be 11 sheep. And that's more than enough, folks. Because they went straight out into the berries, they don't really need as many sheep as Kazu Yohan will. Kazu Yohan, of course, can add in more farms theoretically, but with the English, it's more about this aggressive timing. And I feel like you kind of have to be aggressive if this is the outpost play into the fast castle we're thinking of. I'll have to see, though. There are options for the Teal on the Japanese. I mean, one risk of going for the fast castle build here is the outposts might struggle to get enough range to deal with longbows. So we'll have to see if they drop a stables and try to build horsemen first. But it's going to be Kura Storehouse. The Kura Storehouse really is kind of the go-to in this matchup. I would be baffled, perplexed, shocked if I ever saw Koka Township up against the English, a bar on a water hybrid map. And the reason is that the English will always go for these longbows. And longbows, they do get bonus damage against those shinobi. Not to mention the fact, because they have extra tower range compared to normal archers, you can't even try to gap close them, even if you have numbers. It's very, very difficult. So 3 villager build up on each side here. Kazuyohan is going to trigger Feudal first. I imagine we are going to be seeing probably at least 3 to 6 Lombos to open up here and force a reaction. And it is going to be the outpost. Yep, this is playing out exactly as you would expect, folks. It's a good position for an outpost as well, actually, because it blocks most directions of assault. The only thing that would be missing here, I think, is Teal's probably going to have to drop an outpost here as well to partially protect the farms, and then also the south side of this gold from Lombos. Another cool detail, because they set up the Kura Storehouse on the south side of the base, they're going to get the maximum impact out of this Castle Age rush, because all these farms are going to be close enough to the TC, they should be protected. One ball on the way, though. An outpost now up, and second one coming. This is the build. He's almost done with the berries as well. Check this. So he's probably going to have to bail when there's about 150 food left on the berries, but that's really good, folks. That means he's going to have 10 sheep. He's going to have about, considering some of these are partially eaten, I'd say he's going to have about 2.2k food to work with. And that's before we equate for farms, which is infinite resources. So good read, and now Kazuyohan actually backing away entirely. That's a very surprising maneuver there. Don't know if that was an intentional click, but that timing on the Lombo pulling away now means that Teal gets all of the berries with none of the risk. And they do this, by the way, without Takazaiku. Takazaiku would have made this an even quicker process. And I'm surprised they didn't go for it. I mean, it's a decent amount of wood and gold. Maybe if this was like a 1 outpost build, you could justify it. 2 outposts is a bit tougher, right? But now those 2 outposts up, you know what's coming. And the question mark is, what's Kazuyohan's response going to be? Has he seen this build? Has he experienced this build so far? He must be suspicious, right? When you see outposts going up like this, it's almost a guaranteed fast castle build for the Japanese. I'd say about 95% chance the moment you see that first outpost. So far, he hasn't really done anything about it, right? If he wants to stop this, he's going to probably need to rush a blacksmiths, get siege engineering, and go. That's a big ask, though. Last of the berries is gone. Teal, now moving back, has got 3 farms to work with, plenty of food to gather. We're probably looking at Castle Age cracked around 8.5 minutes at this pace, depending on how many villages they build up with. Typically, this build involves between 8 to 11 villagers working on the floating gate on average. And I believe, yeah, he'd have to probably build it here on the west side, so wait for the Lombos to shift right and then just rush it. You could actually build it here, to be honest, but you would be blocking future farms. If you try to build it on the front side, that could also work, because if you build it from the TC side, your opponent can't touch you. That would also leave them room to build a stable next to it, but instead, the stable's going to go over here. So it's looking more and more likely we're going to get the floating gate on the northwest side. Means the Lombos can't even attempt to dive in, because they're in the completely wrong location. Arrow slits on double outpost here. And now, siege engineering on the way, but Kazuyohan, has he read this wrong? I mean, the crazy part actually is I think he has. If he hadn't gone for the racks and kind of boldly just gone Lombos into Ram, funnily enough, he might have been able to crack this in time. But instead, Teal is successfully going to be able to crack that Castle Age. You see them actually rushing. They tried to get the last bit of gold. It is going to be there now, though. My, oh my. What a scary time this is going to be. Johan, who does have spears, does have longbows, admittedly, but not many spears. Well, this is going to be Castle Age Mountain Samurai. It looks like it's going to be the 5 villager build-up. So Teal just trying to make sure they've got enough gold and food behind this to permanently pump out knights up to about 6 to 8 before they run out. It's a smart play. When you see your opponent's got spears and you know they've got rams coming, you kind of just need to have that critical mount. Instead, though, dive's going to start coming in, and they actually don't have that gold yet. Oh, Teal. Buddy. Pal. Is this it? He sneaks out. There we go. I was looking at the count. I couldn't make sense of it. He snuck to the south side. And Kazuyohan, he hasn't even scouted this. Oh my god. He thinks he was going to go west. I mean, there's no way Johan doesn't know, right? Because this map always tends to spawn 1 gold on the opposite side to where the other 2 are, from what I've been seeing. And you should know that based on your side of the map. So Johan needs to sniff this out ASAP. He can't wait around. He needs to go. Ram diving in under the TC here. Villagers are going to be pulled to try and snipe that, but it's going to be a throwaway of a Villi. I mean, it's just 3 farms. You should allow these to die. I can't believe he's getting away with this. He's even rushing an outpost to be safe up here. Flowing Gate is about to complete, folks. And right now, He'll only have enough access to get one of these mounted samurai out, but with this many villagers working, that could escalate quick. In fact, what the hell is going on over here? The panic right now out of Teal, you saw that, right? He built the outpost and then cancelled it. He's panicking right now. He's actually scrambling. And I don't know why. Like, this is the type of, I mean, I know why, but this is the type of play where you just go for gold or you go for broke. You don't go in between. Instead, now, they're switching into racks to try and go for the cheaper samurai. Oh my god. Is Johan making this work? I mean, he kind of is, but if we're being totally fair, this is not to discredit Johan's play, because he's done a great job here. A big part of this is actually Teal's fault. Teal is panicking. And you could argue whether that's justified to panic to this, but I think part of it is not. I mean, the gold should have just been gathered the whole time. Like, you take that risk every day of the week. You know the scout hasn't been with the main army. You can literally see the scout, right? Okay, he's just out of range. To his credit, Kaiser Johan has not snuck that in range, but if you're Teal, you have to gamble. Instead, decided he wanted his cake. He wanted to have it and he wanted to eat it. And as a result, he's going to be punished for it. Lombos at this count with so few samurai, I mean, this is not that scary. Also, keep in mind, no undermesh coming out from the Japanese. I think it would take a miracle to recover this. Longbow shuffling around. They still have not noticed, but oh my god, he loses a villager to the wolf. And shout out to my boy Matisse for the raid. If you guys want to see the #1 spot to catch non-stop Zhu Legacy gameplay, that is the guy to go follow, so be sure to do it. I'm sure we'll be casting some more of his games, but for now, we're going to see if a Civ that usually stomps the Zhu can also stomp the Japanese. No Odachi upgrade. Oh my god, no Odachi! He hasn't got the gold. If you haven't got Odachi, you can't actually fight these spears. I'm not even exaggerating. It's that bad. Because the longbow number's just too high. Teal, holy crap, he just might be dead. I mean, keep in mind, his sheep are about to run out, and he just doesn't have critical mass to break out, right? Behind this, Kaiser Johan is now saving up for Castle Age. And man, did he genuinely just try to use the Forge there for tech upgrades? He did, so Undermesh just got delayed more. Johan in a very, very comfortable position in this game. Now going into an extra ram. House is on the front side, right? He wants to pop block him. Oh my, oh my. And also keep in mind this build that Teal went for with the double outpost here, with the upgrades for the arrow slits, means they do not have enough stone for the daimyo, which means they do not have the extra defense. They do not have the increased gathering rate on these farms. It means less samurai. The Dachi is at least coming in. That could be a big deal here. However, with just 10 samurai, they're going to have to wait for the undermesh. Johan, if he rushes up this Castle Age, if he primes the veterancy upgrade, he can still win this fight. Ram has been left alone. Kaiser Johan going with the King's Pass, now going to try to react to this and help. It's Lombo starting to snipe out. Need to be careful, Teal. Choosing to engage this. Spearmen go back away. Kaiser Johan. I mean, really, you needed to actually aggro these spearmen elsewhere, right? So that the samurai stay at a distance. Instead, start steps begin. Johan trying to snipe down the injured ones here. It's actually a good choice on the micro. Willing the number down to 8. Should be able to get it down to bare minimum 5 here before being forced back entirely. And Teal knows he has to keep pushing here. This is one opportunity to break out of the base. The Ram is still alive. Keep that in mind. He could sneak back in on the houses. Meanwhile, samurai count now down to 6. Lombo count remains at 24. More keep coming out. And behind this, the tech up is about to complete. 18 villagers to get him to Castle Age. And now, with the gold saved up, there should be an immediate pump into the veterancy. Instead, though, he queues up the crossbows. An interesting choice here by Kaiser Johan. Now, understandably, Lombo's not the best counter to the samurai, right? But when you have this many, to not get that veterancy is really surprising. Aura now triggering. Teal has at least pushed back, but folks, he's far from out of the woods. This game is far from recovered for Teal. He needs a follow-up play. He hasn't been able to move out for relics yet. He has not got cavalry. And there is still a sizable quantity of longbows to fight him. Not just longbows. We are now seeing crossbows added in. The level 2 ranged upgrade is coming in for the defense for Japanese. But, this is a big but, the crossbows do not give a damn. Funnily enough, a unit with that much heavy damage added in. It's going to be annoying. There's going to be a little bit of reduction in their output, but it's not going to be enough to shy them away from fighting here. And, well, right now, Teal, he finally gets that Daimyo Manor upgrade. So better gathering on the farms. But see the desperation here. They had to drop this Yoroshiro in the house to get food. That's how bad the game looks right now for Teal. Keep in mind, also now, with the second TC coming out via the landmark of the English, Eco is going to start scaling in favor of Kazi Johan. He also has already dropped the monastery, so we are going to see him rushing out for those relics ahead of Teal. Teal, who is recovering one of them now, but villagers get found on the Eco. A brilliant read there by Kazi Johan. Villagers should be able to shuffle away. They have got the level 1 wheelbarrow upgrade, which is fast enough. Once again, now the samurai have to rush out. Now, there are 2 crossbows in here. However, one of them on the wrong side of the engagement immediately gets sniped out. More crossbows are on the way, however. Kazi Johan needs to be careful about the timing on taking this attack. Level 2 range upgrade is in. This is not a fight to take right now. If he snipes that Shinto, though. He almost was able to find him. Dive from the samurai, though. Interesting moves by Teal, splitting up the samurai like this, but it's doing some damage. It's forcing a lot of idle time. The crossbows also not reacting to this. Finally are going to shuffle back. And that means they're not reinforcing the front fight. So it looks like for the second time, Kazi Johan is going to be forced away. And that's great, actually. Honestly, that's exactly what Teal needed in this game. You saw the desperation he played out to those deer with. Gets deeper for further away deer. Also shifts south side for these berries. So this is the breathing room. This is Teal's recovery. This was critical to that timing. If he got condensed into his base and continued to scale Samurai at the pace he was, he would never have won this game. He would have ran out of food, ran out of time. But now, with this food income, it's not only going to be about racks. He now has the stables with the Yoroshiro, so we might be looking at Mounted Samurai in a game where Johan has shifted entirely away from spears. Longbows for the time being. I'm just going to try to dive in here. The only thing worth diving for is that Shinto kill, but not going to be able to find it. Looks like he's had one longbow over here actually sniping villagers, so well played there. I think he was waiting for these villagers to come back this entire time, and looks like Teal has not noticed that yet. Meanwhile, a few samurai are still patrolling north side, but the mirrored movement coming up from the English means they shouldn't be able to find any more kills. And looks like Teal will pull away just in time to save a villager's life here. And funnily enough, it's going to be the horseman spam. I mean, it makes sense, right? Against mass crossbow, I thought maybe Mounted Samurai for the flank attacks onto Eco, but this makes even more sense. He will reveal it, though. I'm a little bit surprised by that. I don't think you should be revealing that you're going into horseman until you've got about 10 here. You know, sometimes hiding your hand is a very valuable player. There's always this pressure in high-level games for players to immediately use what they invest in, because otherwise it feels like dead weight. Maybe you could have done something else. But in a game like this, with the Yoroshiro power in that stable, I actually think you wait until 10 horsemen and then reveal, because that's enough to pinch this fight and kill. Right now, though, because you just shoo that off on that one longbowman, Johan's going to get a chance to get into those spears. This game is still incredibly close, folks. The reason it is the relics that are also coming in now. 2 more on the way home for Teal. Johan, he went for this monastery, but it's starting to look like he kind of forgot about it, right? I mean, he built 1 monk. He finally got out on it, but by the time he does, there's only going to be 1 relic left on the map. I thought these attempts at a flank are going to be cleaned up. Johan, this game's starting to get a bit uncomfortable. He's going to get caught out on the gold, forced back by the horseman, and that's another issue with the comp of the English in this game, right? Because he didn't wall himself in or wall long. This static comp doesn't work in the mid game, folks. There's really 2 approaches to Gorge. It's to play mobility and wide, or play walls and tight with a slow army. Johan's trying to play slow into wide. That doesn't work past 10 minutes. Against some Civ matchups, it doesn't work past 5. I think this is the point in the game where Kazi Johan, you know, he feels like this should have been over, right? He feels like he actually punished the Japanese. He shut them down. But honestly, what this game really came down to was the fact that he never found that gold. He never even scouted for it. Still, to this point in the game, Johan doesn't know it exists. If he had spotted that, this game would have ended several minutes ago. But instead, now, the path to recovery becomes clearer and clearer, and the Japanese, If they start to reach a bit later in this game, if we start talking about Imperial, don't turn your head to the English as the savior. English won't win this. Not from this type of position. They haven't got a big enough lead to scale into Imp. If both sides rushed Imperial Age now, it's only Japanese coming out ahead. But why rush Imperial Age when you can rush their base? March forward from the Royal Japanese Army. In onto the farms. Johan, a bit slow with the reaction there. Immediately loses 3 villagers for his troubles. Looks like he isn't going to be able to fight just yet. Right now, his army, they went north side, they got baited. He went to protect the gold, and Johan knows instantly it's over. What a move out of Teal. After a shaky opening to this game, a miraculous recovery, they strike once, but they do so firmly. That might seem like a premature GG to some people, but 2 things here. 1, Kaiser Johan had gone for an all-in play that was starting to fall apart. He was in recovery mode. 2, that static army comp we talked about. The moment he gets baited to going north side, he's too far away. By the time he would have got back to his base, he would have lost probably 20 eco, if not more. And then all of a sudden, we're talking about Japan being up on economy very bluntly, very clearly. It's just not a game he's going to recover at that stage. So, Johan, he calls the GG. And I think really a really big lesson to people, this game was all about gold. This game was all about that secondary gold vein for both sides, actually. One detail was Kaiser Johan not noticing that gold vein and allowing Teal to recover. The second was Kaiser Johan getting way too paranoid about the defenses around his own gold vein and Teal exploiting that to end the game. So the lesson here, scout the gold, block the gold. Really cool game. Once again, shout out to Matisse, man. I hope you had a good stream. How many wins is he up to now? I know he has a big win percentage. Was it a winning day? Anyone who came across from Matisse's stream? Is my boy on the rise again? Also, I don't know. Matisse is probably gone now, but if he's not, are we going to see something other than Zhuji by the end of the month? Or is it really just Zhuji December? I really want to see him on Order of the Dragon, actually. I think I want to see him return to his roots because he used to be the HRE Grandmaster. All right, we have got the Cheapy Chappa Chappa account up against Ral here. And who else have we got live now? Maximilian. Ark versus Roger. That is Ark, right? You beat Lucifer and Dimu? Pog. All right, I'm going to have to partially erase those from my mind so it could be a surprise for me. I'll be sure to check out some of your games, though, Matthias. Thank you very much, my friend. We've already been seeing a lot of your games and learning a lot from them. I think a lot of people have actually been watching your replays. I kind of want to show Ark, actually. It's been... Is this Ark, as in the Japanese player? It is, right? If you guys aren't familiar with Ark, I mean, he hasn't been that active on the ladders in more recent times. He was mainly doing a lot of scrimming and private lobbying with people like 3DB. So they weren't really in the public domain, shall we say, when it came to their data. Wait, this is Psyark, right? Maybe. I'm wondering, is this Psyark, aka Koinu? Is Koinu still playing? He is, right? I think this is Psyark. Let me check for Koinu. Koinu account has not been active for 12 months. This could be... Psyark. Ark account active in Season 5 and then not since Season 2. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. I'm not sure. Ah, whatever. We're going to cast it anyway. Looks like it could be a fun one. Let's go. What's up, Neri? How's it going, buddy? Oh, yes, I remember about your message. Remind me, when's the deadline for that? Might be an offline thing. Maybe we do it online on stream if people are interested. But let me know what the deadline is for that. I'll try to get it done before the end of the year. Okay, nice. So we got a few days or so. It might be something I do on one of my off days off stream, or maybe we do it on stream. We'll see if it fits in naturally. but awesome. Okay, boys and gals ready? Let's get to it. Holy crap, we are getting a lot of this map. It's always coming to Gorge, isn't it? A gorgeous map for two gorgeous players to clash on. Boys, gals, and non-binary pals, welcome back to the AoE4 action. We have got Ark on Jeanne d'Arc, seems fitting, versus Roger Scruton playing on the Abbasid Dynasty. Intriguing matchup here, folks. Aggro versus typically defense. And now, the reason I wanted to feature these two is Ark has returned recently. I'm not 100% certain, but the name would make sense, the timing would make sense. This could actually be the return of Psyark, aka Koinu. They haven't been active for a while. I know that they were exclusively doing private lobbies and scrims with people like FreeDB for a while. I'm going to take a punt and say that this could be them. The name makes sense because, for those who don't know, you might have seen Koinu around AoE. There used to be a StarCraft pro called Psyark. They went by that name for a while. They would also quite often call themselves Ark. We'll just call them Ark for the time being until we have 100% confirmation on that. But this could be a StarCraft pro. On the other side, Roger Scruton is most definitely a Smurf that I have seen in the past. This account has only played this season. So this is another Roger Scruton. But there has been many Roger Scrutons. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, I think they might have belonged to the Canadians in the past. I don't know if that's still the case, but I think in Season 2 there was a Roger Scruton. In Season 4 there was a Roger Scruton. It's a very popular Smurf name for the AoE4 pros. But they are back. Funnily enough, they haven't used their previous account. I don't know why they haven't used their previous account. They've just made another one. Because if I look at Roger Scrutons right now, there is only one in the top 500, and it is this one. And this one has quite a few games. They're sitting 123rd on the leaderboard right now, with 102 games played. They have a reasonable amount of Civ diversity, actually. They've played Roost 9 games, the Basset 8 games, English 7 games, Ottomans. So they are mixing it up, actually. They've been playing quite a few different Civs here. On the other side of this, Ark, I believe, has been doing quite a bit of Jeanne d'Arc, funnily enough, with that name. Since the December 6th patch, they've had 7 games on Jeanne d'Arc, but they've had plenty more on Order of the Dragon, Ibids, Japanese, and Shujis. Overall, this account has a lot of Delian French historically. It has been active in previous seasons. On this particular expansion, since the new Civs got added, Jeanne d'Arc is actually the least played of the new Civs. They have played more Ibids, Japanese, Juji, Byzantines, and Order of the Dragon than Jeanne d'Arc. So if anyone thought that this account got to the top 100 through cheesing, no. Well, no to cheesing with Jeanne d'Arc. It seems a bit weird, actually, that it took them this long to get onto Jeanne d'Arc with a name like that. Interesting. So Ark is apparently a German account. So we could be looking at maybe Zerton or Avali would come to mind for that then. Actually, you know how I can tell if it's Avali? I don't know if he's going to like me saying this. Nah, it hasn't got many Roost games. It's not Avali. Has got a lot of French games though, actually, so maybe. People also saying that Roger Scruton's account is from Sweden, which would suggest sort of, or you guys may have forgotten someone. It's been a while. It could also suggest, if I'm not mistaken, there was, what was his name? I've actually forgotten his name. There was a Finnish player. I know Sweden and Finland are different countries, but in terms of like the way that you can hide your account, you can make it less obvious. The reason why I'm also like thinking it could be someone else is what I want you guys to realize is there's nothing to stop someone from VPNing to hide their real identity. So like, I kind of trust the they are Swedish or they are German thing less. I think we had this the other day with an account that was registered into Germany, but none of us were convinced that it was any of the top-level Germans because it was like a top 30 account and all of them were accounted for because that account had faced all of the top German players. So always be conscious of that when you like look at the origin point. Technically, someone can lie. It's very easy in this day and age. I also love all the extra guesses coming through. Viper, Serral. Let's catch up on this game. We haven't missed anything, right? It's always going to be this slow opening. It was a culture wing play, which is very peculiar. We never see Culture Wing openings anymore for the Abbasis. This is a fast castle build. Oh, that is sick. I haven't cast a single fast castle build with Culture Wing this year. And Jeanne d'Arc on the other side, how's that looking? It looks like Arc is moving out, looking for the Pumbaa. So Jeanne is going to be in Woman at Arms form. Nothing unordinary there. This is a pretty standard dry cut build out of Jeanne. But the purple, Roger Scruton, the Abbasid build in this game is anything but normal. They went for Preservation of Knowledge into a tech up option. Now, I always said that, like, you know, it's interesting to talk about this play. For those that haven't seen it in a while, Preservation of Knowledge, the reason why it's, like, really cool for the fast castle is Preservation of Knowledge, or good old POC, as me and Winston like to call it, gives you a big discount on all of your tech costs. And that does include age ups, as you're seeing there by the cost, right? Down to 960 food for 80 gold. It gives you a 20% discount, but it costs 100 resources. Now, I remember when it was being tooted around this fast castle build, I said it wasn't worth it, it was suboptimal. And the reason was quite simple, actually. Preservation of Knowledge, what you get out of it, isn't as much of a saving as you think. You don't really save 20%, because what you're actually meant to save there, right, the 20%, you're usually going to pay 1,800 resources. You're meant to save 360 resources. Because you buy Preservation of Knowledge, you actually save 260 resources. Funnily enough, trade wing builds were more efficient for fast castle as an option because you instantly spawn those free traders. Now, the reason why Roger Scruton doesn't do that here is that doesn't work well against Jeanne. Because if you trade, you give XP, right? So if this was any other Civ that you didn't have to worry about XP exchanges, we'd probably see trade wing for like this sort of faster castle build. But against this particular Civ, this is a very smart read by Purple to not engage and rush Castle Age as cheaply as possible. And also, nice little perk of doing this way and having Preservation of Knowledge, when you go up, any options you want are going to be available cheaper now, right? Like, typically, if you went for that trade build I'm talking about, and let's say you still want to play archers, you're going to have to pay quite a bit to upgrade them. Now, if you do decide you still need archers as part of your comp for whatever reason up against knights, you are going to be able to get the upgrade 20% cheaper. So it looks like stable's been prepped, though, so I think we are going to be leaning towards... Wait, are we going Camel Riders here? I actually think Camel Riders is kind of a sick read, if so. That's a really cool build if they do. How many sheep did they get in the end, actually? That's something we forgot to look at. Oh, wow, they didn't get many, huh? Yeah, they're down to 6 remaining, and they did go for the berries first, but they got pushed off after clearing 3 stacks, so kind of standard play, standard opening up against French and French variants, right? You can't stay on that for too long. Now stables coming in mass. So yeah, we could be looking at Raiders rather, or Riders. Too many Iber games, folks. We could be looking at Riders, or we could be looking at Lancers here. Either is actually very feasible in this game. This strikes me as a Lancer build when you go this many. Okay, they're changing their mind. They are going to go for the racks. So this definitely is going to be Lancers. You would go Camel Riders without the racks, but with the racks, like, because it's going to be the archers, it just feels inefficient. They do, of course, start with 2 Camel Riders, right? So they instantly have a way of dealing with these initial knights, and it is going to be the Lancer follow-up. The reason you go Lancers is it gives you a way of actually killing Eco much easier. These Camel Riders are going to be all about fighting, and I think the other thing that can usually make Camel Riders feel a little bit awkward at the start of Castle Age is if your goal is to dive your opponent's base and punish them for being behind, Camel Riders are worse for that. They don't charge, and they don't have any armor. And if you think about the effective HP on these units, with 4 ranged armor and 230 HP, compared to 270 HP and no ranged armor, Lancers are, quite simply, much more efficient. And the reason is that this TC has 8 damage, right? So the best way to think about it is you have 270 health here. If you're diving the TC, that's 270, right? If the Lancer dives the TC, because of the range reduction, they actually have 460 health. It's kind of a weird way to like meld your brain around it, but it makes sense when you consider the effective damage of that TC against both targets. So basically, it takes you about 1.6 times, 1.7 times longer to kill a Lancer than it does a Camel with static defenses. Speaking of static defenses, Jeanne d'Arc did go in for the outpost play. Camel Riders looking for a little bit of a clash here. Nice micro off there by Arc for the time being, splitting up the fight a little bit. Camels are going to hang around, so it looks like there's going to start to be an exchange here. Now, Jeanne isn't in the area, by the way. She went completely elsewhere. An interesting choice here. It's almost like Arc wasn't expecting this outpost to get contested, but Roger Scruton, to their credit, they got more than enough gold to do so. Pretty effective in punishing her. I really am wondering what Arc was doing over here with Jean. Honestly, I have no answer. Well, actually, I do. They were expecting Roger Scruton to walk villagers out to the south side for either gold or food. And they still are. And if they hold on a little bit longer, their read will be right. Because I think food is going to become a limiting factor. Like, you're seeing the farm transition, but even that has limitations, right? But big credit to Roger Scruton for making that choice, by the way. A lot of players wouldn't have wanted to do these farms because they cost 75 wood each. They would have rushed out here. It's a brilliant read by both players. Arc to try and cut this off, and Roger Scruton to have the foresight to understand that Jean will be waiting if she's not over here. That's why you didn't see that move out, right? When this fight happened, the first thing you should be thinking if you're purple is, where's Jean? And if you don't know, probably best not to send those poor innocent villagers off into the dark. So, Clash is now calming down. We start to look into that mid game, and it looks like Green is heading forward into Castle Age. People asking no fresh foodstuffs? No, because fresh foodstuffs has been proven to be kind of cost inefficient when you're 1 TC until you're like insanely late into the game. Losing out on 1 villager worth of production as well as paying 2 villagers worth of resources is quite a lofty investment, especially when you're going fast castle. It just doesn't pay dividends on 1 TC. I think, like, well, it does, but you have to be, like, 40 villagers in, which sounds like, okay, so the game's going to go late, it's going to pay for itself, but usually, like, 1, not every game gets that late, and 2, it's an opportunity cost. If you choose to invest 100 resources here and have 1 less villager going forward, there is a loss in the interim for about 10 to 15 minutes that just simply isn't covered. Now, you can argue that you'll make the resources back in a few villages, but once again, it's the knock-on effect of, oh, my Castle Age timing was slower. Oh, that was the difference between affording my first Lancer earlier. Well, if there's anything we've learned from French players in comparison at the very start of games, 1 extra cavalry unit really can be the difference. 1 age can be a very big difference that I think Arc is done with. Guildhall on the way. Guildhall is going to be smuggled in the back. It doesn't matter if it gets scouted out. Like 99% of games against Jeanne d'Arc involve Guildhall play. Now, keep in mind that the shenanigans around stone have been heavily nerfed. You only get 50% stone out of this now compared to other resources. So we're probably going to see Arc prioritizing, I want to say, food here. They have got plenty of gold in this area and plenty of workers here. Food, however, is going to be more difficult for them because of the fact that they didn't wall off the map. They didn't wall in pocket economies. And they are playing up against mass cavalry. Swing that cav. Misclick on the fight there. One that Roger Scruton should never have been engaging with. Does lose 2 Lancers and take some extra damage. Good build out of Arc, man. This is really well played. They are also moving to stone. I'm wondering if we are going to get 2 TC. I'd love to see a second TC out of Green on this west side. Just drop it on the deer and the boar. Would make a lot of sense because then you don't have to worry about defending this flank. And then the knock-on effect is that you can take Jeanne d'Arc out into the center and start capturing these sacred sites. Because right now, Arc has some catching up to do on level. If they want to do that, the best way to do it at this point in the game is just to capture sacred sites for 50 EXP a pop. The alternative is you would have to kill at least 2 of these Lancers and be in range. Golem-wise, you'd have to kill, what, 4 Golems to get a similar impact there? Well, 3 in a bit. So 4. Meanwhile, this objective doesn't fight you. However, riding past that objective, we've got the Lancers moving in again. Now, there are 4 Spearmen here, but they're only feudal. Folks come out. Roger Scruton has to take the initial engagement. Villagers going to start to run away, but good read by Purple. You don't need to fight him anymore. The villagers are out of range of safety here, so we'll look to snipe them down. More Spearmen are on the way. This Stealth Forest, pay attention to it because it could kill. Looks like he sees right through it. Scout was still here from Purple, so that's an important detail. It means that most of the cav here should get out. In fact, all of them get out, but barely. Only 1 villager survives from Arc. Stone's still being gathered, so we should see that second TC Where's it going to be dropped here? Because this area is not safe anymore, and it looks like Green wants to go on the offensive. It was a second TC play out of Purple in the end. Fresh Foodstuffs has finally been taken. Oh, and by the way, when we were talking about Fresh Foodstuffs and the cost efficiency, remember that 100 resource costs we were talking about? That was with Preservation of Knowledge. So usually you pay 125, right? So just another important detail to highlight there. Interesting play, actually, here. So Roger Scruton, I thought because of the map control they had, this TC, it feels like it could have been 3 or 4 tiles further southwest. That would have covered both the berry and the deer. Meanwhile, instead, now because the deer are out here, it's a bit of a risky resource later on in the game. Might not matter, though. For the time being, it looks like the Bastards are doing a good job of blocking the French Knight spam. But Arc is kind of done with that cavalry arc, right? They're moving... Oh, God, I can't believe I said that. They're moving into static units. We are going to be starting to see Men-at-Arms and Arbaletier added in. A really healthy composition up against what the Bastards are going to come out with here, but one that can be delicate. One detail you always have to give respect to Purple for is that Civ they're manning has the ability to build mangoes on the go. So if Arc goes a bit too hard into Arbaletier, they can just immediately get blocked. Nice. We take them trades. Arc is that guy in the movie that somehow luck kills, you know? Like, everyone around him dies, and he checks himself for bullet holes. Like, well, I guess I win. I don't know how. Relics now being picked up, though. Roger Scruton says, you can win that, but I'm going to win the bigger engagements. The macro game. And it really is, right? The second TC is only coming out now, so Green, a whole 10 villages behind Roger Scruton. On top of that, Purple is now playing for those relics before his opponent. And given the lay of the land, it's quite feasible we could be looking at a 4-relic game for the Abbasids. And walls are now starting to come in. Only small walls from Green here that never actually happened, right? But for Purple, it's flank walls. And it's going to be a play out now onto that flank. The fat berry stack here, good lord. This is the dream. When you find the 8 berry stack, you know life is going well, folks. So what's that? By default, it's usually 250. So usually you get 2,000 resources. But because you're playing as the Abbasids, it actually turns into 2,800 resources. Not bad. Not bad. Actually, sorry, not 2,000 resources. It's usually 2,400 resources. Instead, because you're the Abbasids, it turns into 3,200 resources. Not bad. Wait, no, my math was right? Yeah. No, ignore me. I'm an idiot. 2,000 resources. We're having a day, guys. 2,000 resources normally for anyone else becomes 2,800 resources for the Abbasids. I don't know why doing 250 times 8 was hard for my brain, but it was. The lesson here is trust your instincts. Right now, I mean, if Roger Scruton trusted his instincts there, that would have been a free dive into the base, but wasn't willing to risk it. We have got Consecration on the TCs as well, so cheaper scaling on the economy, which is showing you really what the plan here was for Arc. They didn't want to go into Mass Knights. They only went for the school of Cavalry Consecration and nothing else. Our raid is going to come in. Dude, the timing on that was sick from Arc. The understanding of how this map is now playing, they know they cannot easily raid the north side because the army's positioned there, but immediately asks this question in his brain, what about the south? The answer is quite simple. Oh, he hadn't got to defending it yet. Eco lead is still big for Roger Scruton, though. 13 ahead. Hasn't been able to pick up more relics. Now, that's kind of the surprising detail about the choice by Purple to play north side of the map instead. If they went south side, there's a lot of resources down here. Big gold, a lot of food, but there's also 2 relics. So a little bit surprised they made this choice, and now Arc gets an opportunity to block any move by the army to shift south side. In fact, we're seeing the Cav split off for the main engagement, which means that right now this dive is a pristine timing for Arc. Green making their way into the base. Arbaletier, spears, Men-at-Arms, and a few knights. And the lines are going to start to spread out. Now, backstabs are coming in, but 1 or 2 melee there to meet him. Jeanne d'Arc on the way. She still hasn't arrived yet, so missing out on a lot of XP. And the Divine Restoration needs to be used, but it's going to be too late. Green, with this dive, loses the front line, but Jeanne d'Arc up to level 3. What can she do with it, though, is the big question. She has got the cleaves, but Jean Cleave not really finding impact right now. I don't know what happened there. That was just a A misread on the situation. Green way too late to the engagement with Jeanne d'Arc. Means he doesn't save the front line and now has no easy way out himself. Camels also do counter Jeanne in this position. And GG gets called instantly there. Green, we said they'd only played about 8 games on Jeanne, and I think it kind of showed a little in this one. The timings fell off, the positioning wasn't there. And I think for all this talk we constantly see and hear about how broken and strong Jeanne is, you can see it's a double-edged sword. She can be incredibly strong, but the entire Civ looks incredibly weak if you mistime or misposition her just a little bit. And I mean, that was more than just a little bit of a misposition there. Arc not having Jeanne with the main army when that dive commenced cost Arc any chance of recovering this game. Now, I don't know who Purple is. We know it's a Smurf. We know it could be a number of different people. It could be someone like Avali, for example, who I think is unaccounted for at the top leaderboards. But still, they definitely play like a top 30, top 40 player. That was a really cool build out of the Abbasses. I love the fact that they just didn't engage with Jeanne. They found a very crafty way to use Preservation of Knowledge, probably the most underused Feudal Age tech right now. Typically, we only see Culture Wing at Castle Age Plus, but this was a really cool, different approach to the Abbasses that has been missing for a long time. I love that Purple brought it back. Did I not record that game? I don't think I recorded that game. Wait, did I really not record? I actually think I didn't, which is annoying because that's actually a really good one to try and upload. Damn it. Oh, I didn't record it. Well, screw me. All right, anyway, fine. We'll just have to find more games to replace it. I can download the VOD. It's annoying, though, because the VOD quality tends to be worse, right? But whatevs. Let's move on. More games. Who have we got next? Anti-Zionist. What? I think Arc is up against another high-rank account there. Is that not like the rank 33? Let's have a look quickly. I mean, it's Jeanne versus the English, which historically for Jeanne did not end well. They are ranked 138th, so that's one option. Let's see if we've got some other people active at the second. Ooh, Caminodal. What rank are they up to now? I know they play a lot in the Warchief Club. Ranked 600th. Okay, so they... I remember when we last cast them, I think they were around like 500th, so they've been slipping a little. Let's keep looking, see who we've got. Kimchi B. Caleb Slava Ukraini. Have we not got any of the high rankers on right now? Is that the case? I think we might not. Oh, actually, Vertex. I haven't cast Vertex in a very long time. I don't remember the last time I cast them, actually. Vertex 197th right now versus the Chippy Chippy account. That could be an interesting one, actually. I think we go for that. We'll have to wait, I think, 3 minutes because they are literally at the very, very beginning of the game. But should be worth it. I think it's the highest ranked matchup we've got online right now. And will be cool to check in on Chippy Chippy. I haven't had a chance to look at them yet. Okay, so 3.5 minutes. That's actually a good opportunity for me to like check who else has been playing the last day or two. Vortex also playing, but he's queuing. He's not in the game yet, so we can check in on Vortex later. I figure we expand the horizon instead of just looking at literally the same 2 to 5 players all the time. I want to try to expand it a bit. I think it's also more interesting for people to see people rank between 100 and 500 as well, because the problem of only ever showing the absolute best at the game is it puts the entire meta and the competitive nature of it on a pedestal that makes it very unattractive to more average players, if that makes sense. It's why I want to start bringing back Bronze League Legends, actually. So if I do have any bronzes, this is a safe space. ! Discord, go across. There's a low elo channel there that you can drop your replays in. Just let me know the details. There's also a mid elo and a high elo. So if you do have some interesting replays that you've been a part of or you witnessed somewhere else, let me know there. It's really challenging to consistently find high quality games on my own. So anything that you guys see, you let me know. It's actually a really big help. Dinky's playing some team games with Guz. We might check in on one of those. I think they were doing... Is he doing 2v2s? They were doing 4v4s when I checked earlier, and I was like, 4v4s can get a bit wonky sometimes, I think. 3v3s tends to be the sweet spot. Yo, what's up, Hymenea? The 10 stream streak. Damn. I think I saw Neri earlier with a 15 stream streak. Look at you guys go. Whew. KP, we have a tournament going on right now. I don't know if you know about it. I know about it. I was contacted by one of the admins, but I've been keeping an eye on the channel. No one's scheduled their game still. So I definitely want to cast some of those, but it does require people to schedule their games. I was hoping they were going to schedule some yesterday or today, but we'll see. For those that don't know, Neri's talking about they've got the Chiefs of War Chief going on, which is running, I believe, from now until to early January. But the players have to schedule the games. And there are some interesting players in there. You've got the likes of Wham. I believe Lash might be in there. I don't know if he's just casting, though. Who else was there in terms of players? I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. Got Wham. There's Sassy. There's Kazi Johan. I think Urk might be in there. Warspite. There's a bunch of them. 4v4 when you checked? Okay. We'll wait for the 3v3s, maybe. There's also the low elo version. Yeah, but is it low or is it... Because your low elo, isn't it like gold or what? I don't know. So the weird thing about the low elo series is I kind of find the low elo series is more interesting from a non-competitive standpoint, if that makes sense. What I want is the interesting replays of like... This is not meant as an insult. Actually, I shouldn't be taking it as an insult. It's just catching people in their natural environment. I almost treat the elo series, the Bronze League Legends, like a documentary almost. Because I want to catch very interesting low-ranked players in their natural habitat, right? I want to just find these beautiful creatures that exist in the depths of Elo. We had a few before that I think are inactive now, so we're always on the look for more. It's kind of like the example of people like Wall, right? Like, the Legend of Wall from AoE 2 is an incredible one. If you don't know it, folks, T90 Legend of Wall, it's a player that literally, he walls in his opponents and slowly kills them with Siege. Every game. All right. Looks like we have got a game, though. Shall we get to it? I'll just catch up and chat. I think we're all caught up, actually. You went Gamblewing with Ibids and Imp, and you can get 1,025 food or wood with 42.5 gold. Yes, but you do need trade to keep that going infinitely, so it has some limitations. But can potentially be cool. I think everything else has been read up on. Let's go! All right, let's go to Himeyama for a showdown, a hoedown between Vortex. That's right, I said that in a very specific way to make you think it was Vortex. No, it's Vertex. Vortex's little bro. They're actually not related, but Vertex is a very capable player, actually consistently in the top 200 on the leaderboard, playing as the Ottomans here, up against the new kid on the block, the fresh meme. It's the Chippy Chippy Chappa Chappa in the blue, playing as Order of the Dragon. And Chippy Chippy Chappa Chappa has been getting chipped away at, actually, all day. They've been matching up against a lot of top-level players. They are ranked 51st on the leaderboard. They have been ranking against Poppy Paw, Matisse, Corvinus, you name it. They've had plenty of tough opponents. And they have been actually holding out their own fair share, ranked 51st on the leaderboard right now. And an interesting opening here. Didn't go for the racks immediately. Instead, they went for the dock. I love this play because the cool thing about doing this to Order of the Dragon, you can't contest Order of the Dragon. No, for real. You try and see what happens. They have a villager that has more health, so you'd always have to bring more villagers. On top of that, they can rush up a racks because they build it so much quicker than you that they get it up in time. So the reason why this is a very hard play to threaten is that you have to bring 2 villagers, and even if you do, 2 villagers, if they get scouted, Chippy Chippy could have just immediately built a racks and your player's dead, and you just wasted eco. So I think this is a move being made by Chippy Chippy here that's going to be very strong with Order of the Dragon in general on maps that have these pocket ecos you want to play for, like the center of Himeyama. And the cool thing about setting a Rax up in the center here afterwards, folks, gives you a quick way of defending any assault onto this dock, and also a shorter route to reinforce any dive towards Vertex's base. Vertex went for a much slower opening here, went into the military school, which means they are going to passively start producing spearmen. These spearmen, although they are produced for free, are not going to fare well against pretty much anything they'll meet from the Order of the Dragon. We'll just have to see if what they're going to meet is going to be that Rax play. There's enough Straggler Tree wood left if they want to play for it, right? You got 122 wood here. That seems to be it, actually. I feel like they've... Does the math add up? I guess it does. So 122 wood. They would have about enough for the Rax, but I think they'd be shy on the Spearmen, actually, because they went free fishing boats. So instead, they'll have to set up the lumber camp. Luckily for them, Vertex... Oh, wow. This is a 50-50 coin flip, huh? He hadn't scouted this area yet, folks. Instead, he'd gone looking for sheep, so the Spearman comes in on the wrong side of the base, which means Chippy Chippy will not be blocked off at all. It would have been hard to block them off anyway. I mean, these villagers, like we said, they're just so strong. Compare them to normie villagers. Look at the difference maker. 6 damage, 50 health, versus 7 damage and 65. So you compare that to a Dark Age Spearman, 7 damage and 80 health. 2 of these villagers could easily kill you. So maybe it's for the better. He just keeps this Spearman alive. Little Tony, he gets to go home and say hello to his kids. Soon, we're going to be saying hello to Feudal Age. Both players going up. Minaret Dresser on one side. We're going to have the Archon Chapel on the other. Archon Chapel, an interesting choice, actually. One we're not seeing frequently, and also love this out of Chippy Chippy. This is very reminiscent of the HRE and learning those days. I mean, it's something that HRE players would already have been conscious of for a long time now, to move your sheep to the side of your TC that the Archon's at. But it's one of those things that it could have been very easy to forget about with the Order of the Dragon, simply because this Civ doesn't tend to build Archon. And usually if they build Archon, it's not about these weird placements, right? It's always kind of towards the wood lines on the south, for example, or on the stone. Still, very interesting to go in for this. Villager is able to get back safely there. There isn't going to be a dive attempt. 23 health, just too much. So does have his dot play, does have his age up. And he has his age up ahead of Vertex. That's an interesting detail there. 4 villagers versus 4 villagers. Remember, the Order of the Dragon do build 20% faster, so they'll always win that age up speed. Now, it looks like it's going to be hard on the food here, so understanding that he's going to need to fight in some capacity. Has got a lot of people already on wood. The nice thing about, I think, Order of the Dragon with these type of Archon placements is the Archon is kind of nice, but you're less constrained, shall we say, than HRE. An HRE player having an Archon like this would feel like the game is terrible because they didn't get their wood. For the Order of the Dragon, you have to remember this buff they get is only a 10% increase on the Mass Inspire because you have a 25% base increase already. So for this Civ, compared to normal HRE, having to play without Aura on this wood isn't a downside. It's so much of a non-factor, you even see them now going into archery range and into the archers, which is a cool play here. Vertex on the other side of this, what is their reaction going to be? Because if they start scaling archers, they actually just lose this game. It's an impossible matchup, I think, because if you start mirroring the archer count, you won't be able to get to a big enough mass to even dive these archers of the Order of the Dragon. You have to remember that these archers they produce have extra health, extra damage, and extra range. For good reason. They are a 2-in-1 special, right? 60 food and 100 wood is a high price, but this is totally worth that price of admission. So instead, Chippy Chippy goes back onto the goal. We are actually getting a fast castle build, aren't we? I actually love this, like building the one archer to deal with any spearman harassment and now going towards fast castle. And also keep in mind that Vertex can't burn down the dock because we're in feudal, which means if he hangs around, a galley is going to come out to play. And that's the brilliance of this play, by the way, out of Chippy Chippy. By going for an archery range, which, by the way, did get scouted, the immediate reaction of Vertex was to drop a stable and start actively producing Sipahi, which, A, keeps him further away from Castle Age, and B, means you got baited into countering something that's not going to be there. Now, admittedly, it was still 150 wood investment by Chippy Chippy, but the fact that Vertex then invested in the Sipahi means they go past the point of both having evenly invested, and now Vertex starts to burn money. Now, in fairness, stopping at 2 Sipahi although he pays more for these compared to normal horsemen, you are at least close to the cost of the archer, right? The archer is double that of a normal one. Still a premium, admittedly, for the Sipahi, but not as bad as if this was like an HRE player had built one archer and you built 4 horsemen, right? That would have been catastrophic. This game might still be Chaos Fury unwinding for Vertex. He's being forced into an all-feudal. And Chippy Chippy's done with this age. It's going to be Castle Age. This is going to be a Regnitz play. He's already got the outpost up on the gold as well, so not an area that Vertex can even think about diving, especially considering the Arrow Slits grade has already come in, so he's got that 10 damage per shot. Let's say he's now trying to burn down the dock. Regnitz on the way, though. I actually think Chippy Chippy just builds an archer ship here. Yeah, this should be the food drop-off to get a galley. There you go. Pumps it straight away. Oh, dude, the timing on this as well. Maybe this is a tiny bit too greedy from Blue. I think the dock could burn here. Vertex has to just hang around and out-micro. If he pulls away from this and doesn't finish the dock, he's going to be behind. Chippy Chippy. Going in for one final drop-off. He knows that he's going to lose the dock soon. Like, even with the galley play there, it's just not going to stop this. So galley comes out. Vertex. Come on, no, you don't stop. You go. You 100% go for this. Nice micro. Beautiful micro there. Baiting him onto the spears. So dock is burnt to a crisp. No fishing coming in for Chippy Chippy. But keep in mind, they now have a very healthy eco situation on land, considering they've got that aura. They've got the Regnitz almost complete. And that means they're going to be shifting into Castle Age units. Now, the question on my mind is, do we see Gilded Knights or do we see Horsemen? I imagine we're going to be looking at Knights. They just need to fix their food, though. They've got 6 people gathering here. They've got a lot of gold to work with. I think this is the type of game where he's going to be a little bit delayed on that first night. Yeah, 280s required. Maybe you just go for a Horseman to kind of open the field, but probably feels that he needs that first night to even defend this. Vertex. Now looking for an entry, but you just don't find it here, man. 3-1 placements also coming in. So Garrison to both the outposts. Archer is going to be dove. There's a lot of damage coming in, though. And the problem is Springle Tower is about to upgrade. So this is a really bad dive now for Vertex. Upgrade comes in. Prelate starting to be sniped. But look at the losses already. So many cavalry units going down. And Vertex, a heavy loss to his army, right? I think he lost, like, what, 4 cav units? Essentially a quarter of his effective army. I say his effective army because, yeah, he's got these spears. The numbers add up a bit more there, but the Spearmen aren't going to really do much here. It's all about the Sipahi and the raids they can find, but now with the Gilded Knight coming out, this game gets very uncomfortable for Vertex. Vertex, I think he just halts production here and has to go Castle Age as quickly as possible. Does at least have those spears to guard the closest relic, but I'm wondering if that is the first thought in Chipper's mind. I imagine Chippy probably wants to go for the mid-map relics, and yeah, they're already shifting for the northern one. Gilded Knight looking for a target. Your horse versus the one she tells you not to worry about. Yeah, this guy will win any bar fight, folks. Gilded Knight, 400 HP, 5 melee armor. For some reason, he got more. 36 damage with the sword, 45 with the lance. He almost one-hits villagers with just the lance attack. He's a strong boy. And he's about to get some strong hits. Look at Vertex and where he is. Well, that is about to be a freebie. Sipahi, in the meantime, raiding in. People wondering, is Sipahi an odd choice here? I don't think so. I think if you need to play a long feudal, it's your best choice. You at least have the ability to try and snipe out villagers. The problem is the timing was completely off on this, right? He kind of got baited a little. Because here's the thing. If you go archers against this, it just doesn't work. The extra range the archers that Chippy would have had would have been better. And shout out to Warman coming in with the raid. If Vertex could raid as good as Warman Cutie is able to, this game would already be over in his favor. Instead, we ride deeper into that Castle Age. And Chippy finally able to drop off that first relic. Also now with the Gilded boys coming in. Gigantism Boy 1-0 is going to look for the big hit. And just look how much fire he's tanking. It will take on the world. Now, the funny thing about Gilded Knights, due to the Gigantism, they're probably going to die by the age of 30, but plenty of people will die to them by the time that happens. So he's going to try to shift away. I think he overstayed his welcome there, did not respect the TC defenses. An unfortunate read there by Chippy. If he had actually reacted sooner with about 100 health here, I would actually back him to kill these Sipahi. I will definitely back this one to kill the Sipahi. So one knight goes down. Vertex realizes the mistake there, though. Doesn't hang around any longer. Remember, these knights are slow. They cannot gap close on Sipahi. Second relic has been picked up in the meantime, though. Chippy Chippy. Still scaling into just knights here, so nothing else being added in. Interestingly enough, Vertex didn't add in spears, but they are going to get more options on the horizon. Mehmed Imperial Armory now being built. Sipahi. The cool thing about Sipahi actually against the Gilded Knights is they do have very high base damage. So they're not the worst unit compared to Horsemen. Like if a Horseman was attacking here, they'd have 9 damage by default compared to the Sipahi 12. So that's an extra 3, which well and truly goes above and beyond the extra 1 melee armor Gilded Knights get. Their health pool, kind of a different factor. That health pool is what allows them to die for a very long time. Dive comes in onto Vertex again. He hasn't noticed yet. Oh my. He'll finally pull back, but losses now starting to add up here, right? That's going to be 8 villagers dead so far in this game compared to the 1 strike that Chippy Chippy's lost. Remember, Ezekiel are better, right? These villagers, much better. 25% increased gathering rate by default. A lot of them are getting buffed up in this area under the gold and under the farms, which means he's even further ahead. Now, passive reduction does start to kick in once Castle Age is reached, but we've only just got there. It's going to take time. I love this archership as well. Dude, he baits him in under it. That's a sick read by Chippy Chippy. That was really cool, actually, to pull him there, knowing he had this archership that's had no other worth this entire time. I'm wondering, actually, if this Sipahi count ever goes down, Chippy Chippy might try to sneak out for another dock. And just to confirm for people, no. Vertex is not Vortex. Vertex is a different guy. Vertex is fairly capable, though. I think he's... On average, I'd say he's ranked 150, 250-ish each season. Right now, he's ranked about 200th. He has taken games from some of the top players in the past. So, a capable dude. Never had that deep run in competitive, though. But the cool thing is, in a replay, if you say his name the correct way, people get baited and they think it's Vortex. Vortex! See? I did actually say Vertex there, but you fought. Villagers forced off here. Sipahi in with the dive again. This could be big. He needs to find targets and he needs to find them fast, though. Vertex. These are not upgraded Sipahi, though. So they do not kill as quickly as they otherwise would have. But still, they'll kill hard. Check that out. Now up and taking the lead on worker kills. A really big deal in this game because that's meant to be difficult to do up against the Order of the Dragon. However, this is an Order of the Dragon that has 2 more relics on the way home, and that is going to pad the difference here. Vertex needs to find more. And he did just lose all the Sipahi. Wow, there's 7 left, but the lead he had, 5 compared to the 5 active in the field right now. He is actively rebooming them. I believe he's pumping them right now out of stables. So an opportunity to kind of keep that lead. But relics on the way home to Papa. There's only 1 unaccounted for, and Chippy Chippy's going for it now. How the hell has he managed to get these so freely? I do not know. It seems like Chippy just baited his opponent with this Mass Gilded Knight strap, which you never expect to work, if we're being totally real here. Like, Gilded Knights are really tanky. They look really obnoxious, but they're usually quite ineffective because of how slow they are to build up. Not just because of the time it takes, but also the cost. But Chippy Chippy, despite that, has made it work really well. And has this kind of crazy combo where Inspired Warriors is super effective here. He's got a lot of products and only Knights. This is a really effective comp to buff, because remember, Inspired Warriors, it's an increase in your damage as a percentage. And these Gilded Knights hit incredibly hard, actually. So if you get a prelate out in the mid-map and you start buffing, it means these Gilded Knights can actually one-hit these villagers if they don't have textiles. Even with textiles, there's a guaranteed 2-hit. I think actually, even without... No, without having... Actually, yes. Without actually having the inspiration buff now, funnily enough... Yeah, this is kind of weird, actually. So against Gilded Knights, textiles is less effective. And by less effective, it's kind of almost irrelevant. Because if they lance into sword, they actually have enough damage to still kill you, which is really, really annoying. It does mean that textiles is still going to be valuable after the lance attack, right? That sword damage is still going to save you from just getting 2-tapped down, but still. Kind of an annoying little detail there. And it's a weird one that many players won't be used to because obviously the Order of the Dragon function the way they do. They change a lot of the different matchup feelings you're used to, like how much can a villager tank, right? How many spearmen do I need to take down a knight? Those numbers are all different because these units are twice as effective, right? The way I like to describe it is that all the Order of the Dragon members were twins that ate their twin in utero. Hence why they are two people in one. They've absorbed the power. It's Highlander. Oh, right on the backside. Villagers are going to turn on it, though. Probably not the place to raid there. Prelate's also here to heal off the damage, so nice play there. Chippy Chippy. Now with this many Prelates, they're going to guarantee those villagers don't die to these baby raids. Also, keep in mind that in the last 1 or 2 minutes, Worker Kill lead has gone back to Chippy Chippy. Only a free eco lead for Vertex, but that's really not a free eco lead. Not when you consider the efficiency of the Order of the Dragon and the fact that this is a 5-relic game. Now, 5-relic games usually are an insta-GG, it feels like, for the HRE. And by extension, I'd say the Order of the Dragon, especially with this build, it's the prey to win. And keep in mind, we've got Inspired Warriors on the way and a Langsneck transition. Vertex, does he see this? Barely. He should notice, though, and stop pumping many spears, right? He needs to get into range units here. Oh, this is so hard, man. Melee tech upgrades also coming. Such a difficult game right now. Raid on the north side, though. Spearman moving up here. Langsneck and Knights are reacting, though. There's no brace. There's no stun. A slow reaction out of Vertex, and one that's going to cost him dearly. Spearmen are dead. He's now down to just 4. Raid comes into the Sipahi. Onto the Eco lands, though. Chippy Chippy does get caught out of position here. Isn't reacting either. Knights are rushing back, but the villagers are still working. Finally, the garrison comes out. But heavy losses occurred here. Now, 18 worker kills in total, so he just got 7 more Dragon Villager picks. Won't be able to find more, though. Knights should be able to push this away. In fact, Vertex... he notices. Thank God he notices there. If this army gets cleared up, folks, the game is over. Because look at the military mass right now. 45 to 21. The only edge that Vertex potentially has is he can split off his forces into more groups and theoretically hold more areas. That isn't going to remain true for long, though. The moment that Chippy gets to that stage where he's able to bulk his forces here, with that inspiration buff, he will decimate any army. I cannot state enough how strong these Lanks are. With the inspiration buff, they hit like a truck. With that inspiration buff, that 15% increase, they are going to get an extra 3 and a little bit damage. They will hit for 25 in an AoE swipe. Enough to free hit these villagers. Flash comes out onto the outpost. This is looking bad right now. Vertex has to take the fight. He's trying to get the troops back. Instead, he ends up taking a fight over here. Spearmen do ambush, but that means your army are not defending your eco. And you can't defend this area. Torch damage is double on these units, which means the towers are most definitely dead. The heal just keeps coming out to guarantee they won't even die to this. Janissaries have now been pulled, but villagers are being pulled down into the depths. 5 more villagers dead, 5 more still to die. And that now is going to be a 5 eco lead for Chippy Chippy. No way he gets away from this, right? Formation shuffle almost makes it look competitive. Villagers, all but 1, go down. Prelates now tanking on the front side of this. That's actually good. What's happening there right now, the Spearmen are blocked by the Sipahi, and the Sipahi are not trading well at all. Prelate mass still at 7. This inspiration buff is quite the tricky predicament. The cleaves coming out for Langsneck. Those health bars are going to start dropping if he's not careful. Janissaries, great micro there to snipe them down. So we'll be able to clean up most of the army. But he loses it all in the end. It's simply not going to be enough. He has a handful of Sipahi, no Janissaries to speak of, and that was just wave number 1. Chippy Chippy, 7 more Langsneck to play with. Now, these mangoes, these springles, they are a good answer to the Gilded Langsneck. However, there are compounding issues here, folks. You might have counted the Langsneck, but now that the Spearmen and the Sipahi are gone, Chippy Chippy is making a transition into the Men-at-Arms. Now, this is no Mindwork play, so we're not going to see the Gilded Armor coming. We're not going to see the Golden Cuirass, rather, coming out. But they are still going to hit like a truck at this stage of the game. Janissary is not a bad answer to them. You could argue maybe actually Chippy should be adding in Horsemen, and I hope that's what we're going to see here, right? With the Gilded Knights, I don't feel like they're needed as much anymore. Go Horsemen plus Men-at-Arms here, and you actually you have the ability to raid more cost efficiently. You don't really want to have those Horsemen deal with the Janissaries necessarily, but it's going to be a faster way of stabbing the backline here than these Knights that don't exactly move fast and threatening. All's going up from Vertex. Nice little pinch there between the troops in the military school. And the other Knight is going to run into a corner. The game has started to slow down a bit now. Militarily, Chippy isn't going crazy here. It's starting to look like this might be an Imperial Age play out of Order of the Dragon. In fact, I'm almost certain this is... I mean, they are scaling into Archers, which is an interesting choice here against Sipahi, but it's because they're seeing Janissaries. Now, what makes the Order of the Dragon Gilded Archers super sick against Janny play? Janissaries already have a range issue, right? They only have 3.5 tower range. It's bad enough when you face off against regular Archers, but these Gilded Archers have extra tower range compared to the normies. Check this. Wait, where are they? They're hiding somewhere from us. Oh, he hasn't built them yet. I feel like one should have came out by now. What the hell happened there? So yeah, check this. Look at that range. 5.5 tower range. They have 2 extra tiles. This is equivalent to Archers versus Lombos right now. On top of that, as is being highlighted by chat, yes, you can get a lot of ranged armor. There's this tech right here. The Dragon Scale Lever is bonkers. Plus free ranged armor for the cost of 1 blacksmith upgrade. Another interesting thing, actually, is like this seems like he's kind of choking building these against Mangoes, but you need quite a few Mangoes to actually counter Gilded Archers. What you have to remember about this unit is it has about 1.7-ish times the health pool of a regular Archer, which means that double Mango, for example, doesn't just counter it. You need 3 or 4. Now, Vertex has that, but he has it once. If he loses those at any point, it's going to be GG. Awesome. Wrap around the back now. This could be a good raid. He has actually also, I believe, has he got the movement speed? No. So he didn't go for the aura point. It's just going to be the standard meta aura for the attack speed. We're going to find 1 or 2 troops being pushed back. Now, interesting detail here is Chippy still hasn't walled this off at all. I'm a bit surprised because they are leaving themselves fairly exposed. Kind of feels like this is a game where Vertex shouldn't be getting the room to breathe that he is. Right now, this map should be suffocating him, but instead, because he walled up, he's able to take these more confident strides than he otherwise would. Chippy, can he cut him off here? Maybe... no. It's really difficult, folks. The thing with this Civ is they don't have marching drills, so these infantry are incredibly slow. Mangoes are on the move, though. Now, someone's asking a question around the Mangoes. Do they count as ranged? No, they count as siege. You can see that in the brackets there. So the ranged armor doesn't impact that at all, but what it means is these Janissaries do very little damage. They hit for 16. Remember, the things with Janissaries is they tend to have a better attack speed, but worse damage than like your standard hand cannoneers, partially because you get access to them too earlier, and partially because they're a unique unit that counts cavalry. But what that means is the ranged armor is more effective against this unit than it would be against those hand cannoneers, right? Hand cannoneers hitting for 35, Janny is hitting for 16. So it means that as the Order of the Dragon, if you get your ranged upgrades and you get the Dragon Scale lever, your archers reduce Janny's damage by 1/3. Raiding by Sipahi. It's getting harder when they're trying to reach through these houses. I think this is something that maybe Chippy should take note of and just keep doing this, right? Create these choke points. It makes it much more difficult for the Sipahi to flood through. And much more risky as well, actually. Because it means whenever you have to turn around and run away, you end up just causing a traffic jam and losing a few troops. Looks like he's content with the state of things. Chases with 7 spearmen and sends the army out. And the funny part is 7 spearmen here up against 40 Sipahi. 14 Sipahi, rather. 40 would be different. I actually back the spearmen to win every day of the week. Push coming in. And Spy buff is there. Check the damage on the Gilded Men-at-Arms. 22 per strike. Lang's hitting for 26. Everything dies fast here. This keep cannot go up. There is no way he's going to get this. He sees it. Chippy goes in with a dive. Langsticker in the mix as well. There's a massacre. Vertex. He instantly loses 10. He's going to lose more. The chase around the flank here. More villagers coming out to try and body block this and finish it off. It's going to be tight. It's going to be close. But I don't know if he's going to get it. Vertex. He needs that final tap. He barely gets the keep. But he loses everything for it. Down to 18 villagers. It's a massacre. Wow. That was a bold move, Cotton. You could see how up against the ropes Vertex was there. A desperation keep against possibly the sole worst Civ to attempt it. What a read by Chippy to keep going in for the Lanks as well. Never cut the production, knowing they had enough gold to guarantee that surge of forces. And also a great read. That inspired warrior tech allowed them to slice through those villages like a hot knife through butter, which seemed appropriate because Chippy was hungry for that win. In fact, the more I call him Chippy, the more hungry I get myself. Ooh, good game. Good lordy lord. What a fight there. Oh. So, Chippy, don't know who that belongs to, but very talented player. Should we see if them or someone else is queuing again? See who we can catch next. We've got a few minutes until that starts, so we can layer the options, but I think it's probably going to end up being Chippy versus Vortex here. We have got Umbrella Kebab back against Practicing Account. Great name. Who else have we got? Cami Noodle. I think we've checked most of the rest, so we're probably... Oh, there's Dumu versus someone called AI. So we've got Dumu versus AI, or we've got Vortex versus Chippy. I've got a feeling we're probably going to want Vortex versus Chippy, aren't we? I mean, it's Order the Dragon versus Random, or what was Dumu? Ibids versus Delhi is quite interesting on Rocky River. I do think I want that Vortex game, though. Is it Byzantines? Oh, interesting. Yeah, we definitely want this then. Order the Dragon versus Byzantines. That's kind of a wild one. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That's good. Oh, blimey. Oh, stretchy. So we've got 2 minutes until we start. Good reminder, folks. If you've got Twitch Prime, use them here. We're going to aim to have... I think I want to do, including today, at least 2 more streams before Christmas. I might take... Which day will I take off? Well, I probably have stuff to do on the weekend. But... either tomorrow or Thursday I'm going to take off, but definitely turn notifications on so you know which one it's going to be. I'll definitely aim to get a stream up on Friday. But yeah, good time to sub, actually, considering it's 25% cheaper. And on average at the moment, I think we've been doing, what has it been, chat? Has it been like 4 to 5 streams a week, 6 hours a pop? Not bad, not bad. Surprised I haven't ran out of games yet. Also, the reason why I want you guys to have those notifications turned on is I want to start doing community games. But to do that, we need enough people. The goal with the community games is usually to have you guys play, and I will cast them. I might even join in on a few. But I really want to start getting those kind of community activities going again that we used to do regularly, instead of just doing solely top-level casts. Right. A minute away. What about... Oh, Cliffside, dude. This gets more exciting the more details I realize on it. Cliffside is genuinely my favorite map right now. I actually think Cliffside is going to be... People won't accept it over Dry Arabia, but it's going to be borderline Dry Arabia. As in, like, it's that good. I actually think it's going to be one of the most competitively viable maps in the game. That'd be great. Hell yeah, it would. I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, I want to... The thing that I love about doing community games, casting games for you guys and whatnot,
Now you're my
it allows you guys to kind of be more involved in the process, and us to kind of build a community instead of this just being somewhere you catch a cast every once in a while. Shout out to Jones coming in the raid. Thank you very much, my friend. Hopefully you had a good stream, and you brought the people in just in time to see some Chippy versus Vortex. Wait until I see the map contest maps. I feel like you're going to be hard strung to beat Cliffside, though. Cliffside is goated right now. People just haven't realized it yet because it's early days, but mark my words, folks, people are going to realize soon. Should we get to it? Whew. Alrighty, right. Boys, gals, and non-binary pals, welcome one and all to the Age of Empires 4 action. We are hopping into a Vortex game live on the ladder. Vortex versus Chippy Chappa Chappa. Most definitely a Smurf, especially after those Order of the Dragon plays we just witnessed recently. But they are going to have to flex those Order of the Dragon muscles to come out ahead here. They are in a clash with a top 2 finisher in the EGC Finals 2023. One of the best players in the game right now. It is, of course, El Sensei, a.k.a. Vortex, playing on the Byzantines. Now, interestingly enough, to open this up, Chippy did not even go for the racks. They didn't even try to get that harassment opening onto the Byzantines. And apparently, Crackney said, is this... Okay, so it's confirmed that this is indeed Anatan. I could see that, actually. Like, you know, I was trying to remember who I saw doing this regularly, and that would add up. This double farm opening from Order of the Dragon, I've only seen, like, a few players do it, and I believe Anatan was one of them, so it would make a lot of sense. For those wondering the rank of this player, Anatan, on this account, ranked 50th with 25 games played. El Sensei, on the other side, however, definitely has the higher number. They're ranked 7th right now on the leaderboards with 2,164 elo after 84 games. We could be in for a quick one. It's fair to say that Vortex tends to dispatch of his opponents quite quickly or get dispatched quite quickly. It's interesting as well because Vortex's playstyle leans into that he's one of the most aggressive players. He doesn't look to drag games out, which then puts a very big question mark on this game, and that's why pick the Byzantines. What has he got in mind? Because it's fair to say that actually right now, the area of the game that players have said they struggle with this Civ is the early game. Late game, Byzantines look bonkers. Things like the Limitane and the scalability of their production, the olive oil mercenaries, it all looks so good in that late game, so strong. But the reason why this Civ has not been performing well is because its early game is a bit of a wet fart. It's not exactly impressive. It's quite disgusting to look at. It feels like it always gets ran over before it can truly come online. And yes, I do believe Vortex did go random here, but we still get to see Byzantines, so I still accept it either way. And it's going to be Byzantines on a more aggressive map. That's the thing about Cliffside, is it looks very defensive, but it's kind of not. The reason is that it would be a defensive map if it wasn't for the choice by the map designers to spawn you further forward. If players spawned back in these corners, this would be a very turtly type map in a way. But what I love about Cliffside and what makes me think it's going to be a S tier, if not bare minimum A tier competitive map overall all time, is that a lot of civs can function because of this mix between defensive points and aggressive points. Being this close means civs like the English can actually get aggro, Mongols as well, but also these choke points mean that if you are actually present, you can control the flow and slow the game down. And even if that happens, you still have options on the flanks to exploit in that early mid-game also. So, tech up's on the way. Also, Anatan is going to be going in for the Anchored Chapel over here. Meanwhile, on the other side, Vortex is going to be going for the Imperial Hippodrome. So, really fits with his style. Vortex is considered to be the sole most aggressive player in competitive Age of Empires 4. Nobody comes close to scratching what this guy does, because this guy will all in any aggro. Some players might seem more raidy, more pokey, but the difference is that while you're poking and you're just like tickling at the side, Vortex is going in for the full body slam from the top rope. With that, we are going to see the level 3 system rushed up here. Interesting that he puts it on the forward, unless... Is he planning to play Deer after he gets map aggro? That would be a very interesting play. I haven't seen that before. Usually this type of system would be placed out to the east because you've got extra berries over here. And the reason you want to be on berries with the Byzantines is because the gathering on these gives you a lot of olive oil. It's meant to be 30% with the Byzantines, but it's actually not. You get 50% of what you gather as food is olive oil if it's berries. So incredibly powerful tool for the Byzantines. That's actually a good way of looking at Crackney. It is top 8 versus top 2 based on EGC Finals, right? Hell yeah. Let's see what he can do. So far, he's very, very passive. It's interesting as well. I'm wondering, Chippy, good old Anatan, did he intentionally dodge the early Rax play because of who he's against? Assuming that his opponent would go into aggressive play himself, he didn't want to get caught in it. He is, however, going to have to add in something now. And understandably, it's going to be the Rax here. He scouted out the Hippodrome. He understands Horsemen are on the way. It's interesting as well, because I feel like this Imperial Hippodrome play is somewhat less effective, actually, against the Order of the Dragon. The reason is that one of the big boons of the Hippodrome play is scaling Horsemen into Expilatores. It gives you an easy way of sniping down villages and getting paid to do it as well. Why it's less efficient against Order of the Dragon is they have less villages, and those villages are more tanky, so it's not as easy to just catch them off guard with your opponent not looking. Now, I say that, it might open up decently. It looks like a quick reaction comes out of Anatan, though, pulls back off the gold. He's actually hoarding quite a bit of gold here. I'm wondering if this is a fast castle type build in his mind. It kind of feels that way, right? Has got a Spearman out to defend. Yeah, this is fast castle. He's gone double farm. How many sheep we got here? He's got 7 workers on the sheep. He should have a decent amount left. Yeah, 12 sheep overall. New load coming in. This is fast castle. I mean, I say that. He's going for men-at-arms. Okay, ignore me. It's not fast castle at all. He's hanging around. That's interesting, actually. I'm very surprised by this, because I think fast castle makes a lot of sense here. But the thing with these horsemen is, against standard spearmen, you can actually triumph and contest spears. But against gigantism spears, it doesn't work very well because the damage is too high. Remember, you get the +2 heal every second, but +2 heal against what? Wow, you heal for 4 for every 52 damage you take. It's not a good trade. That's Beirut, not Belarus. Jesus Christ. Are we just done trusting Crackety here? You know what? I'm just going to call him Blue. Or Chippy. So this is not Anatan. Crackety is just ignorant of flags around the world. To think I modded this guy on my channel. No, it's Anatan. It is Anatan? Okay, it is Anatan. Okay. Thank you. I take back what I said. Crackety is a wonderful mod. You were just joking. You say this, but I just don't trust people with flags anymore. I've seen so many casual mistakes made. Now, it would make sense, though. Like we said, Anatan is one of those players that does that double farm opening we talked about. I wonder, actually, like, do people like it when they're referred to by their real name, Anatan, Vortex, etc.? Or do they actually prefer it when they're just called Blue, Green, or whatever their on-screen name is? Because I imagine in some ways it might get confusing to remember who they are. Spin poking in. I think this is going to slow down a bit in terms of, like, military scaling, right? Like, I don't know if Chippy wants to play this long-term in Feudal. I mean, they could. The funny part is their horsemen are ironically better raiders than the Byzantine ones, even when the Byzantine ones use Triumph. And if you want to see mass men-at-arms, I think you came to the wrong TED Talk. I mean, this is not mine work, which means it's less efficient. If he just spams them up, I'll be surprised. I don't think MAA is a good shout here. Let's see, though. He's up to 4 of them. It's interesting because I think they're less effective up against the mass horseman strat of the Byzantines with Hippodrome. This is probably one of the worst ways to scale into them, right? Because you have 3 melee armor up against a unit that's going to hit you for 14 damage. So 13 damage by default with the Triumph one. And then more if they scale blacksmiths. Which looks like Blue is going to be first to go into that. So they are getting the upgrades. They're going to prioritize onto the melee. Which is kind of interesting. I feel like it's actually a bit more value to scale your melee defense over your melee attack with the Order of the Dragon, just because the base damage on the units is already high, right? But I guess the argument here is he wants it for the Horsemen to raid with. So it was a system play out into the deal we were talking about earlier. Interesting. But they get caught trying to build an outpost up. Horsemen shuffling in. No Akratoy. Ooh, Vortex. Missed opportunity there with the Akratoy. That would have probably brought down the Horsemen to about, I'd say, 90 health. But he still does have it to work with afterwards. Still needs to finish the Aqueduct, though. Wait, does he I don't think he realizes. Okay, he's choosing the outpost first here. Flash on the way, though. This may be the wrong time to play out of the 40 base. MAA on the way. Horseman as well. Uh-oh. That outpost is not going up. This is not quick enough. Now, he has got a lot of archers here, but he's actually attacking onto the horseman because there's nothing else he can target right now. Oh my, Spear, MAA arriving. This clash, he does pinch one the horseman. Triumph gets activated. He's sniping them down one by one. Good micro out of Vortex here, shifting away from the trouble. Leaving the MAA till last because that's the one thing he can kite here. And he gets the outpost up. But Chippy continues the push. Blue will not let up. He turns around with the torches now as well, and this could be 5 villagers down. This could be El Sensei falling behind on economy. Behind this, there's no slowdown. Look at the count. MAA count is still going to be up to 10, and that's a huge army at this stage in the game. Horseman now no longer with the Triumph on half HP. A bad fight for them to take. Cav's going to go down. Villagers also rushing out to repair. Mistakes made there. Vortex with the misclick. No way did he think he could get that. And that, folks, is going to be the outpost going down. I mean, you can't actually repair through this. It's just too much burn damage. One villager dead just like that. Outpost is going to go down, and Vortex is going to go out. Holds true to his form. Dead quickly on one side or the other. Surprise, surprise. We're in the early game. So, of course, it had to be the Byzantines, the ones doing the dying. And wow, what a crazy thing. I mean, I feel like we always see Byzantines win on this channel. So if you want to see more Byzantines lose, be sure to subscribe. Oh dear, oh dear. Hello, Zertin. How's it going, my friend? How you doing? I know, right? Like, Byzantines are OP. I read a Reddit thread that they're OP, so, you know, come on. What is this Nogento thing that's being written? What? What the hell is that? Like, English Bucks Flax. I don't even see that comment. Where the hell is that? Oh. Huh? Let me check that. What the hell is that? Do I need to swing Banhammer? Hungarian detected. It doesn't even translate. That's good. What the hell are you even saying? Means disgusting. Can tell you that's not Hungarian. I don't know what it is. Nasty is disgusting. Let's play it safe. We'll do this. We'll time it out, because admittedly it's like not English, so I don't even know what's being said. It's Portuguese. Is it bad? Alright. I'm going to give you a little timeout. It's only going to be a 10-second one. We'll get that out. Not that bad? Okay, well, whatever. I've done the 10-second timeout. It's gone. Mainly for the reason of, like, I don't speak that language, so it's kind of, I can't react to that language. So to be safe and be fair, we'll just do the little timeout. Try to keep it to English, guys. Like, I try to be inclusive, but I literally, if I don't speak the language, you could be saying anything. And then that could show on my stream that I eventually want to get sponsors for, and then it could be showing on my YouTube videos, which would make it eternal. So just try to be conscious of that. I understand sometimes, like, someone slips out, but remember, like, it's not inclusive. German is allowed? 9. Wait, 9 in Ja is, maybe. Jawohl. Guten Tag, jawohl. Neri, what the hell is that? What? I'm like, yeah, let's keep it English, guys, so everyone can feel included. And then I've just got, like, that. What the hell is that? You know what? Just for that, I'm going to submit my votes for the map competition a day late. Suck it. Is it core time? Oh, is he saying kill a pigeon in a different language? Maybe. You start spitting Swedish. I mean, isn't it impossible to not spit when you speak Swedish? Dun, 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 dun. Take that back. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You guys do not have the saliva when you speak. You anti-saliva nation. I think we do Core versus Dimmu, don't we? I actually want to see this. Greedy boys on both sides. So my Giliko Skalam is my name in Hungarian. Now I am the Hungarian pigeon. Giliko Skalam. You said make me kill a pigeon. Dude, don't stick the D in it. Moving on. Wait, was I recording that entire time? How long have I been recording for? All right, subscribe! Woohoo! And catch this one on the next one. All right, there we go. We ended the recording. Let's go into the next one. Boys, gals, and non-binary pals. It's Benny versus Core time. Oh boy, playing their favorite civs at the moment, actually. Cool has been returning to the game in droves, and of course, he has to be on the Holy Roman Empire, clashing on good old Dry Arabia, up against Team Liquid's Dimmu in the blue as the Byzantines. And this really is his civ right now, actually. He's been playing a lot of the Byzantines. Very interesting build that Dimmu's mainly been focusing on at the moment is this fast 2C build fast 2 TC build that gets him a second TC by about 5-ish minutes in the game, 5.5 minutes. I'm going to have to see if he goes for it in this game. Has got the level 1 system down and has dropped it on the stone and on the wood. Yeah, this is the 2 TC build. So Dimmu does this a lot, actually. He's been really good at it. I think he's been the innovator. I don't know if I saw anyone do it before him. The moment that the buff for Byzantines dropped, where they got an extra amount of starting stone, he started doing this build. It's a really cool build as well. The whole idea is that you optimize around the initial trees. You don't actually move for a lumber camp. And the initial trees will give you just enough to get into the second TC in time. So we'll see if that's the one he's going for here. On the other side, Core, let's see how things are going. Step number 1 is going to be the scouting pattern. Notice that Core opens with 2 scouts. This is becoming standard HRE meta on practically any map in the game. It's also pretty effective up against the Byzantines because with a spawn like this, I'm not sure if we're going to see a TC forward. The read from Dimmu should be to understand that he's up against 2 scouts, as he's probably seen this quite a few times, and if he's ever seen a single Core game, he'll know it's 2 scouts. And then the counterplay for him to make sure he's got enough food would be to drop the second TC on the forward wood. It just might make him suboptimal in terms of timing because his stone spawned at the back. So it might be one of these games where the spawn kind of hurts you a bit here. So you either have to choose limited food or idle time. Here we go. Imperial Hippodrome coming out to open for Dimmu. And there is the play under the stone outcropping. So a smart read here by the Muslim. He needs to get the initial horseman out to control the mid-map. I'm sorry, we don't call him Dimmu anymore. He's good old Dimmu or good old Benny. The whole idea with this horseman opening is you want to play it out into the map to block these relics. Really strong play as well. The cool thing is because of the Triumph, if you have a few horsemen out and Core goes to that standard fast castle into initial knights play, you can actually contest knights with the horsemen because they hit so hard. They hit for 13 damage, which you put 2 of those together, basically hitting as hard as a knight. Mathematically, that makes sense because you're talking about 2 horsemen that cost the same as a knight. People saying this is a fast castle build. Of course it's a fast castle build. It's Core. When was the last time you saw him not fast castle? The only question is whether he's going to add in a cheeky little stables along the way and get 1 or 2 horsemen. Oh, from Dimmu. Yes, from Dimmu 100%. Like, that is so obvious. Like, the only detail that matters here is whether it's going to be a TC drop on this wood line or here. Usually he does it on this wood line. And considering he started with the straggler trees on the south side, let me check the wood, because this could be an efficiency marker. 90, 120. Oh, that's cool, actually. Dimmu, he's left this straggler tree till last. That's really important because it means that he could efficiently move these woodworkers to this one, as you're seeing he's rallied them. And then he dropped the TC here. That's actually, it seems like a nitpicky detail, but it's a really big difference in terms of build speed that is going to allow him to get it faster. Scout in the meantime is going to snoop out what's happening here. More villagers shifting out because you are going to need more for the stone. The cool thing actually of doing this with this civ, by the way, is like it's not inefficient to now have to have all these stoneworkers up here, because when you get the TC afterwards, this is going to enable you to afford the stone to upgrade your system straight away. So this can still be an efficient read by Dumu. Whereas otherwise for other civs, now being stuck at this stone point feels really bad because of the walking you have to do without wheelbarrow. So cool. In the meantime, tech's up to mirror Dumu. Dumu hasn't gone for a horseman yet. Now, he's got 5 people gathering, so he should have enough for My Little Pony Fantasy in a second. I just don't know if he wants to go towards it, because it would slow down his other timings, but this timing is pristine. Dumu, he actually shifts back north, so it is going to be that TC on the backside. Now, this does have an interesting ripple effect in terms of food access, because the berries are on the ford, and now they're technically undefended. So I'm wondering if Dumu's intent is like fast castle behind this. But if that's the case, does he actually have enough food? Have to see. TC being built up rather at the 5-minute mark like we talked about there. And Core, he's rushing for it. Even drops are racked though, so was paranoid about the Hippodrome play. Dude, he just got baited. I mean, Core kind of needs this, right? Because this could just be Dumu playing Horseman out into the relics to block him. So this at least guarantees he gets his relics. But realistically, what's happened here is the Hippodrome drop tricks him into building a Rax that he doesn't need in his build yet, which is going to slow down his tech timing. If Core wanted to be optimal, the better way of doing this, right, is that 150 wood isn't needed. Instead, you have 150 extra food or gold, you start your tech up sooner, and then you build the racks after you gather the extra wood to afford it in the build-up. So in terms of efficiency, this is a hit for him. A lot of stone still being gathered, so Dumu is going to be having enough for those additional systems to come out. And he's going to be moving on to the berries now. So other cool detail about this opening from Core, because he went for the racks, it means he doesn't actually have fast units to punish this, which means that by the time Core's ready to do something about the berries, Dumu should be able to get through all these. I do believe that this choice to go for the back TC in this game was Civ-specific matchup. I wonder if Dumu would have done the same thing in a game against French, for example. I imagine a game against French, English, these type of Civs, it's more likely we would have seen a Ford TC to protect him. And what a wild twist. And what a terrible timing! Oh no. No, this is an all-in play for Core. The problem with it is it just got scouted before it's complete, which means that Dumu realistically could have time to get the reaction ready, and it looks like it's going to be double rack, so he's just going to look to body block and hold underneath the TCs. And this is the interesting detail actually about Core here. That racks, people asking why the racks the first racks, it's almost like he was trying to bait Dumu, because typically if you build a racks, you're less likely to build a Burgrave, right? The argument for HRE is usually if you have at least 2 Raxes, you're definitely not building Burgrave. If you've built 1 already, even less likely you're doing it, right? This just seemed like a Spearman play. So I think Core was trying to like double dip rather the that's a different thing. Double dip the bait and make Dumu think that, oh, it's just going to be a little bit of Rax play and then Regnants. And then trick him with a Burgrave. But instead, unfortunately for Core, Dumu walked by with a scout at the perfect time to see this coming. Now, the question is he going to have the control? Is he going to have the solution? Because right now, Dumu only has access to Limitane, but he is moving into Outpost. Now, if he gets a Blacksmith behind this and just upgrades Outposts, he can actually hold. It's probably the best defense option he has in this game. And there you go. Outpost being queued up and also getting into the arrow slits. I actually love this defense from Dumu. The only thing missing right now is the Blacksmiths, but I think we are going to see that added in the next 30 to 40 seconds. In the meantime, though, Core is looking for that flood. No marching drills. It's now coming in. In the meantime, he's still able to pick up these relics. However, he has nothing to drop them in yet. And also, because he doesn't have any sort of religious building, he sacrificed a villager of production to get this prelate. Now, the reason why Core is making this play and can make this play is because of that double scout opening. That double scout opening yielded him a lot of sheep. Make no mistake about it, folks. There's only 4 remaining, but that's because he's had so many villagers on an Archon Chapel buff exhausting them. He's going to have to move out to Deer soon, though. He's almost done with them. And there you go. Already primes the mill for it. Men-at-Arms count now up to 12. Villagers gathering the little that's left on the front side of the berries. We'll look to shift away here. And look at the outpost defense. Fortifications as well. A great read here. He's going to shift away with the villagers. Now, notice he didn't go into Horseman at all, even though that would have given him the use of Triumph to try and tank longer. It's the Limitane, just more cost-efficient tankers in this type of game. The villagers are going to garrison. Look at the arrow fire core. It's so effective because the level 2 ranged armor is still a minute away for core. Dimmu still didn't get the Steeled Arrow upgrade, though, and that's a problem here. Dimmu now rushing out of his base for the berries, but... core! Oh, no. This could actually just be game. This genuinely could just be game here. Dimmu blocked by just 2 men-at-arms. And he panic realizes, he turns away, but now you don't have anything, right? You've got no food. It's going to have to be Olive Grove transition, isn't it? He's got a lot of static point defenses, but I think the big issue here is still no Blacksmith either, right? Like, he's going to try to get into Mercs. He's got 741 olive oil, so that's 1 load of mercenaries. And there's the Blacksmith we were waiting for. So he understands now he's not getting out of the base. Best priority he can get is stronger defenses. And with a level 2 ranged armor about to complete, if you thought Core was tanky when he was diving, it's not going to change. For the next minute, he's going to remain even more tanky. In fact, instead, it looks like Dimmu's taking a different approach, a very interesting approach, actually. He goes for the Bloomery. This is a pretty cool idea. Right now, Core hasn't got any melee tech upgrades, which means that, actually, the more effective way of blunting him than using static defenses might just be Mass Limitane. Another cool idea that Dimmu might have in mind here is the Akrotoy. That's going to increase the melee damage of his villagers. You add that in with the Blacksmith Bloomery, all of a sudden you might be able to Peasant Rebel to try and hold this. Right now, this is still looking like a hard fight. No Presidium coming out. It is going to be Conscriptio because he's trying to get into the first wave of Javelins. However, that does mean you're going to lose Assistant quicker. Men-at-Arms are going to be able to torch this down. Villagers in the meantime shifting away. Dimmu, he's sneaking out for the Eastern berries. This is a smart read. If he can get the berries then Deer, he might have a way. And people wondering why Javelins? Javelins because you need high base damage units. However, your opponent has got the extra ranged armor here, which does kind of reduce the effectivity. But the alternatives of Lombos, not effective. The alternative of going into Keshiks, also just not effective. You're building heavy cav against a Civ that has heavy maces. It just doesn't work. This is the one option he has. Burn down has begun, though. Even with these outposts being fortified, the amount of torches on these men-at-arms, they're getting through it. There has been a sneak out, though, and I'm a little bit surprised that Core hasn't checked that flank yet, right? He's scouted the entire map, so he knows where the food is, and if you're seeing more Limitane come out, you should know that there's more food elsewhere. Looks like the men-at-arms are going to keep chasing away the Javs. Javs. The other reason you go Javs over Lombos here, by the way, base damage high, but also movement speed better. So they're able to try and run away from these men-at-arms. But still, annoying game for Dimmu. Couldn't hang around with the Javs. Does at least peel off these men-at-arms. Like, pulling away this many is still good for you. It slows down this surge point. But right now, this game is still looking dicey for Dimmu. Only 6 eco ahead. Because he's running out of food. Olive Groves are being built up. More outposts as well. Men-at-arms are now going to dive towards that, though. Nice pull away there. I love the bait. Dimmu just distracting and dragging most of the MAA away. But great read by Core to split off 2 and deny the build-up of the outpost temporarily. Core, get in there, boys. Come on. It's a party. Everyone's invited. It's a rush up. Dimmu bringing out more villagers, just trying to get this up as quickly as possible. The men-at-arms, if the extras have been here, it'd be extra villagers dead. Instead, it should just be 2 falling there. But so far, 9 workers killed. They are now neck and neck despite this double TC opening of Dimmu. And Dimmu living life on the edge. If this food ever gets discovered, he's out of options. And by the way, I want to give so much credit to Dimmu for still playing this game. A lot of players would have seen what happened on that left berries when the 2 men-at-arms were there and would have just called GG. But not Dimmu. Dimmu is trying to wiggle his way out. He understands that you can't win every game by default. You have to look for those miracle comebacks, because those miracle comebacks will be the difference maker in the highest level of competitive play. And also on top of that, up against a play like this, Burgrave does have a runway. it does dry up. Look at what's happening on the deer here, folks. It's one deer site left, and then it's Pumbaa on the opposite side. Core is going to need a farm transition soon. So his men-at-arms number tends to swell up to around 30 and then run out of steam. He's trying to survive it. He's trying to outlive it. These men-at-arms, though, just so many of them. There's still 4, by the way. This seems to be in a missed detail for Core. These guys aren't rallied in on the others, so a little bit surprising. I don't know if Core is one of those select or idle military boys. Some people don't use that. Some people do. I know Lucifron, for example, always has the select or idle military as a prio use there, so he always knows where he's missing troops. But he's not missing this detail anymore. The food's been found. Dimmu on the deer. Oh, dear. 30 villages now idled up. That is 2/3 of his economy, and look at what's coming. More men-at-arms. The second wave, he notices it now. Core chasing after him, and he can cut him off on the north side as well. This might be the end of the road. Dimmu without access to gold, woods, and now without food. Truly hamstrung. MAA still just chasing after different villages, though. Dimmu trying to survive this. Limitane are getting some good exchanges over here. Remember, the melee tech upgrade came through. Core went for melee aggression instead of defense, though. The villagers, just look at them. 2/3 with nowhere to go, man. Has he got the Akratoy activated? I think it's on cooldown still, yeah. 40 seconds until it's available. This is still 25 men-at-arms, right? And that is going to be it, folks. A good effort. I actually want to praise Dimmu for trying to find a way out of this hole. He really did exploit every single option available before waving that white flag. But big props to Core, man. He always says we never catch his wins, but this was a sick read. This was the right way. Against double TC at 5 minutes, Regnitz would have just killed his game. It would have been too slow. Dimmu would have got a chance to fight, but double TC opening like this against men-at-arms Burgrave spam. What a read, and all of that enabled because Core had the foresight and the smart to go for that double scout opening, something he does whether it's Regnitz or Burgrave. And what that means is because he'll do either of these, there wasn't this implied build. Meanwhile, Dimmu has notably been doing this double TC build against a lot of players right now. A great read by Core to remember that and then find the perfect counter. And yes, Core, we did spot a win. Be sure to go follow Core if you haven't already for when he does go live occasionally. Now that he's starting to win against the top players like that, now that we're showing off how damn good he is, I imagine he'll probably have his channel up in about 5 minutes. Core the Great. The greatest of the cores. So, let me see. You didn't even want to Burgrave? I know, right? so this is like those deli games you're like, don't make me Imperial Age. Only instead it's like, don't make me Burgrave. No, like Cracky's right. It was a really good decision. It was actually the decision that like won a few. Oh, hello. Thank you, Antant. Much easier to find their games when they do that for me. And we got some Voldy. Yo, Voldemar and Jesse are playing together. Is there a 2v2 tournament I don't know about? What's going on here? Oh, that's cool, right? You guys want to see a 2v2? Do you want the 1v1s or do you want a 2v2? One second. Let me decide based on the ranking. I think that's actually the important detail to decide this. Because I don't think Voldemar's been playing many team games, so his team rank might be really awkward. Okay, no, this is a good one. So Ed is ranked about 400 in team games, and then the other player is ranked 700 in solo. So this could be a really cool game. Yeah. All right, let me pull up my... I need to use my little custom UI because Capture Age never update our game anymore. Where is it? Switch over to casting. Ramp up background? Hell yeah, dude. Heroes of Might and Magic 3 to this day. Top 10 strategy game all time. Actually, top 5, dude. Top 5 for sure. All right, let's go. I couldn't resist this. We had to do it. Boys, gals, and non-binary pals. We're checking in on some familiar content creators in the 2v2s. Over here, in the yellow, it is The Kid. The Norwegian to watch, Voldemar, playing as the Delhi. And by his side, a compatriot, a trusty fellow from across the lake. It's good old Jessie. Jessiology's back in play, and she's playing as the French in the red here. And they have got two interesting opponents, actually. This is a very balanced matchup because on the north side, playing in the orange of the Byzantines, we have got... Oh, no, we have to do this again. Kebab hidden behind wooden palisades. Weird emoji man. In the... No, I'm not going to try. No, this person, they're ranked about, I think it was 700 on the solo. And then next to them, in the blue, playing as Zhuji's Legacy, we've got Ed. Ed is ranked about 380 on the team ranks. Wait, was Voldemar? Wait, no, did I say Norwegian? Uh-oh. Well, now we've got war. Actually, I don't know. Danes don't take it as harshly when you call them Norwegian, right? Because the Danes and the Norwegians like each other quite a bit. Danish. Apologies. Yes, you are correct. Voldemar is Danish. I should know better. I usually do. You know what it was? I was talking to Cal recently. He's the Norwegian. I don't know why I got them mixed up. I think it's because Cal fanboys Voldemar all the time. So what I'm getting at here, similarly as I do in my cast, we blame the Observer. But interesting one, because we're getting to see some 2v2s. I actually want to see a lot more 2v2s. I haven't had a chance to cast many of them on the new expansion. But I always want to see them because I do believe the future of RTSs in general lies in team games, not in 1v1s. 1v1s are cool for a smaller group, but 2v2s, I think, are much funner from a playing perspective and also from a viewing perspective, right? The swings and roundabouts make it less concrete who's going to win. And honestly, with the rankings we just tooted off for this game, I'm not sure who's going to win. I mean, Voldemar on the other side to bounce things up. This guy is always a top 100 player. Right now ranked 72nd on this account. Jessie, meanwhile, she's a little bit more humble. She sits around 1,000-ish elo, 900-ish elo. She's right now in the gold rank. So definitely a little bit of a skew there that should keep this one interesting. So, let's see how we're looking on the openings, by the way, because we are playing Dry Arabia, right? I always find Dry Arabia 2v2 compared to 1v1s is a little bit of an enigma when it comes to sheep spawns. I don't know if anyone else has noticed this, but it feels odd. I can't think of a better way to describe it. Compared to like a 1v1, your scouting patterns just feel so different. And there we go. There's the return fire from the chat. They think I'm American. Let them keep believing, you know, it's fine. I give up at this point. I mean, honestly, like, at least what I called Voldemar was the country right next to him. I literally get called about 5 different countries in a given month. I'm used to it. Meditation Garden, I'm used to this pain. Jesus, what's he got here? Oh, this one isn't that broken. And you got the berries, 6 berries plus about, what, probably 20 wood. Actually, no, sorry, I'd be about, like, 9 wood and then 30 gold. This is a pretty tame Meditation Garden. I'm a little bit surprised. I guess there's not really any great option nearby. Maybe Meditation Garden's only broken in 1v1s. Yeah, I think Meditation Gardens in team games, like, because the resources spawn looser on average, it's a bit harder to get that ridiculous spawn, right? Like, if we look at the map here, for berries especially, there's no double overlap. That really does happen on Dry Arabia, but believe me, I've seen it happen. But a more contained start for the Zhuji for once. Meanwhile, for the Byzantines, we are going to be getting the Grand Winery from the orange player here, setting up the berries at the backside, really nice for him. He's playing up against French and Delhi, but because it's retracted berries, he can easily access them here. However, one thing that's got me a bit worried about these matchups is that you've got full aggro versus full greed. Zhuji can play a bit more present, but it's fair to say the Byzantines' early game is a bit tough. Right? This is a Civ that really starts to come online and shine the later you go into the game. And the thing I'm a bit worried about is when I see Delhi and French as picks, I'm not sure you're going to get that late into a game at all, right? Like Delhi, especially with this map, could easily lock in the sacred sites. And keep in mind, this is Zhuji, not Chinese, so there's no cheeky play onto a Barbican. There is a cheeky outpost play on the way that you... Wow. Not an outpost. It's a proxy base. Ed... You slick Rick. What a play. I mean, you don't want to be pumping Chuganu across the map, right? That's really risky up against Knights and Ghazi Raiders. And don't get me wrong, this is a ridiculously risky play. But if there was a way that Ed could make Chuganu work in this matchup, this is it. Catch them at the beginning before they get any scaling. And it's a good read because look at what's happened here, right? We've got the Mosque, we've got Tower of Victory, which means we haven't got a fast unlock of the upgrades. In fact, if you look at this, Steeled Arrow got pro'd over Iron Undermesh. That's queued behind, which means there is a timing where Ed can have about 12 Chuganu, and they'll actually more, I'd argue, because he's going for triple, or double rather at least. He's going to have 15 Chuganu with Steeled Arrow, and Voldemar isn't going to have Undermesh. Oh, that is such a sick read. Meanwhile, in the north, Orange is going to warm himself in. He does not want to fight. Jess should be looking for targets. She's got her first Knights coming out. 2 of them in total. This Chuganu mass. I mean, they have no clue, right? The Scout is on the opposite side of the map. The Scout for Jess is going to be over here with the Knight. Now, you can say the Knights can come and help, folks, but the difference here is this Knight is going to be looking for targets into the enemy base, so you're going to be out of position. And keep in mind, also, Jess hasn't rushed a Blacksmith for the Undermesh. She only dropped it for the melee tech, which means the Steeled Arrow with 15 plus Chuganu, they're going to be doing substantial damage to these Knights. It means they're going to be doing 6 damage each, which doesn't sound like a lot, but when you consider it's going to be 15, that means they're going to be doing 90 damage to a Knight. That's the scary factor here. That's what makes this such a disgusting maneuver out of blue. Ed needs to be careful, though. He's edging forward, and that's dangerous. I don't like the way he's rallied this. I'd rather he rallies to the south side. Meanwhile, Wall's now going up from Voldemar, so he, of course, is playing for that timing to move out for Sanctity Sacred Site control. Meanwhile, Jess, looking for an entry point, isn't going to find it easy here. Nice little easy defense there via the outpost and Limitane, so a wraparound now. This is the beautiful thing, by the way, what makes French really good in team games is if you can't hit one opponent, you can usually hit the other, especially on maps like Dry Arabia. But the problem in this matchup is you can't hit the Byzantines due to Limitane, and you can't really dive the Juji due to the TC. The hand cannon slits hit really hard. Over 80% of their damage goes through the Knights' defenses. Compare that to a regular TC, where the Knights are able to reduce almost 50% of the damage. Chuganu, though. Whoa, they actually go in for the Scholar. Okay, I didn't see that coming from Ed. He doesn't go after Economy. He goes after the Sacred Site rather play. What a peculiar choice by Ed. I feel like that's a missed opportunity there. If he'd wiggled around with these Chuganu, it's probably 3 villages plus dying here. Instead, he chooses to contest the army. Now, he's got the eye. He's got the attention of both players here. Keep in mind, Jess had just completed a rotation around the base, so she's close by. This may have been a critical error by Blue. Ghazi Raiders move in. And this is a 2v1, right? He wastes so much time on the Knight. The Archers and the Ghazi are now able to gap close this. And sticking on top of him. Now, a lot of damage coming through. Remember, there's no Undermesh upgrade, which means these guys do hit hard. But now, with extra Knights coming in, that's going to be the game breaker, the difference maker. Ed, this proxy base is not going to work. Mistakes were made. Yeah, I do think that's a mistake by Ed. Like, getting fixated on these Sacred Sites, I know you don't want the walls to go up, but the difference here is, like, if you went after the economy, kill off 3 or 4 of these villagers, you set Voldemar back heavily. Instead, you now get cleared up, you reveal your base very early, and now the Ghazi plus the villager are just dead. Problematic. What's happening to the north, though? I mean, in this game, the only way you kind of feel really comfortable is if the Byzantines were doing something else, like teching up. Seems they're not. They've been holding on the olive oil. They're holding on to over 1,000 right now. They haven't made a choice on the Merc House just yet. But I'm wondering, like, what was the goal here? Did they communicate a plan ahead of time? And if so, what was it? Because it looks like if the goal was to meet up, the timings were off. Because Orange, even if they started running immediately, would never have arrived in time for what the Chuganu done there. Now this is problematic, right? Because you've just ran Limitane out to the mid-map, and you're running towards the base of a person who's building archers. On top of that, Blue has now wasted 600 resources down here, on top of the loss of units as well. Well, let's get some upgrades before it goes, right? Fitted level work is at least on the way, but awkward. Crazy part about this as well, actually, is from what you're seeing with the deer there, just imagine for a second, if Ed had waited here for those villagers to come out. I don't like just waiting when you've strong timing, but it still would have been a better move than like trying to clash in the center, right? Because the other thing is when he played down at the center, he played towards Jess, which meant that this was a 2v1. And I feel bad for Orange, right? Because like, in this type of game, I don't think the onus is on him to be present there. From his position, it's very difficult to ever be present. Now, I think Orange is just trying to move up in age, right? Probably trying not to hang around too much longer. They have been hoarding. I think on the gold, not many people actually out on that gold. Kind of surprising there. So holding a lot of food, not gaining much gold here. So it is going to allow them to boost the Limitane count. Looks like they're trying to play consistent aggro here, but Blue had to rebuild the base, right? And never went for Xiangnan, by the way. So they weren't even getting this nice little return on investment with the Chuganu. Army-wise, this is looking really, really good, actually, right now for the Southern team. Decent number of archers deal with the Limitane, enough knights to clean up the Chuganu, given an opportunity. Javs have now been added in by Orange there. That's a cool detail. However, the split on the fight. The knights, they find the backside of this. Nice micro there by Jess to the north side. Moves away just in time before it would turn into a pinch. And it may not look like she got much there, but what that allowed is the archers to do this. They're actually sniping out the Javs. Javs, which, by the way, have no undermesh up against the bonus damage of these archers, or rather the buff damage, as they did get the Steeled Arrow. Steeled Arrow also now going to allow them to count out the Limitane. Limitane that are stuck in shield wall. A little bit of missed micro there. Orange, he went in for the charge and then didn't immediately toggle into shield wall, so it wasn't shield up there for that moment. Still, sizable force here. Chuganu numbers are scaling. And the crazy part is, if I'm not mistaken, oh. Well, it looks good for the second for red and yellow, but it's not going to remain that way for long. If Orange gets Castle Age with level 4 Sistine on Dialecticus and upgrades these Limitane, that might just be it. Limitane count is at least being whittled down. You really need these archers which kind of poke and prod. The problem is, with the extra wave of javelins coming out, that's not a freebie. Remember, they've only been able to capture one of these sacred sites so far, so Voldemar's economy isn't exactly what you call game-breaking. Also behind this, remember, there's always that extra bit of cheddar coming. 2 villages worth of gathering from the Meditation Garden does add up. Especially considering it's food, wood, and gold, which is basically what Blue needs, right? Chuganu cost food, wood, and gold. So it's actually ticking an important box for him right now. The other worrying part to me is now Jess feels kind of pressured to have everything here. Not even a single knight is riding towards the Byzantine economy. It's kind of crazy as well, because if you could find a way in with just one, the idle time alone might be the difference maker. Instead, we are going to see the tech up coming out. Orange reaches up, and they do so with the Golden Horn Tower. So very big advantage now for the Northern side team. Voldemar, as well as Jess, without the bank to mirror it, they have to fight. Chuganu not paying attention. They walk straight in. Big mistake made there. Blue notices just before the Knights would gap close this. Limitane are now on the way. Brace coming out. Upgrades should be pumping in soon. It's like they didn't use the Dialecticus, though, so they haven't rushed those upgrades. I think they used it maybe for the Merc House, but they didn't use it on the right racks. Wow, yeah, they used it completely different racks here, so unfortunate detail there, but didn't matter considering the fight wasn't forced. Voldemar looks like he's now trying to save up for Castle Age here. Jess might be considering the same. How many workers on gold? Only 6, but she has cut Knight production, so this could be Castle Age on the horizon for both. Now, keep in mind, Blue is not going Castle. Blue is just going to go unlimited Chuganu and try to end it. And they are reaching a scary number, close to 50 now. Actually, over 50 with the extra coming in. And it is going to be Rams. A critical point in this game. Voldemar, he stopped building army. He looked to scale up. And now he might be pushed out of the game for it. Limitane being sniped. Good micro there from the kid. Backs away for the moment. Shout out to Jess coming in with a raid. She wasn't able to find the big raids there in this game, but she might be able to find the big fight here. Knights circling like sharks, but those Limitane always shield up. And archers, they keep getting pushed back. The Ghazi are going to be forced to commit soon. Boldy trying to bait those Limitane out of position here. Knights now finding their way in. She says, screw it, just go. Gets on the north side of the formation. Limitane count is getting low here. And the pinch comes in for the Ghazi as well. The numbers are shrinking. Blue put everything into this push. and it might cost him everything. 22 and shrinking fast. It looks like Jess and Vold will hold. And behind this, Blue has nothing, right? Like, this is everything put behind it. Keep in mind, Voldemar did have to double down on military after that. He couldn't hold resources in the end. But right now, this is still feudal versus castle feudal. However, that castle age player is being a greedy boy. Second TC added in at home for the Byzantines. And the Limitane have a long way to run. So it looks like there might be a moment of respite, but a moment might be the true definition here. Army gets shrunk, and Blue brings in the second wave. 25 Chugenu more. And Jess also needs to be careful. That's a dive into the wrong location. That rally point costs her dearly. Voldemar, he chose Castle Age. But now, you have to ask, did he choose death? Trip racks being built behind this. It looks like it's going to be a full Men-at-Arms switch. Men-at-Arms, a solid solution here up against Mass Chugenu. I think the real detail that's going to matter is if he can get his hands on the Forced March. Interestingly enough, it's the last priority, but I think Forced March here is critical up against Mass Chugenu. It allows the Men-at-Arms to gap close and actually body block. Instead, I think the goal here for Voldemar is he's hoping that Jess will be able to provide that line of cav that stops a retreat. We'll have to see if that's the way it's going to play out, though. 2 Rams shuffling in. Blacksmiths on the front is actually a perfect target for Ed here. Instead, he goes after the archery range, which is really surprising here. I mean, there's no logic behind Voldemar playing archers. I think the worry for Ed is that he's upgrading the archers. But the interesting switch that I love here that was communicated is that Jess is now adding archers in because Voldemar doesn't want to do it anymore. He can't, right? He can't wait this long. Look how long it would take him. 5 minutes to get that archer upgrade. It's not worth it. Instead, it's just all about these MAA. Relics are now being dragged back. I believe we did see a similar play. Yeah, Orange grabbed 1 relic so far. No more than that, surprisingly. For the time being, this Men-at-Arms spam is going to be hidden. I mean, I don't think we really call it spam just yet. There's only 3 of them. Villagers being sacrificed. Rams have taken out the Blacksmiths, so that's less tech upgrades. Now House is being targeted. Voldemar, how is he looking on that front? He might need to build a few more behind this. This is a very slow approach, though. I like the Kara Siphons coming in from Orange. I think that's a really cool read here. You need to be fast about this, because you saw what just got built on the backside of this. Siege Workshop, Mangoes could be coming. Rams moving in. Voldemar, right now, he is housed. I don't think he's even noticed yet, so that's not being fixed. That's not being alleviated. The issue might get worse. Kara Siphons on the Tower of Victory. More Rams being built alongside this. And this spells trouble. Jess, she's not able to provide more assistance. He's bringing the relics back. I think Voldemar's going to go for some sort of gambit here. Maybe a 1-2 pinch with relics to try and recover his game. It's the only option he has left here. As they're into the base deep. TC has not been producing villagers for a while. He's coming around the back. Voldemar needs to try and pump for a wall, but no shot. Ed instantly with a shot to the face. And the fight is going to be forced. A fight you don't want to be taken, by the way, because you're walking into the fire. But there it is. Voldemar's one hope. His one savior. A mangonel to turn it all. Or turn it off. Because look at what's happening. Chugenu going in for the dive. They reach this with a repeated crossbows. They can snipe it down. And there we go. He commits in. Repairs coming up, but it's not going to be quick enough. Voldemar! He holds on. The surge repair at the very last second. And the cost is high. Chugenu all dead. And that was the skin of his teeth. Voldemar down to 20 HP. I was convinced it was over. I called it over, but instead, the kid holds. Now, we are far from out of the depths of hell yet. But step 1 on the route to recovery has begun. Will we see step 2? Because while that pressure has been mounting, Orange has transitioned to a quality army. Javs, crossbows, even the Varangian. Answers for this Mango that can never reach his target. I say that. He'll get a hit out, but he'll only get one. Second Mango just came into play at the worst possible time. Orange marches forward. Does he commit, though? I mean, you have to. Like, you've got Varangian, goddammit. Just kill it. How many Varangian is that? That's going to be, what, 5 Varangian, I think? If he just A-clicks on them, they're dead. He also does have the teardrop shield, so if he uses the Berserk, guaranteed. Instead, Orange freaks out a little here. Gives an opportunity to recover. Speaking of that recovery, we've got another player up in Castle Age. However, it's not the team that needs it. Jess is still stuck hard in Feudal. How's her resource bank looking? She's not holding. She's just investing. The problem with that is this Chuginu army is about to get upgraded. These men-at-arms might be in trouble. I mean, right, we're looking at the Steeled Arrow. There's only one Undermesh. I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to look at a rushed-up Blacksmith upgrade here. We'll have to see. For the time being, blue and orange are going to walk away. Now, yellow is getting an ability to rebuild, but it's not an impressive force right now. And it has to be said that Jess, the numbers are not looking scary, right? 17 military in total, 12 of that into knights. If it was full knights, maybe it's a little bit more spooky, but even then, we're talking about a lot of crossbows scaling in here. Not to mention the Varangian count, now up to 13. It's a hard game for them to recover, and you've got to start asking the question, have they taken too much damage here? Is it too late? Especially when you get discovered, Voldemar. Oh no. These Camel Riders he's been building for free via the Golden Horn Tower are actually going to be effective raiders. They force Voldemar home. And I say oh no for good reason, folks. Voldemar has no food access. I think this is over. I mean, that is actually it. There's no way back. The siege also, it's even worse than that. Varangian gets 1. Knights will protect the 2nd and the 3rd, though. For how long, however, I'm not sure. Because they're giving way. Jess, you have to shift north side. The Camels get in. Great micro there out of the Byzantines. Orange able to take out a 2nd Mango. And Voldemar up against the ropes. Keeps 1 alive. I don't think it's going to be alive for long. Brilliant micro there. Ed dodges out a shot from the Mango. Final siege goes down. And I think that is the final moments of this game. Voldemar, he's back on the berries for the time being, but I think the scaling that's happening here, it's just a little too late, right? Like Orange up at 91 eco. I think he almost has more economy than the other 2 players combined. Yeah, they're up at 110. And then we add in blue, right? Coming over the top with 67 eco of his own. This looks done. Crazy recovery, by the way. The way that blue and orange opened this game, that Chuginu play looked bad. It didn't look like it hit its mark, but the relentless double down by these 2 players, the greed of orange not being exploited because Jess had to come and fully protect Voldemar, allowed them to reach this stage. And then when they convened for that full death push, they looked unstoppable. And now they truly are. Cool game out of both teams. If you have not followed Voldemar and Jessiology, I don't know why. I imagine some of the raiders already came across, don't need to be told this, but they are wonderful folks. You should be following their channels so you can catch them when they go live. But they are not live in this anymore. They are very much dead. It's always fun, actually, to see the excursions of pros into team play as well. We did mention that these 2 players are fairly high ranked on the team ranks. I think they're showing it. I think the thing that's always fun as well is I don't know if these guys are actually Chinese or from Asia or whatever, but I have noticed a lot of the top players do seem to have names that are in Chinese or Korean characters. Seems like the team player is very popular in Asia, and they do play it really bloody well, as we saw in this game. GG comes out. Cool game to see. Really surprised by the outcome as well. Funnily enough, the aggressive Civs end up losing to more aggression. Once again, I forgot to record the game. Why do I do this to myself? Why? Dude, how? Like, what? I swear I'm hitting the record button. I swear something is happening here with my freaking Stream Deck. I don't know why. But hey, Jess, thanks for the host. Hope it went well. Time to rip the VOD? Yeah, I'm going to have to. It's annoying because I know the VOD quality is going to be slightly worse. That's why I usually don't like doing it. But it is what it is. Okay, so I imagine we're probably going to be back on the 1v1s. Let's have a look at what we got. Byzantines versus OTP. I'm not really sure what we're going for there. Voldemar, I imagine, is now playing 1v1s. We could probably catch a Voldemar game. He's up against blank. Well, that's useful. Like, who is blank? And why are they blank? I'm drawing a blank, trying to... Okay, their name is... Their name is literally a picture of a ghost. They're ranked 33rd. It's Chinese versus Mongols, though. You know what I mean? Okay, we'll do it. All right, should we get to it? Let's go. Actually, one sec. I need to quickly... Yes, I think we are good to go. Just had to tweak one detail there. All right, let's get to it, folks. Boys, girls, and non-binary pals. Welcome back to AoE4 Action. It's time to check in on the kid, Voldemar, our good old Dane, playing as the Chinese in the yellow here, on Himeyama up against something scary. No, literally, like the name is actually just an emote of a ghost. It just doesn't show up in game. Playing as the Mongols here in the red, they're ranked 33rd on the leaderboard right now, so they're actually ranked higher than Voldemar. I think Voldemar's around ranked 70th at the moment. Let's see who's going to be able to take it. Interesting matchup, actually. It's been a while since I've watched some good old Chinese versus Mongols because I'm always watching these new civs. They have, of course, been very refreshing, but it's also quite fun to watch the classic civs on the new maps. Himeyama's a different style of play, so I'm always curious, especially to see how the Mongols in particular want to play this. Looks like to start with, we are going to be getting that outpost opening. Now, the reason the outpost play is really strong on this map, Himeyama is a very exposed map. You know, you live on a hill in the middle of the open. It's very easy to get pinched from multiple angles. It's very easy to fall to outpost rushes because your wood lines aren't necessarily thick. One thing that is interesting, actually, is for better or worse, Voldemar got this very weird wood spawn. I say better or worse because in some ways this is beneficial because people can't just sneak around each flank, but on the other side of it, if the Mongol player does start getting outposts up and crawls around the back of this wood, you're going to run out of places to extract very fast. Love this opening for Voldemar, by the way. Goes straight into the racks to build the spears. Now, he didn't get baited by the dock. You can't go for a dock play against Mongols. They'll just play into racks. It's almost a guaranteed play because they always bare minimum invest into the Uvu. So if they came out and saw that you built a dock, they just drop a racks, double produce. But going for the racks this early guarantees also that he can keep up with the pace of the Mongols. Notice that Voldemar already has 2 spears to the Mongol player. And the Mongol player also, if he wants to be the offensive party in this game, has to run across the map. So very big negative element there for him. Voldy. I wonder if he'll still try to play Dock after he's got enough spears here. It would be a bit greedy, but kind of wouldn't surprise me. I mean, fishing's really good for the Chinese. They do manage to get those fishing boats out much quicker. They do manage to get those docks up much quicker. In fact, we're going to speed up the first 2 or 3 minutes. I do like doing that, actually, when we're in Dark Age. When it's known civs, especially, it's a bit more sensible. Spearman on the move, though. Ooga booga booga, ghost, whatever we're going to call him. Red is shuffling out, but the villager isn't coming, right? No. So I think they scouted out the full spearman from Voldemar, and they just stopped. And the cool read, actually, by Voldy, not going more spear is important here. He understands that if this was going to be some sort of outpost rush shenanigan, it would have happened already. So it's going to maybe be 4 spears, but you don't need to build more. Now, credit to Red. Look at the damage he's doing. This is adding up. In a spear-on-spear clash, where the difference is going to be minute, this matters a lot. Spearmen do push in, but Voldemar able to get the goal for the tech up. So Imperial Academy is on the way. Looks like Voldemar did not cancel the mining camp in time. I don't think he had the option, though, because I'm pretty sure the Khan had hit this earlier. So smart read there to just accept it for what it is. While the Imperial Academy is coming up over here, we're going to see Silver Tree play coming on the east side from the Mongols. Good map for it as well. Good spawn as well. He can actually... Ooh, can he park there? That's tight, but that might just be all right. We'll have to see. If he can snug it right in there, that's going to be perfect to get maximum distance trade over to this trade post. It also, funnily enough, is going to hide it from scouting. Mining camp is set ablaze, so he does get paid the bounty for that. However, Clash now coming in, and it looks like the Mongol player is going to get the better side of it. So takes out 2 of the spears, is going to look for more. Clicks past by mistake, it seems, but turns around quickly, and now Voldemar has no choice but to lose all the spears. Great micro to keep one of the spears alive on Death's Door. And now should be able to harass the eco a bit more. Archers are on the way, however, so Voldemar will be able to push this away indefinitely. But we are now seeing a shift into Keshiks, and it's going to be interesting. He's doing the 1-1 build, 1-1-1 rather build on the Mongols. So every box is going to be ticked, but love that they open with the Keshiks here, and then we immediately get into the trade. The cool thing about going Silver Tree and why it's so popular is it gives you an ability to do the 1-1-1 build, whereas otherwise you probably wouldn't be able to justify scaling Keshiks as easily. And he's going really hard into production. Maybe a bit harder than his eco can handle at this stage, but I think the goal right here for Red is those surge points. Every once in a while, like every second production, he'll be able to afford all these buildings, right? That's the goal when you make these type of transitions. I think the interesting part about this, the most interesting part to me, is that even though we're on Himeyama, even though we're on a map that is probably one of the best in rotation for outpost rushes for the Mongols, there wasn't even an attempt by Red to do that. Just an interesting observation there. But I'm fine with it. I'm all for a longer game between these two civs, especially if it keeps up the aggression and doesn't give anything for free. Well, Voldemar is definitely not getting that. He's not getting anything for free, which is important up against the Chinese. You do not want to allow them to get to that mid-game without any attempts at damage. You're essentially just playing to your death at that stage. The Keshiks are forcing a double down on spears after you start to shift away from them. Trade is starting to come in. Outpost also being set up. This is a really solid approach by Red up against a Civ you know will not come out of their base. I love the fact that he's just scaling into this Archer Keshik, though, because the whole idea is it'll eventually give him a way of potentially breaking in. Meanwhile, Voldemar is going to be setting out that Barbican to protect his woodline and protect the berries that he'll eventually need here, as the sheep are running out fast. Well, let's be totally real. This is not a map. This is not a matchup where you play out onto boar or deer in the next 5 or 10 minutes. Not unless you can get a TC drop there. Nice little detail there, actually. The Keshiks and the 2-on-1. Spears hit pretty hard, but because you heal a little and you have 15 damage per sword strike on 2 Keshiks, if you find one Spearman on your own and they're not bracing, you can trade reasonably well. Oh, speaking of Keshiks, he found the Barbican! Dude. The timing on Red. Now, this is an important idle out because it stops Song for longer. It looks like he's not going to hang around. Okay, scratch that. He is actually going in. Movement speed arrow as well to try and gap close. Ends up hitting different villages, though. They still walk out on that north side, but great little read there by Red to start making Voldemar very uncomfortable in this game. Was even dragging additional Keshiks to try and counter this. If he throws them away and stops these villages once more, the archers will arrive, but I think that's just too expensive for him, so Mongol player just has to let this be. Barbican is going to go up, but folks, that was incredibly close. If he forced idle time for another 15 seconds, the archers would have arrived, at which point Voldemar does not get that Barbican up. Instead, he's able to find the defense. However, nothing is here to defend his south side, right? He made a conscious choice to defend food and wood, which means the gold is not going to be for free. An important detail considering Voldemar is going to Chuginu. Luckily for him, though, because he's the Imperial Academy, he can afford the Chuginu off of tax alone. In fact, he's already sitting on 136, waiting to be collected. 3 villagers trying to build up the outpost. Keshiks are going to delay that, though. Important to do so. Archers need to stay out of range of the Chuginu that have now been added in as they snipe down their spears. 1-for-1 trade so far. Starts to feel like a little bit better in favor of Voldemar there, though, the way he just tickled away a bit of extra damage. Also positionally in this game, but always remember behind this, the deceptive part is that trade is building. It isn't max distance trade, I will say that. I'm a bit surprised that Red didn't pull this further back. Could be they're trying to get double trade production. That would at least make a bit more sense here. I don't feel like you can afford to, right? It almost feels like you need to use that stone for more units right now. Yeah, so Silver Tree's finally on the move. I think it's going to have to go here. This looks way too tight for a landmark to get in, which is kind of unfortunate because I think it's like 2 trees blocking him. But this is still going to be... I think that distance is almost max. Like, that's a very efficient point. It's usually between, like, here to here, up against the other edge of the map, where you get that kind of maximum hit. So, pretty efficient trade. Keshik count. Only at 4 right now. Scary army, actually, for Voldemar. The timing might end up perfect here. 9 Spearmen also means he does have a decent number of melee to try and burn down outposts. So that won't just be a safe win condition for the red player. And remember, this is undermesh, so Voldemar can dive these towers more effectively. Meanwhile, on the other side, I mean, Red, he doesn't even have undermesh yet, let alone Steeled Arrow to upgrade those defenses. Voldemar just looking for the right breach point, though. I like his approach here. Don't go for the cutoff at the trade post. One, there's an outpost there. Two, if there's already an outpost in play, surely it's more advantageous to play closer to the enemy base. A little bit of probing coming out. Good micro so far from Red. Has the edge here. Starts to chase forward. Voldemar, is he content with this just being a stalemate? I'm not sure he is, right? Because this is not multi-TC yet. It looks like he has been very casually gathering the stone. Required possibly for a second TC play. I don't know if that was the intent or if this was meant to be from our outpost, but he will eventually find his way there. But in the meantime, the attack speed arrow comes out, but that may be even gluttonous. Red feels like a misread on the fight here. Thought he could take the engagement, did not respect the Steeled Arrow enough. Undermesh only just came in. The tail end might see the Keshiks clean up, but the price is most definitely going to be high. Voldemar with the micro to get the trade out and reduce that archer count down. And also the Keshiks now low on HP. Just one Spearman could kill them all off. He needs to actually prioritize that Spearman, otherwise he is going to be dead here. So finally, micros round the format. Keshik low though. At least with the undermesh in, it means that it's just free damage being done to them. So clutch tech timing there, but no denying that Red just paid a lot to take this fight and still comes out behind. I am mine. I mean, the Keshiks, I think they're just dead as well. Like, this might be a ripple effect now. The outpost is being rushed up. Red needed this sooner. Luckily for him, Voldemar is slowing down. Remember, we have God Vision, but Yellow, no Scout, right? So they don't know about this play. If they did, that would be idle eco and possibly game. But instead, Red keeps it alive. But no denying a high price has been paid. You can see it in the destroyed value, 2,600 compared to 1,850. Voldemar, are we possibly looking at the TC play? It looks like maybe he just overmined Stone, as he has shifted off entirely. I think he understands from this position, his goal shouldn't be to scale eco. It should now be to punish Red, considering Red has got to be like, what, 6 or 7 traders in? Credit to Red, though, he didn't get greedy here, right? He slowed down the trade production to make sure he had additional army. However, this map is now getting uncomfortable. That TC is not guarding any resources anymore, right? Chiganu just making it so casual to pick off a few villages here. Red slowing the reactions. Might lose 4. So 4 villages down, almost 5 there. Will find his way to the other outpost, and this is a bit of a dangerous dive. Voldemar is going to reset. Only 1 Spearman, though. Needs to get more in. It looks like they are trickling out here. This is starting to feel like a casual crawl towards Castle Age for Voldemar, no? I mean, he could just scale Infinite Chuganu to end the game, but he could also just easily go up to, say, 40 max Chuganu, tech up, and then rush the upgrade with Supervision. So he can still win with just Chuganu versus Keshiks. A dicey game. See how he wants to progress this. I mean, Red right now has no choice. He has to invest more military. He stops, he dies. He is fixing a mistake that was made earlier, though. Blacksmith upgrades are now starting to come in, right? The Undermesh wasn't there for that big engagement until it was too late. Steeled Arrow is going to be there before he takes another fight. And Steeled Arrow, on these outposts, it's a heavy amount of damage, especially when they're garrisoned like this. Bottom up. Backing up. Movement speed arrow does come in. Khan has been sniped. He's already used the arrow, so who gives a damn? Outpost on the forward is going to get fortified and hand cannon slit soon. Chuganu are starting to get a fight with these archers. Spearmen reach out into the Keshiks. Red running out of troops fast here. Needs to make sure these Keshik are able to break the deal here. Voldemar still with 1 or 2 Spearmen, though, is what I'm worried about, right? Like, Red forced to take these type of engagements. Now with the outpost being added in, the hand cannon slits coming in soon. I think he can't fight this. I mean, that is going to be hand cannon slit sniping on the Keshiks, and that's going to be a reset again. Red has to retreat, but not before losing all the cav. He at least comes out of this better than last time, though, folks. 32 to 19 military. Last time this happened, it was about 22 military to 2. He is now getting the room to go into Horsemen. Now, the interesting part is, once again, behind this, no interest in going Castle Age, despite the fact that this stage in the game, Voldemar could be there if he halted production for just a minute. He is, however, playing out into Deer, and this might give this inflated number every once in a while that just allows you to stop and go within 20 seconds. He tends to keep playing those pocket economies. A long wall coming out from Voldemar, understanding that he's up against cavalry. There is a risk that at some point Red says, why am I fighting you directly? I should just be shutting down your economy. Timing seems to be a little bit unfortunate for Voldemar. Walking out to build that wall, Red, the perfect read at the perfect time, but actually, as he was about to spot it, it looks like this was just to guard his own economy move. Oh, wow. Pumbaa had to be sniped there. No shenanigans coming in now. Outpost is going to be taken down, and a very casual answer to the trade for Voldemar. He's going to build an outpost and look to the hand cannon slits. Love the way that this stone eventually came into the picture, by the way, right? We questioned it a long time ago what it was for. There were no outposts. But now you start to see the full picture being painted. No trade access here. If the wall does go up north side, no trade there. And unfortunately for Red, the timing looks like it couldn't have been worse. People asking who is the Mongol player. The Mongol player is a top-ranked player. We do not know exactly who they are, but they are ranked about 33rd on the leaderboard. So a very skilled individual. But definitely not getting an easy matchup here, right? Voldemar, a talented player, as he is proving before our eyes here. Mounting that pressure. 71 to 39 military. It's a very hard game now, a hard fight. The Keshik count only at 7. It kind of feels like you just need to go hard into Horseman here. Keshik might have been a little bit of a bait, but the issue is that he can't afford the food. He can only afford gold, right? And there's nothing else to build gold with, so you either trade for bad values that can increasingly get worse, or you go these Keshiks. Speaking of those Keshiks, they have found the wood line, which has been fully chopped through now. So Voldemar, that natural defense is now gone. Wall was coming up, but nice maneuver there by the archer to block that. Hand cannon slit in placement is on the way, however. And the trade's moving north. Oh, no. Oh, no. Voldemar has double hand cannon slit coming in. The timing on this. It's going to be a massacre. By the time the hand cannon slit's complete, the traders will be at the neutral trade post. And while that's happening, there's nothing Red can do about it. The army's marching in. Voldemar, he sees an opportunity to pounce here. 89 to 45. Remember, these have not been returning eco value. Now the garrison comes in. Mistakes made. No option but to trade here. No option at all. He runs past it, but that's 3 traders dead. Make that 4. No trade actually being commenced with. And the Mongols now being dove. Chuginu moving in. At this point, there's just so many of them, they don't even care about the Keshiks anymore. Khan goes down. Archers fall fast. Even the heavy cavalry looks heavily full of bolts. And Voldemar, the classic mass Chuginu, wins out. This is done. But the path to get here wasn't an easy one to skirt. The timings mattered a lot, and Voldemar had the perfect read on this. Kept the Mongol player honest to this long feudal time and time again, and now, with what feels like an unlimited spam of repeated crossbows, he looks unstoppable. And, you know, people think that I don't like watching Chuginu win. They think that I'm disgusted by it. You couldn't be more wrong, folks. I love watching Chuginu win, because every time they win, they get one step closer to being nerfed. Ooh, lordy. If they reach these villages, they're going to look like they need to be nerfed, and he is rapping on it right now. I like that he's using the trader to keep this open, but I really don't know what for at this stage. There's no realm in which you get to trade anymore. I don't know what Red's route to recovery is. I mean, he knows there isn't one now. He just pinned himself in the corner. Voldemar says, get in there so I can throttle you. Woo. The kid does not play around. Good lordy. What's up, Myriad? Does anyone know who the Mongol player is? You? Well, if it is, he doesn't want to brag about it right now. He's going to just lose one, right? Let's have a look. Who was it who said they had some interesting games for me? It was Matisse said he had some interesting ones, didn't he? Okay, interesting choice here, guys. Do you want to see Matisse versus, I think he said he had a game versus Dimu, or alternatively, we do have some submissions for low elo matches. We have, of the low elo ones, we've got a hideout game, and then we've got another game which is Mongols versus Ottomans. What do you think? I don't have the brain for it. Just a 10 resource cost increase on food wood gold for the chicken news would be enough. I think so. The issue with it sort of is that how to put this? It would be fair on the Chinese, but the problem right now is because the Juji have only got Chuganu, it would screw their game up a lot, I think. Low elo games means viewer games? Well, yeah, the viewers submit them in the Discord. What rank is low elo? Gold and below is what we count as low elo. I've got a few coming in that we could look at. So I'm going to let's put up a 1 minute poll. You guys can decide. Don't want to waste too much time thinking on it. So we can, what to cast? Low elo legends, or we cast Dumu versus Matisse, I believe it was. What's your rank? I am unranked. I never play ranked. I had this discussion on Marika's stream, on Woman Cutie's stream, where she asked what rank do I think I'd be, and I was like, easily diamond. If I put a little bit of time into it, I think Conk is quite doable, not even in a cocky way. It's just, I know what I can do. She seemed to agree with it. Let me create a bronze level account and do 1 action per minute. That's the strat. Funnily enough, there was a creator that was planning to do a low elo series, and they were planning to. They were debating whether they should make fake accounts to get good games. I was like, eh. I mean, it's a smart content strat, but I love the genuineness too much. Low elo legends winning out. Interesting. Okay. Okay, here we go. So let me have a look. We have had some submissions from the peeps. Let me just hide. I don't want you guys to get the results spoiled here. I think we have a submission actually from Mr. Taka. Let's have a look here. So we had 1912. It is hideout we're looking for. Up against Chinese. Okay. Interesting. Old versus new. It is. We've got Chinese versus Juji. I'll hop into it in a sec. I just need to switch over to caster mode, so no spoilers. Please blur out your name. Nah. Dude, like, no, there's nothing to be ashamed of. Like, okay, I'm just gonna bluntly say this: like this obsession with being like the best in games. Like, I think honestly, the ideas of meta, and I think it's the beauty of esports kind of muddied this because it wasn't esports intent. But the rise of esports and metas has really muddied this idea of just having fun for the sake of having fun. Everyone feels this need to be judged by their gameplay, and you shouldn't. You really shouldn't. Gaming is about immersing yourself in experience and having fun. And the reality is, like, when esports kept rising and also metas and then all the content creation around it came around, people started to see the perfection. What we need to wake up and realize is not everyone can be a top 1, top 10 player. There can only be top 1 of them or 10 of them, right? On top of that, the obsession with, like, us looking and seeing perfection in other players play and whatever it's just as bad as, like, when you realize what you're doing on Instagram and Twitter, where we are seeing people in their filtered perfect state that isn't realistic to our expectations. And it muddies it again. It's kind of a dark realization of the 21st century. But anyway, let's go for some fun revelations. It's back! Finally, the submissions have started coming in. Boys, gals, and non-binary pals, welcome back to Bronze League Legends. And what a way to begin the series with one of the long-time supporters of the channel, Mr. Taka Ols, on the right, in the green, as the new Zhu Zi's legacy. But who will be in the way of the Emperor's new groove? But the old Emperor himself, Han Solo, playing in the blue as the Chinese. That's right, we have got a civil war. A civil war that has involved one of the greatest heroes in the galaxy going back in time. I'm intrigued to see how it's going to end. We are, of course, on Hideout, which means a very turtly, very defensive map. Rankings on these two players are going to be as followed. Han Solo comes in at, I believe they are unranked, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, they do not show up. Mr. Taka, however, I believe they are ranked around goldish level, right? Like gold, silver. I think on average they come in around 800 elo-ish. The person on the other side of this, Han Solo, yeah, at the time of this game, they were both ranked 10-0-0. Like, that was a great way of saying that. About 1,000 elo. But the ranks on average around silver gold. Remember the way that the ranking system starts? I believe it starts you around 1,000 elo when the season begins. So this is just the beginning of their seasons. Interesting matchup, though. I'm curious to see how this is going to play out, because there's been a lot of theory crafting around which Civ is stronger in the late game. Is it Chinese or Zhu Zi's? And I'm curious to see how it works for the Bronzes. Now, for those that have not seen the Bronze League Legends series before, the Bronze League Legends series is a fun one. Inspired by the likes of Winter StarCraft and T90. The whole idea is to shine a light on low-rank play, something that maybe is more relatable for some of us. It's meant to be a nice mixture of education, maybe a little bit of light teasing, some fun jokes, and maybe a fun narrative along the way. So shout out to the people that are willing to show their games. I know it can seem a bit tough. I was saying, like, there's this kind of stigma that everyone needs to be good at games. That is simply not the case. Everyone has their own independent skills. For example, I'm going to bully Murad here. Murad is in the chat. Murad is very good at playing Age of Empires 4. I imagine he is very terrible at cooking. I imagine he is very terrible at Apex Legends. Judging by the amount of spamming he done in the early days of the English, I reckon he's also very terrible at making decisions around Brexit. Even though that one's not on him. But the point is, you don't have to feel shy. You don't have to feel bad. I actually like this opening from Taka. Going for the double IO is something I don't feel like I see that often with Zhu Zi's Legacy. Feels like they've often just stuck on one, right? And they've just gathered the gold as need be, and then they have the IO supervising the mill. But this is a different approach. An interesting mill placement as well. Didn't go for the mill placement on the north side because they wanted to play for the deer. This does mean that you're sacrificing gold. So the choice that Taka just made there, and holy smokes, the food. He took out these 3 deer really fast. The trade-off of doing this is you actually get less taxation in the mill, but you do get more food. So you have to compensate by putting more people on gold, which is why he already has an absurd amount of food and gold sitting in the bank. Now, downside of this, slower tech timing. You're already seeing it. Imperial Academy is coming out from Han Solo. Upside, however, is faster second tech timing. Taka's build should get him into Song Dynasty quicker than Han Solo, because Han Solo has only got 2 people on the gold. So pretty cool difference there. Interestingly enough, also, Han didn't take an upside in terms of, like, dropping the mill on the berries. He just settled for the TC mill, which is, I think, quite a comfortable play a lot of Chinese players have made historically, high and low ranks. Han Solo going to set up his house near the lumber camp because, you know, lumberjacks need someone to sleep at night, also just remaining efficient there. Wheelbarrow hasn't come out on either side. Meditation got... I just realized what map we're playing. Taka, he realized as well that this is a disgusting landmark. It's completely unacceptable that he's allowed to build Meditation Garden on Hideout, so he morally objected. He walked away from the Meditation Garden. He said, "Not today, Mr. KP. The number on this landmark would be disgusting." What do you reckon, guys? This is like the high trade house moment. Guess the number. Because Mr. Taka, what he was doing there, he's a solid fella. He was giving us enough time in the replay for everyone to get their numbers in the chat on how much resources it's going to generate. We know it's going to be 48 food, but how much wood? Barber can come in the meantime for Han Solo. So Han not even protecting his stone, man. This is kind of wild. It also looks like Mr. Taka, he's going for a fast castle build, right? This looks like a fast castle build. Folks, you've got until 5 minutes and 40 seconds to get your numbers in, and then we'll see who's closest. And you know what? Now that we've seen a few minutes of gameplay, I'm going to start a prediction. Let's see if anyone can guess who's going to win. Now, I'm trusting Taka to be a good boy and not predict himself or the opponent, because he should know the outcome. I just realized what I'd done there. Might not be my smartest move. But a classic, well, I don't want to call it smart move. Standard move, actually, out of the Chinese. We are seeing a hard herd onto the stone. As Han Solo is going to be going for the multi-TC build. I actually like Taka's a lot more here. I think Taka's build is like just a lot better. Getting that cast stage fast just gives you the ability to just pump into the Shaolin Monastery and pick up all the relics on a map where spawn isn't too bad for it, actually. And the cool thing is, after that, these Shaolin monks can actually dive really well. They have this hardened skin ability, which is super effective against this Civ because they use hand cannons. Hand cannons that damage is going to be reduced from 25 to 12.5. And remember, the trade-off as well, the other thing about hand cannon slits, they seem really powerful, but remember, their attack speed is worse than like standard arrow fire from TCs and outposts. That's the trade-off you make. Let's have a look here, though. Second TC condensed. Not the biggest fan of this. I think this is something I've noticed, especially at like the lower ranked games, is this is still a frequent pattern. If you looked at a big difference between high-level Chinese players and low-level Chinese players now, the biggest sole difference outside of minute details like, oh, you know, your villager placement, oh, your IO efficiency, it's the TC placement. Some high-level Chinese players will still go condensed TC when they have to, but this is realistically a matchup where, bare minimum, you could have afforded to drop the TC on either the stone or maybe some berries over here just to get a little bit more efficiency, because what you've done here is you're a little bit slower now to get value out of newly spawned villages. Like, the surprising detail is if they just want to rally onto the wood anyway, they could have dropped this TC right on the wood line. So they would have actually had an extra lumber camp drop-off point. Lumber camps. Taka is hard onto that wood now, so he needs to set up the... Is this going to be stables? Or is this I think he might be prepping granary transition. Like, realistically, you could go back with the remaining food onto your Song Dynasty, and then you could transition granary, which is super effective for this Civ. If those don't know, the Song Dynasty for this usually gives them a 40% discount on their eco buildings. It's insanely powerful for farm transitions with this Civ. Makes it so much easier than it is for the Chinese. Someone else that's easier for them is Relic Yoinking. So far, we've got 2 Shaolin monks. I don't expect more from Taka because they are very expensive. 200 food for a guy who just doesn't actually have much sheep left. In fact, he's scraping the last bit here. This is like that person who goes out for a nice little drunk escapade. They stop off for a doner kebab, and they are so hungry that after they've cleared that kebab, they sit there licking the grease. We are going to be getting the Zhang Natar, so there we go. He will have the ability to make that transition. I think it's most logical that he makes that transition, doesn't try to play out of his base. And actually, it'll be a good read considering that Han Solo is going into Chugin Nu. Who would have known? Sorry, I tried to make that work. This is an interesting choice by Blue. I mean, prolonged feudal up against a fast castle build like this. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to slap hard enough. Now, upside, you are 2 TC versus 1. You are classic Song versus new Song, which means you get faster producing villages. But the relics are going to pad that difference, as is the Meditation Garden, which, by the way, in the end, was 107 wood. What? He is getting an insane 155 resources from that Meditation Garden. A reasonable landmark. Yeah, fair to say Zhu legacy is kind of like Rus on this map, right? Like, Rus is frowned upon if you pick it on this map because their ability to spam hunting cabins and get crap tons of gold. I feel the same way about this Civ. And I feel the same way when I see this as well. There's that Song Dynasty Granary transition we were talking about. Now, This looks really expensive. This looks like, oh no, you're doing this against a person spamming Chuginu, you're going to lose. Yeah, hold up there, folks. The person spamming Chuginu is only at the beginning of it. And also, Mr. Taka just saved 40 resources on all of this. That's insane. This granary investment, the cost of farms here, right? Like if we do a raw count, 19 farms, 75 each, right? So that's 1,425 there. Then 150 each on top. So 1,425 plus an extra 300. He should have paid 1,725 wood for this, but he didn't. He saved 40%. He paid under 1,000 to get this. Crazy. It means he's going to be able to afford a lot more units. And it's going to be the Palace Guard spam. Dude, Han Solo. Oh, man. I don't think he even knows just how over this game theoretically should be. Now, the reason why I put a theoretically on there, folks, is for good reason. We are dealing with Bronze Blade Legends. Anything could happen here. And we're going to get to find out quite quick, I think. Chuginu up to 17. Probably going to be about 30 Chuginu by the time the fight starts. But keep in mind that this number's deceptive. This many aren't going to be in the fight. Behind this... oh, no. They're like, wait, but we're not Zhu Xi's. We can't make that granary transition at that speed. Okay, one at a time. Oh, man, this is so inefficient. He just doesn't have the wood. Even with 23 people working here, he's trying to drop it off fast enough, so he'll eventually make that transition. But, folks, for comparison, remember, full transition already complete. This is just granary number 1, and he hasn't even got it fully surrounded yet. Outpost as well? No, whoa, whoa, Taka, come on. You don't need an outpost also here. He's got a reasonable number of Palace Guard. Now, if he supervises, is he supervising it? Dude, Taka is so good. Did I mention that Taka is good? I don't think I did. I should have. What a fellow. What a gentleman, right? Didn't rush the Meditation Garden because it was Imber. But then shows you, flexes his skills. He remembered to supervise the Iron Undermesh. Now, I don't know how a taxman understands blacksmithing that well. My guess is that for immersion reasons, to explain it to you guys, the taxman sent such an intense stare to the blacksmiths. The blacksmiths guy realizes that if he does not complete his tasks quicker, he's not going to sell enough goods to pay his taxes. That is why supervision works on blacksmiths. We should have been supervising that fight, though. Oh, no. Now, someone said the Palace Guard were going to win. Did someone forget that Palace Guard have less ranged armor than Men-at-Arms? Now, he has Undermesh now, but, you know, the little tip, folks, I find Undermesh tends to work better when you have troops for it to protect. And he really doesn't right now. Luckily for him, Han Solo, he always likes to shoot first, but he forgets to kill sometimes. He was actually targeting different Palace Guard each time, but Han Solo able to clear up the Palace Guard again, and rush up on those outposts. Mr. Taka farms. Could be in trouble. Kills a decent number of the Chuginu, though. By the way, I love that stutter step back from Taka. He's like, whoa, Chuginu stutter step is strong. How does Palace Guard stutter step compare? Oh. Doesn't help when you click away. Chuginu. Oh. An opportunity here, Taka. Now, he built this outpost, but can he reach this outpost? Taka. He's saying it's fine, it's fine. Okay, it's just fertilizer for the fields. See, the problem here for Taka is he's realizing green is actually a bad color choice because it camouflages people pretty well against the backdrop. Palace Guard in, though. And with the assistance of the outposts, I think the Chuginu should eventually die here. However, this is level 1 for Han Solo. This is Empire Strikes Back. Wait, no. Which one? Was that 4? I forget the names. Well, we're going to have to go all the way towards a Return of the Jedi arc if we want to see the Zhu Ji come into this. Because I think right now it's Han Solo's chance to strike. Chuginu are going to start to be scared away. Taka says, I need more melee. The Palace Guard aren't good enough. He's sending the villagers. He's like, in the Shaolin, the villagers, they wear similar things. We're finally going to see the Giga Shaolin. He's going to do what the Palace Guard could not, folks. Here we go. He hardens his body. He runs around the back. He says, you have been chosen for death. Finally, Han Solo will lose his army. However, he bought a new one. No. Now, he does react quickly this time, but keep in mind, Taka, despite the fact he's got 3 relics, he never picked up that 4th. He right now is 20 eco behind. And the granary transition is 2 out of 3 for Han Solo. So his economy is starting to inflate pretty heavily now. This game's getting a bit worrisome. Taka, he does have 14 Palace Guards, so has got enough to now fight. The question is, what's Han Solo going to do? Because he's mismacroed a little here. A lot of wood and gold because, you know, it makes sense. I find that if the times are hard and I'm trying to play for the future, food is pointless, guys. Food expires. It goes out of date. You know what doesn't go out of date? Gold. People love gold. The feel of it, the touch of it, the smell of it. If you're desperate enough, you can even eat it. Same with wood. High in fiber. So Han Solo just keeps stockpiling. Mr. Taka decides, finally, Wheelbarrow might be a good idea. Because Chugenu hurt. Horsemen tend to move faster than Chugunu, though, so he might still have the same issue. Interesting choice here. Han Solo taking fights with the Palace Guard. By the way, like, I don't know if this is just a rule set for Zhu Ji versus Chugenu, versus Chinese, rather, but apparently Chinese are allergic to blacksmiths. Mr. Taka, I think he might be the son of a blacksmith. Look at these. I don't remember the last time I saw someone prioritize level 2 melee tech so bloody quickly with Palace Guard. It's such a big difference in this matchup, though, because Han Solo essentially is Ooga Booga fighting with stick, and Mr. Taka actually has a sword. People saying I should do a low Elo Legends tournament with a small cash prize. So it would be cool, but there's a kind of a few issues there. So one issue with doing a low Elo tournament is if there's money, people are encouraged to smurf. That's always been the case in any esports scene. It's actually one of the biggest problems with scaling tier 2 and tier 3 scenes is there will always be people that will exploit that. Problem number 2 is I don't know if it would be as interesting. And what I mean by that is I like to think of the low Elo Legends series, the Bronze League Legends series as we call it, as almost a documentary style thing, right? Where we get to... I almost feel like I should be sitting here, and here we see the Chinese in their natural habitat, scaling into farms, vast beyond the eyes, sight, and your truest imaginations. You know, it's kind of got that feeling about it where you want to catch the low Elo Legends in the natural habitat. And I wonder if you stick them in a tournament setting, if they'd play differently. So far, though, I've been impressed with Taka's plays. Mountain Liu Academy coming in. So it looks like he's going to get the Speedy Boys. Actually, no, wait, no, it's not the Speedy Boys, is it? Yuan, I always have to remember. Because actually, funnily enough, I feel like we rarely ever see Yuan for Zhu Ji Legacy. Ming is the health, if I'm not mistaken. The Yuan Dynasty was the cheaper units, right? Yes, it makes all units 10% cheaper. And sorry, it's not health. Ming gives the 15% damage increase. If you want to get the movement speed, you need to get into your Imp landmark. You have to go for the Sun to get the haste. So, has got cheaper unit production. That's going to allow a lot more spamming in this Palace Guard, actually. You've got 5 Raxes back here. Notice that Mr. Taka is an orderly fellow. He likes to be able to look in one area in his base and understand what he's seeing. Okay? He's the person that, as a kid, cleaned his room very orderly when his mum told him to. Because if he didn't, he got beaten with a stick by a Shaolin monk. Well, you know it's a hard time in the Kingdom of China when it comes to this. Monks having to pawn their relics just so they can pay their taxes. At some point, Taka is likely to realize that this is not where you drop this off. Yeah, he's going to the pagodas. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Pagoda. Wait, are we going to spam Shallow Monks? This better be the game. I've been waiting for it. No pro player has done it for me yet. Meanwhile, Trebs have set up to seize the Barbican. Now, Han Solo did go up with the clock tower, rather, so he's got access to the tanky Nesta Bees. Probably not going to look very tanky against many men-at-arms, aka Palace Guard. Wolves have gone up as well, so the game slows down a bit. Dude, I love pagodas. 50 food, 50 wood, 100 gold, 50 stone. What is not to like? I really want to see him start spamming Shallow Monks, though. I've yet to have a chance to cast a game where someone max pagodas and just spam Shallow Monks. In theory, it's ridiculous. I guess in reality against Nesta B is probably not going to work, though. This is a slow siege point. What is the play for Han Solo? It looks like he's doing the gelato freebies approach here. One of everything, right? Get a few spears, get a few chicken nuke, get some Palace Guard, then get the crossbows, then the horsemen, then get the lances. Han Solo then quickly Googles the Wikipedia page. What units have I missed? We need to probably get a Springhold soon. Is there anything else I can build out here? Hand cannoneers? No, not an Imperial yet. Just ticking all the boxes. Meanwhile, Taka... It's much simpler. Me like pokey sticks. Me slap you with pokey sticks. The A-click comp, as I like to call it. Also getting to the Nesta Bees. That's a lot of Raxes. Can you calm down for a second? Good lord. Oh, yo, the crazy part, by the way, is that Han Solo, because he's doing the one of everything, he only built one Nesta Bees. So Taka, if he just spams a lot of Nesta Bees here, gets one flurry out on the massive crossbows, this might just be game. Temple Sun on the way. Oh god, this is looking like game. Taka, can you stop being good? Taka, hey Taka, could you tell people how you got to be so good for your rank? And could you also make sure you include in that testimony why it was watching my stream so frequently that done that for you? Thanks. Village about to go down. Age up. Has been complete. Han Solo still flying an insane amount of wood here. His army's not looking that scary. He's trying to wrap with horsemen, but I mean, wrap into what? Spearmen? I mean, maybe you get the Trebs, but does Taka care? Rohirrim rides in. Han Solo will leave the horsemen to ride solo into the death. Oh my. And not just that, now it looks like there's a wraparound. Palace Guard Spears trying to move in. Can't quite find the Clock Tower Nesta Bees. Keep want to say network there. Taka, he's in chill mode, man. He's vibing. Taka's like, you know what? I have also watched a lot of these long games. I know how this works. Shushi's, they like to get their late game. They like to get all their upgrades. I got my Divine Haste. Woo. I've got my Imperial Age. Woo. Soon I'll have my win. Han Solo, though, not to be counted out. He says, I was not frozen in carbon for years to end like this. I will fight. I will win. He says when he realizes actually he needs to run. Oh, no. The Nesta Bees. That's at least a B- shot. I hear my kid. That's an A+. Oh no, Han Solo. Taka's army is so small. Maybe there's a recovery route. Han Solo has now got his own attacking here. Now, these Palace Guard, they haven't been upgraded yet. He prioritized the Spearmen. Nesta Bees coming in though, and oh, the crossbows! Taka realizing when he loses most of his army, it might be a good idea to start micro. Now goes after one Lancer. What is this fight? It's like a gentleman's agreement to allow each other to use their Nesta Bees right here. You fire. No, you fire. No, you fire. Okay. Oh, the tunnel vision. Taka goes off the Nesta Bees. Might be able to get it, but at what cost? Army is shrinking on both sides, but Han Solo, is he ever going to get to Imperial Age? I love the fact that the Nesta Bees has been the priority for one side and the ignored thing for the other, and yet the one who's been ignoring them has arguably been trading better for the last 2 minutes. However, I think the efficiency of Han might be coming to a close soon. That's now 3 Nesta Bees. Oh, good lord. Now, Han, he's trying to wrap around. A few Pulse Guard are going to move into the back and start to torch this down, but where's the tech up is what I'm wondering. Han, he has 5,000 wood right now. He realizes it. He says, that, yeah, right. I have no place being here, KP. This is unacceptable gameplay. I'm leaving. Oh, poor Han. It's a shame as well. If he didn't have so much wood, maybe they would have reached the Imperial Age. And in fairness, the way they took those fights wasn't that bad, but well played by Taka. Clean first 15 minutes, really knew what he wanted to do, which is set him up really well. I think one big tip I've been given to a lot of people, if you want to improve your gameplay and you're a low-ranked player, figuring out a way of executing those early games, those first 10, 15 minutes, and getting comfortable with that is a really solid route to progress. And Taka shows you exactly why. And you saw it there, folks. He said it. If you want to learn how to become better, if you want to be able to beat Taka, you need to be watching these streams. So make sure you are subscribed both on the YouTube side as well as the Twitch, because I like money. I kind of need it to keep doing this. Oh, man. Entertain you? I like a yay, this is fun to watch, or a haha, funny, funny. If you're looking for haha, funny, funny, we can always watch some of your games. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. That was mean. That was uncalled for. You actually didn't do anything to deserve. Okay. So let's figure this out. I think food might be ready soon. Let me check my partner. See if we got a time for another. If we don't, I think what we'll do is we'll do the replay, plays on screen while I go eat, and then we come back and cast some more live, right? I think that's a good idea. Is food almost ready? I don't think she's in chat. Glad I'm casting this game? Nice. Yeah, I'm glad people enjoy it. So, let me have a look at what we've got. Oh, she is in chat. 15 mins. Ooh, okay. So maybe I'll let my food go slightly cold and we'll cast one game. Let me see. I don't know if we've got a low elo game pumped that's going to be really short. Let me check the replays though. It's got Mongols versus Ottomans. They did not say rather what map, which does not bloody help. You know what? Yeah, let's go for it. Maybe my food gets cold. So be it. These are the sacrifices I make. You know, like, because I don't want you guys to miss out on the fun. I want you to get your fill. So I stay here. I sacrifice my food. I let it go cold. If that's not worth subscribing for, I don't know what is. All right, let's go. Boys, gals, and non-binary pals, welcome back to Bronze League Legends. That's right, we're hopping in to some low-ranking gameplay to see how the other end of the leaderboard lives. In the south here, playing in the blue, we've got Mao Mao PvP. Mao Mao PvP, I believe, was the person that submitted this replay to us, so shout out to them for providing the replay. They are consistently ranked silver gold, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, no, they actually slipped platinum recently, but they're now down in gold. I know it's got Bronze League Legends, but the logic here, I think it's fair to say, around 800, 850-ish elo or below is fair game. So we've got a gold 2 here, 892 elo after 35 games played, playing as the Mongols, and across the way, in their way, we've got the Ottomans. This account is actually also about the same rank. At the time of the game, they were ranked about 900 elo, while Mao Mao was ranked 860 elo. So should be an interesting one. And people saying mid-elo legends. I mean, you could, but I like to kind of slot this in the same category. I would say mid-elo Legends to me is plat up to diamond. I think it's fair to say. Maybe even encroaching upon Conk slightly, but I prefer Conk to be considered part of the high elo in fairness. But this should be a fun one, man. Ottomans versus Mongols on Rocky River is not a matchup that I feel like we see much right now. Everyone's really busy spamming these new civs on Rocky River. Things like the Japanese, right? Or the Ayabids have also been really popular. Feels like people have forgotten them. Right now, it kind of feels like a what about Zoidberg moment, right? What about Ottomans? What about Mongols? Mongols have seen a little bit of play. I think I would favor them in this type of matchup, especially with their ability to play on fishing, but it's like neither player is playing fishing because, folks, we're in Bronze League Legends here. Why would you ever fish? Fishing, ugh. It's actually one of the most consistent things. If you actually ask lower level players, they'll always tell you they do not like water hybrid maps. Now, I hope that eventually changes. I'd love to see them starting to engage with it because I think it's a fun element of gameplay. For the time being, we don't have to worry about that. It's going to be a military school opening coming out, and it looks like it was that stone gathering play, right? Get the initial 50, drop it down. Meanwhile, we're going to see Stables play on the other side from Mau Mau, so has gone for the double horseman pump. There's going to be a spearman here to meet them, but if you micro this right, you could probably actually just beat this spearman or ignore him entirely. Nice start, actually. I love that little micro from Mau Mau. Doesn't actually take any unnecessary damage. I mean, they had to wrap under the TC, but that's still less damage than they would have taken from a spear. Now you see T like, yeah, we show him who the boss is. Forces him away. Listen, we are going to get Twin Minaret Madrasa versus Deerstone. Interesting position here. Typically, like, you prefer to have it on the south side so you can quickly garrison, but it's the back of his base. This could be an interesting one, actually. I'm curious how Blue is going to try to crack him open, if he can crack him open, because one tough thing about this map, Rocky River has consistently been spawning with defensive tree lines like this. It makes it very hard to get in the back of your opponent's base, and that might be kind of a killing blow at low ranks if the other player remembers to wall, right? Because you can't. So if both of them, say, play cavalry here, which is definitely feasible, Sipahi on one side, Horseman Keshik on the other, the difference maker might just be the ability to access the economy. Nice dodge indeed. Looks like he does get those sheep back. How many was that he managed to return by dodging that? 10 come in. Nemo on the other side. I believe we're probably looking at a similar split, right? Yeah, 10. It's got some to come back. So decent from both players. Tech up has been completed first for Teal. Looks like Deerstone opens some doors. I'm wondering actually how it's going to be used here. I'm surprised we're not looking at trade actually on a map like this with the Mongols, in a matchup where maybe you are just going to be the aggressor and your opponent's only got spears. Little bit surprised we did not get trade. Even more so when you consider that Mau Mau went for the stables. It's usually a good idea to go for trade whenever you go stable opening, because the logic is that you can afford Keshiks because of that trade. Otherwise, Keshik scaling is very difficult, even if you work hard on the gold vein. Tech up now complete. Looks like he's going to go back on the march. Just see if he can do some damage. Very condensed space coming out of Teal. Has not added in the blacksmiths yet, but there we go. As soon as I mentioned that, going to be laid in afterwards. Mau Mau, what's the move, man? It just feels like it's a full halt. Oh, I love that. They built the archery range near the wood line to keep themselves efficient and then move it out. An interesting thing about this play, actually, it's probably less efficient to make it this way if you don't have superior mobility, but have Deerstone. Because the Deerstone means you could have walked over, built the archery range in range of the Uvu, and then got back pretty fast here. So, seems like a nitpicky detail, but yeah, he's doing it again with the pasture. So the pasture is probably going to pack up and move over immediately. Mau Mau, what are we... What on... Are they... They're going for the deer. Oh, and that just got scouted by Teal. A bold play, Blue. A very bold play. And what... What? Hold on, let me open the Wikipedia page. I don't think I've seen this unit before. Well, that's a blast from the past. When was the last time you saw Maga die? When was the last time you didn't see them die, though? I think is going to be the better question here. Because Blue is spamming them. What? Against the Ottomans. This is usually not a good matchup to do that, folks. I mean, this is one of the worst matchups usually because Ottomans, they either A-scale archers or B-scale Sipahi. Or C, go fast castle and you can't die because you're a glass cannon. Now, the reason why it's bad against both Sipahi and archers just snipe you down. Sipahi are even better at sniping you down. Now, the thing about Sipahi is they move slightly slower than Horsemen, but ever since the nerf to Magadai, that's just kept the difference the same as it used to be between Magadai and Horsemen. The difference, though, is that Sipahi can attack to back, right? Whereas, like, Horsemen, they have to wail over each other, and also this Fortitude is super effective for that. So this is a ballsy statement by Blue, essentially saying, I can micro better than you. So what I'm saying is these are micro die. Yeah, pretty much. Sipahi. Do get in range. Dude, what? He says, what nerf, KP? I haven't been nerfed. I've been buffed. The Deer Stone to the front line. Remind me again how this is gold rank? That's the type of play I still don't even see from higher rank players. Have they set up the outpost at home? Naughty. Oh, wait, he's got one back here. Actually, yeah, okay, so... Can we get clappers in the chat for Mau Mau? This guy definitely came for PvP. Dude, this guy, is he a smurf? He might be. I don't see this out of Diamond Conk level players, even though it's so important. Deerstone, I still think Deerstone is underutilized, especially ever since the nerf to trade, right? It's just better to build a marketplace in the corner. And the other reason is because you can do this with Deerstone. You can just move it up. And that's why these Magadai are actually good, because now they move quicker than Sipahi. That is such a sick read. Now, what's the read out of Teal? Teal says, oh, Magadai. Damn, that's a really strong unit. I'm going to build another stable, not an archery range to use for archery. Oh, no. So Teal's getting baited here because he sees range unit and says Cav. But really, you should see range unit and say ranged. Right now, Teal could say ranged, but look at the... Oh, no, the eco. Teal says, I need a lot of wood. I need a lot of archers. I need so many archers. I'm going to deforest like crazy. So much deforestation, we will suffocate because we won't be making enough oxygen. But then he forgets he needs food. And now he's transitioning farms. Oh my god. There's no way this works, right? I don't know, guys. This is kind of looking scary right now if you're Teal. He's building more Sipahi. He's not building more archers. Now, what is this economy? I mean, it makes sense for Blue, right? I think actually Mau Mau is contemplating the idea of castle if they need it. Instead, they double down on Magadai because it's almost like Blue is sitting here going, yo, counter me. And Teal's like, no, Spotify. Louder. What are those pings going on in the game? Oh, Magadai. Okay. And Blue's like, are you going to counter me? Teal's like, no. Oh, dead villagers is fine. I got too much resources as it is. It's fine. We'll just keep going. At this point, Blue is confused, right? It's like, what is Teal doing? It looks like he's just building more Sipahi, which... I don't know, man. I see this a lot. This is an educational moment, actually. Like, I've just... Now that I think about it, I do see this a lot. I'm guilty of doing this. I'm sure many people in chat are guilty of doing this. I think wood is the easiest thing to over macro because it's very easy to just rally villagers onto what feels like not an infinite resource, but almost, right? And that, like, you're never really going to run out of wood in the first 20 minutes. So you just kind of rally more villagers. Whereas food and gold can run out easily. So if you're distracted by other things, good to just rally them there, right? Now, you might argue that the Blue, or Teal rather, there's nothing to distract them. Like, what are you talking about, KP? They're just standing here. We don't know what Teal's doing in real life, okay? His League of Legends Q could have just popped. And you know what? That would be a beneficial thing, because after he walked it down mid 5 times and GG'd the game, he now comes back ready to go Castle Age. Meanwhile, Mau Mau sees Castle Age and says, why would I ever? Sipahi raid's coming in. TC should take this out, though. Even targeting the meta, an interesting choice there. We'll get rid of some extra movement speed, but... Looks like actually... Ooh, did he shuffle the healthy ones? Yeah, to the front side of the formation. So Sipahi are going to get cleaned up here. Now, Mau, that was a lot of idle time for him. If Teal is taking up behind this is good. However, Teal isn't on gold. He went hard on the stone, so... What was the intent here? I mean... He might have enough Vizier points. No, he will not have enough Vizier points for an extra military school. He needs the gold. But Teal's just like, well, it's all rock at the end of the day, right, guys? There might be some gold in here. He continues to go hard on this stone, and it's crazy, actually, because he could forward Castle Age and then some if he recalibrated it a little. Mau, meanwhile. He's Googled the unit counters for the game. But I think he forgot to change his filter for the last year because he seems to have happened upon a Reddit thread from the release of the game that said Magadai are OP. He continues to scale Magadai only. What? This has no place working. And it won't. Teal says TCs. TCs are the defense. That's what I was missing. So he's going second TC. This does use a lot of the wood, in fairness. What on earth am I witnessing? He's going to go Castle Age, isn't he? Oh my... Mau. Are you just like a no BKB Dota gamer? Do you just build all like attack items, no defense? He's spamming Magadai, and he doesn't even go step redoubt. He's going Kurultai. And he already has the blacksmith upgrades. So Mau says, you know, everyone looks at the Magadai, and they think, that unit sucks. Don't build it. Not Mau. Trusted Mau looks at the fabled Magadai and says, people misunderstand this unit. You see, if everyone's dead, nothing can hurt you. So realize it's a very dangerous thing to say to people who are being bullied in their pub games. I mean, everyone's dead in game. Nothing can hurt you. However, that's not entirely true when there's archers in the mixer. Mau pulls away. Tech up is on the way. 40 seconds away from veterancy. Now, once they get the veterancy, they are going to do a lot of damage against his Sipahi. I still don't know about this, though. Maybe if he has the Kurultai. Teal is going off the Veer Stone, though. So no movement speed. Okay, that is actually a really big loss there. I think Mau got a bit greedy. But look, Mau going into the base now. Okay. Gets a few villagers. No. Run! Mau. In with the backstab. He's not going to get many villagers for it. However, if he doesn't lose many Magadai and gets back home, he can heal. And because of that upgrade, I just got reminded why no one builds Magadai. He got 1 damage increase. It was 5 damage before, right? He literally went up 1 damage from that upgrade. Oh, man. Mau loses some Magadai, but he gains a new friend. And really, Blue's just trying to teach us a lesson. It's not about winning or losing. It's about the friends you make along the way. Because he might be about to lose. Teal's going. Teal could actually go Castle Age and upgrade this army and then just win the game. Something tells me they aren't going to go Castle Age, but they might win the game. Sipahi moving in. Magadai on the way. Now, this is a Kurultai, folks. And I never write off a Kurultai. He's going to get a decent increase in damage, right? Essentially an extra +1 here. Dive coming in from the Sipahi, moving onto the villagers, and they can't get the outpost up. They're panic rushing. Dive through, but Magadai now coming around the backside. Archers diving a bit far, and Teal gives chase, but the villager count is about to shrink. Mau in trouble. Teal decides he's got other things to do, so he A-clicks and doesn't move past here because he's busy getting distracted by outposts. Wait, what? Is it me? Or is Mau Mau not dying quick enough? Magadai are coming. They got Benny Hills. They arrive in time this time. The Magadai do have the +2 now. They do a lot of damage against Sapahi, but look at the rush on the... What? All that for one outpost, but what about the rest, Mau Mau? Oh, no. Teal. He's losing a lot of army for this, though. He is doing a lot of damage. 56 to 38 eco. Mau Mau right now is sticking his head in the sand like an ostrich and saying it's fine. Because I'm going to kill everything. And he is going to kill everything. Mau Mau now has the military lead. And Teal. What is this economy? Now, Teal, he's probably looking at this going, a good trade, a good trade. You know, like he's that very chippered man with a puffed up chest. Going, yes, we handle them well. We show them who the masters are. I don't know why the Ottoman guy has a British voice here, but that's what's happening. Shaking hands, firm handshakes all around, boys. We done it. And now we just leave, and he'll leave the game, right? He's done. There's no way he comes back. Mau Mau says, wait. You left an arrow in me back there. Let me give it back. He marches in. Attack speed arrow is coming out. Says Gatling gunning down the Sapahi. Second wave is going to be there, though. And I'm starting to wonder, like, how could he recover this? Because the Kurultai is not here. Mau Mau doesn't have a way in. But Mau Mau says, we are Mongols. And as long as there is no wall, we will keep doing what we do best. Raiding. In onto the villages. Mau Mau. Trying to shrink the eco. Return a little bit of fire. He gets 5. A really good trade there. Sapahi are also getting wheeled down. Teal is bloody... Teal. This is... Teal. Hear me out. That's a lot of arrows. He hears me. He backs away. I think that's what we in the business call a good trade. And now he's got Keshiks. Mau Mau. Could he secretly be a god? He's holding onto a lot of food. He needs to find a way to spend that. But right now, this fight is looking good. Keshiks able to tank this. Sapahi get baited again. Dude, Magadai, I mean, Teal realistically just needs to go Archer Spears here to hold. But, you know, there's a difference between what you need to do and what you're going to do. And remember, Teal turned his Spotify playlist really loud, so he can't hear me right now. He's got 3 military schools. I guarantee they are all set to Sapahi. And Mau Mau, I mean, he has got some serious gold issues right now. If he just shifts some people across, though, the amount of Magadai and Keshik, he could win this game. Teal now going for the Ottoman Imperial Armory. He says, I would rush it up with 14 KP, but I lost a few villages. Teal is now on his way. We can stop panicking, folks. He even was kind enough to gather 600 stone, which would be enough for him to build nothing. He ran out of stone. He doesn't have enough for a castle drop. And he might wish he did. Raid comes in. I don't know what that... Johnny, what were you doing out there? You know you're not supposed to cross the road by your own. And you learned the hard way why. All of a sudden, only a 12 eco lead for Teal. That TC, once again, is the one army unit for Teal that is winning the fights. But for how much longer? I mean, this is a very dangerous game that Teal is playing. You're coming out undefended against the Mongols. That usually doesn't end well for people, folks. Can we just actually praise Mau Mau for somehow actually making Magadai competitive? I mean, you could argue if it was Teal's mistake, but the fact that he somehow got to a Keshik conversion now, this looks really, really good for Blue. I actually think it's kind of crazy the way this one played out. And the crazy part is because Teal made that dive past the Kurultai and didn't kill the army. That's what made it so good. And the outposts on the front. I mean, this is about eco, but also about movement speed. New Age has begun, but Teal, we're about 2 minutes away from a counter to those Magadai. Actually made that 3 minutes. Yep, more blacksmiths, please. Magadai, they bait him to fight again. Dude, Teal. It's like you've got that person who's giving you really snarly looks, and you're like, oh, I'll punch him. And then you realize, actually, like, you could only see his head. When you turn the bar and saw the rest of his body, he's actually built like Arnie. Keshiks decide, actually, we don't care about Sipahi. They start targeting buildings. Magadai are back in, though. Now Teal could win this, but it kind of requires having an army still, folks. He doesn't have much of one right now. Magadai going for the dive. Villagers not being cleanly targeted here. They do have the textiles, but the second wave goes into the wood line. Says, thank you very much. And oh my god, this may have just drawn him towards the eco. Because Mau Mau, if he leaves the base through the north side, and this is the crazy part, if we went for it and listened, it'd be like, oh no, we need to get out of here. We're going to die. We're going to die. We need to get out. That's why we're called Magadai. We can't wait a second. What's he doing out here? Does Mau Mau know? Did he spot that? If he sees this for a second, it's over. Oh my. He knows! Mau Mau knows! Wait, does he? Mau Mau heads back in. Mau Mau with the vision of the range of Magadai apparently here. He did not see them. No way. No way he doesn't know. Mau Mau sees it now. He sees the gold. He sees the extra gold. The auto aggro just won him the game. That right there is a GG. Oh my goodness. And Teal says, no, it's fine, guys. I have loads of eco. Oh, wait, I had to buy that castle age. Damn, that costs a lot. Has he really done this with Mass Magadai? I mean, in fairness, it wasn't just Mass Magadai. He did add in Keshiks. But by God, he has won this game role-playing the Mongols as they're intended. If you don't have a horse, are you really a Mongol? The answer is no. This is Mass Mongol. And this, I think, is game. Teal. Damn, what a harsh one. Yo, do you reckon he typed nerf Magadai in the chat? Remember when the game came out, everyone was like, Magadai are broken, this isn't fair? And then people discovered actually Magadai is pretty reasonable? Is this that? Oh no. Mango gone. Teal couldn't keep it alive for a second. Now, Janissaries is actually the perfect counter to Magadai. But there's also Keshiks. This is the craziest part, by the way. He's building mass cavalry against a Civ that has anti-cav gun. This shouldn't be working. But yet now, despite the fact that Teal was on 2TC, Blue has a 16... No, make that an 18 villager lead. And it's still building. What? Oh, man. And he realizes he can't win. Mau with the Mass Magadai strategy, proving that it's got die in the name, but it doesn't have to be your death. What a cool game here, man. Turns out that Goldies know how to roleplay the Mongols better than the Kongs. Can we get clappers in the chat? Big props to that. Oh, did we ever close out the prediction? I think we did in the end, right? I'm pretty sure Taka, did he go, whatever, just give him the 5K. I shouldn't put predictions up on people who submit games. They just end up. That wasn't from that one, it was from the previous one. Big claps, dude. Now, I'm not saying that these low-ranked players are better than the Conk players, but I did just see a low-ranked player make the Mass Magadai work, and the high rankers can't. So, just saying. Oh dear. Is this guy here who deserves a sub gift? I'm not sure. Is he? Mal, if you're here, make yourself known. Someone's offering up subs, which I'm totally a fan of, because that means that I get my hands on more subs, which I most definitely want. I don't know if they are. They typed it in my Discord. Let me have a look. I don't know if they linked their Twitch. Time to eat my food. Oh, that's right. My food should be ready. Emma, is food ready? Are we munchy munch? Are we om nom nom? Whew. Ugh, big stretch. So, the goal now, guys, I'm going to eat food, but don't worry. There's still going to be fun times here. I'm going to put up one of my videos. It'll be one of the Funcaster games that you guys can watch. And while I'm gone, you'll be able to have a little bit of entertainment with that. And then when I come back, we'll be doing more live games. I mean, if we get enough people, maybe we can make some community games happen. We'll have to see. But bare minimum, we should have some more pro matches coming up. I think, you know, we had a little tease on the bronze ones. We maybe go back to doing some pro level games. But I'm going to go eat for now. But like I said, don't worry. I'm going to get a video for you guys. Let's see what we've got here. So we have... What one was this? Oh, this is Matisse versus Random Civ. Oh. You know what? Have Sheeny versus Louis. This game was kind of nuts, actually. You'll see why. I don't want to spoil it for you. This was anyone who remembers this game was epic. So this replay is going to play. I'm going to eat. And then when I come back, we're going to have more live games from the ladders. So don't go anywhere. I'll see you again soon. Woo! Oh, first cast of the day. Boys, gals, and non-binary pals. Welcome back to the Eternal War. That's right. Jeanne d'Arc, we see it everywhere in Age of Empires 4 right now. But what I don't get is why she's never versus the English. We're here to fix that. Not only fix it, but ensure that the war is rigged and the English come out ahead, because we have got a very strong player manning those English. It is, of course, a Team Elephant's own Louis MT. Ranked 6th on the leaderboard right now, playing as the English, up against B. Sheeny, top 500 ranked player in Age of Empires 4. In fact, at time of recording, looking at the numbers, I believe Louis 2140 elo. Pretty bloody strong. Very high up there. His opponent, Sheeny, I believe he was, if I'm not mistaken, 1518, which sounds kind of underwhelming compared to Louis, but I need to really highlight that like the top 10 have an absurd elo inflation compared to the rest of the people on the ladder right now. So Sheeny, at the time of recording, is, I believe they ranked, it was 360. So pretty respectable. In fact, they have 2 accounts by the looks of it. Look, there's 3 accounts called B. Sheeny. So there's a rank 360, 472, and 629. I'm going to lean into saying this is definitely 360. On top of that, like this might be that person just owns all 3 accounts. Free at that type of rank, not too bad. But let's see what they can do with a powerful Civ. Maybe they're one of those Jeanne abusers. Who knows? Because there are a few people like that right now. I don't know if any of them in the chat. I don't want to name, shame, or point them out. But if you are, feel free to make yourself known. There are a few people that regularly spam the crap out of Jeanne on the ladder right now. Because as it stands in the current meta, in the early days of the expansion pack, no one knows what the meta is, right? And no one really knows how to fully address Jeanne yet, because Jeanne, compared to anything else that the Sultan's Ascent has introduced, is a very unique proposition. She's an unknown substance, right? She's this unmeasured quantity, I'd say, really, as well. Like, the way that she makes you play the game and the way she plays the game herself isn't really something that exists right now in Age of Empires 4. I guess the closest that comes to mind is maybe Delhi, from the idea that this Civ makes you think very differently about the way you approach the entire game. But outside that, even Delhi function fundamentally different to what Jeanne d'Arc's Civ does. So I'll have to see what's going to happen in this game, because the interesting thing is that Louis is playing a Civ that can either be incredibly defensive and try to play that very super total mode that we've seen out of multiple English players, or they can be incredibly aggressive. And aggressive would be very intriguing here up against Jeanne, considering the, if you get enough Lombos together, Jeanne d'Arc isn't that scary. But that's a big if, and you are talking about a matchup where if you're going to scale Lombos, you're 100% going to need to scale the spears to protect you from the knights. Opening up, we're already seeing a farm cluster being established by Louis here. Not just 2 farms. We've seen that opening in the past few months quite frequently. It became the meta for high English players. Instead, we're seeing 3 farms already drop. This would have been a 4th by now if it wasn't for the fact that there are sheep in the way. And he's already on the wood. So Louis, not going to be too far off when his timing, when he starts to kick up in that fuel age. But what that does mean is with a delay like this, I think we are indeed going to be looking at a defensive focus for the English here. So Louis doesn't want to come out. I think that makes a lot of sense. Like, there's a high risk, high reward proposition to kind of coming out into that mid map with the Lombos as the English here, especially with how easy it is to kind of get cut off. The problem with Longbow spam early on is this whole idea of the first 4 to 6 having high value doesn't really hold true against the French because A, they immediately get knights, and B, Jean is just going to reap the rewards of that. So it's very easy to get caught out. And if you think about how underwhelming the damage of 6 Lombos is, might be pretty substantial against certain units. Any that have healing, not so much. And considering Jean will be at over 200 health with passive healing once she hits Woman at Arms mode, this play makes a lot more sense from Louis. It's going to be a tough area to defend, though. Like, one thing I'm noticing is gold is on the forward. That is going to force the early outpost investment. I like to see this from Louis. I think it would be greedy to wait on this. He even got Wheelbarrow already, so has the ability to run away, but also the ability to be efficient on these farms. And outside that, the wood is kind of retracted and more easily defended on both sides. You could even just wall across the stone outcropping here and wall right here. Okay, interesting that he chooses to go a little bit tighter, but I guess the logic here is this way. It's going to guarantee that if Blue wants to get in onto the economy, he's going to have to dive under the TC. And this is an English TC, which means double arrow fire. Now, if Louis does want to take this very defensive approach and look for a castle age timing, or maybe 2 TC into delayed castle, one thing I would emphasize is that he gets into his blacksmiths quite quickly. Because if you do not have the steeled arrow upgrade, something that Shinny can do to allow Jean to dive is going fast into Undermesh via their own blacksmiths. So just that's an important detail in this pacing here. I find quite often if you want to play a turtle style against Jean, you cannot neglect blacksmiths at all. The value that you get out of that range damage increase on static defenses cannot be stated enough. Looks like Jean for the time being. It's just going to have to chase it after the scout. So looks like there's going to be a plan to the back deer here by Shinny. It makes a lot of sense. When you do play as the French or French variant, you are going to usually be the tempo aggressor, so it just allows you to play pocket economies. And the smart play in this from Shinny is the fact that they slightly delayed until they saw the farms coming out when they scouted, and then they realized this is not going to be an aggressive English opening. Their feudal age, rather, was way too slow for that. Night dive in here. This is not a good trade for Shinny. I don't know what that... I mean, Shinny had ideas. They weren't good ones. Folks, even if they got the Longbow kill, that was going to be a Longbow exchange for a Knight. That's a 90 resource unit for a 240 resource unit. So Shinny, getting the wrong idea here, needs to slow down a bit because that was a wasteful throwaway. In a game where you are already meant to be the tempo aggressor, you're setting yourself up to be the person that attacks. Throwing away expensive units that early in the game, essentially your first night, so willy-nilly, shall we say, is bad play here. And Louis, this is good play. The follow-up immediately realizes, okay, if this is the way you're going to play it, then every time you dive, I'm going to guarantee a death. Steeled Arrow immediately comes in. I love this build from Louis. I've seen way too many players delay the blacksmith play when they're playing greedy like this. Like, they might try to go for the second TC, they might try to go for a few extra farms, but getting this blacksmith upgrade is the world to the English when they turtle like this. Especially on this outpost out here, right? The substantial increase in damage means even diving this gold area could lead to deaths for Shinny. It's like Louis is being a bit greedy. Bringing out 6 villagers here is a bit risky. It means you don't have room for everyone on the outpost if the dive does come out. But realistically, considering what Shinny just done, I don't think you feel contested. And also, check what Shinny is now up to. No more knights coming out, and Louis has sensed this, so he'll stop at 6 longbows, and he'll start to prep for Castle Age as well. So this is now officially a race. The problem with this race is, right now, Jean doesn't have much XP. So the onus is really going to be on Shinny the moment Castle Age gets cracked to start capturing these sacred sites. I've noticed a lot of players do not do this when they hit Castle Age with Jean, and it is to their own loss. You need to be capping these sacred sites. You need to be rushing that level 3. That's why, even though everyone thinks that you have to play this long feudal Jean, I don't agree. I think the fact that you can get 150 XP off of Sacred Sites alone can accelerate you to a level 3 timing without taking a single fight. And all you have to do to take advantage of that is counter the they don't want to play the game against me by going for your own greed. Are you kidding me? Wait, I mean, I know Louis is a much higher ranked player, but is this Elo buff? I mean, this is Elo handicap, right? Like 3 wolves on the same screen next to the boar. Damn. Right, Sheeny is blessed by the gods. I think that much is guaranteed here. It makes a lot of sense when you play Jean, I guess. She'd have to be, otherwise she'd have to be a witch. So Knight's actually taking a lot of damage trying for these dives already. I mean, the piercing upgrade really does sting here. And the fact is, like, Sheeny shouldn't even be approaching the base anymore, considering that they forgoed going into a blacksmith entirely. And instead, they're going for a Royal Institute. Which I don't think is going to be the real pain in the ass they're looking for here. Royal Institute is usually a play you see when you know you absolutely need crossbows, or you know that you're going to have about 20 to 30 knights to upgrade with Royal Bloodlines. Guys, this is a 9-minute cast stage time for Sheeny, where they have a grand total of 2, soon to be 4 knights. Royal Institute most definitely doesn't feel like the play. Also, keep in mind, getting Guildhall even earlier on in the game feels more valuable because when you're forced to pull out those resources because of pressure somewhere, you're naturally going to have another 2-3 minutes worth of bank compared to your standard Guildhall build. So this is a very surprising choice by Sheeny. I guess on the flip side, you do at least get the upgrade for Consecrate cheaper, but that... I'm trying to weigh up whether that's worth, because in fairness, like, the upgrade for Consecrate is locked inside of castles, right? So, wait, no, it's here. Yeah, so then this doesn't... I can't defend it. I'm trying to find a way to defend it. I mean, you do save resources on that tech there, right? The Ordnance Company that allows you to get the Consecrate effect on wood and gold. But the alternative of Guildhall, I can't justify it. To save 30% on a 500 resource tech doesn't really seem like the big bang for buck you're looking for. Outside of that, like, in terms of upgrades that you get access to that you need weird buildings for, I think it's companion equipment, if I remember correctly, that you usually need to have a keep for. But if you really want companion equipment, you want castles anyway, because there's no way you're going for this tech just for free companions or free champions. So, tech up complete for Sheeny, but Louis not far behind that. And Louis has set up almost 2 farm clusters at this stage. And on top of that, you know, from an eco perspective, they're now going to be surging forward. While Sheeny, because they didn't go for a Guildhall, they have no upside here, right? They have to win by military, and they kind of put themselves on the clock with this play. Now, they are scaling into a lot of knights. They are at least getting the undermesh. But I imagine Louis is going to be fast onto that level 2 piercing upgrade to make sure that these dives are still incredibly difficult for the French. In fact, he's also going for the stables. So it looks like we are going to be getting some knight-on-knight play. That is surprising. Louis literally just scouted out the Royal Institute. It's bold to think that they can take on French knights that are going to have all their upgrades, right? Because by the time you're ready to take a full with flesh fight, bare minimum, we're going to be looking at Canton Saddles. We'll definitely be looking at Chivalry. And on top of that, I imagine Royal Bloodlines will be on the horizon. So a very bold line Louis is taking here. If enough time passes, they can win this fight, simply because they're going to have a better economy as the game goes on. But that's far down the line. I think maybe from Louis' perspective, it's about also just having a few knights to body block. So if you see your opponent makes a move, you shift, you block. That would make a bit more sense to me than just massing knights here versus French knights. I mean, realistically, if this game goes 30, 40 minutes, they just have better economy. They will be able to have more knights, but that's a long way off. And that does mean in the meantime, you give opportunities for blue to hit these critical points of power, such as the Cantled Saddles, as well as the Royal Bloodlines. I'm also seeing a move out to the second line of Deer here by Sheeny, so food is not looking great compared to the English. It has to be said. I mean, Louis has about double the food income, and that's reliable consistently. Meanwhile, Blue's going to run into issues soon. That Deer is not going to last forever. It's also further and further away. They also have not got their eco upgrades, which is a big no-no. When you play as French or Jean, these need to be top of the priority list. The increased gathering rate adds up here. Charge in. Knights are going to be thrown at the front side of this fight, and it's going to be a swarm over them there. TC defenses are coming in. It's a lot of arrow fire adding up here, but no level 2 range damage increase. The Knights are going to remain quite tanky. A cleave comes in as well as the Divine Restoration. Sheeny continues to dive, and so far there's been no priority fire onto Jean. Jean gets to live. However, a lot of Knights are dying, but that does mean she's getting closer and closer to level up. She's finally going to get sniped out. So at the flip side of this fight, several villages do go down. There are going to be wall attempts made that are going to fail over here, and Knight has found his way into the French economy. Oh, man, I'm rushing this outpost up. That's going to be 2, maybe 3 villages dead. I mean, it depends on the targeting, actually. Oh, it's 2 dead, maybe 3. That's crazy, though. What just happened there? I don't think that was necessarily optimal from Louis. He'd spent a long time not sniping out Jean immediately. But in fairness, he killed off about half of the knights. He did lose a few villagers, but now this one knight with the counteroffensive has returned pain. Louis is still 5 villagers ahead. That's going to continue to escalate. Now, while this is going on, because that wall attempt was made, that means the knight did snipe out the initial monk. More are on the way, but in the meantime, due to the loss of knights for Jean, Louis can now start to move out of the base of relics himself. The timing couldn't have been more perfect for the way this played out. Now, it's kind of a tough one, right, for Sheeny. Like, without Jean, doesn't want to buy it back, doesn't have enough gold to even do it if they wanted to. And they haven't got enough knights to now justify going into Royal Bloodlines. In fact, arguably in the next few minutes, you could just see the food income justify Louis continuing knight production. Instead, they have added in some crossbows, so this is going to be spooky. If Sheeny dives this with this many knights, they're all going to die this time. Judge comes in, baited fire onto the English knight, so perfect opening for Louis. Going to start back, and the knights are going to dive through, but the garrison's coming in. That's going to be a light knights going down. Only level 1 ranged armor, so not exactly that tanky. A few villagers are going to die, but still, I mean, if you're Louis, you're happy with this, right? It's annoying to lose economy, but let's do the maths on what just happened here. That's got to be, what, 8 knights going down? In exchange, you killed about 3 crossbowmen, a knight. And now on the flip side of it, one of those remaining alive knights on the English is going to snipe the monk again. Oh, this is so annoying. Honestly, at what point, if you're Sheeny, do you just short wall this? Because this is kind of wild to me, right? You've been caught out by a knight twice in the same location now because you have no type of defense here. Either that or you just cut and run. I mean, realistically, what is there left here? Maybe about 800 food? So staying in this area just requires knights to camp here. But Sheeny has problems because they're playing 1 TC, because they've been losing eco like this. They need a farm transition. They need it soon. Meanwhile, for Louis, that farm transition happened a long time ago, so they're pretty chill. Oy, oy, oy. Also just setting up the buildings around. You might notice a lot more players do that these days, and the reason is that this creates all these buffer points against melee. When you're playing against civs like the French, they tend to mass a lot of melee. So when you create all these choke points between houses and raxes, makes it very hard for them to hit with maximum impact from their charge. So just smart little players there. And Louis, now he can play behind. He's got the walls up, and he's got 8k gold back here. So this is a very comfortable game now for the English. Sheeny, interesting. They did go into Jean's Riders, so I'm not surprised by that considering you're up against mass range, but the problem now is you're just going to probably see a switch into spears. Like, realistically, Louis could have been building spears sooner because this entire game has just been raw cavalry from Jean. Looks like it's going to continue to be so. Now, Jean's Riders, we don't see them often, but you can see why they might be a good choice. They are a better horseman, a much better horseman. Look at that armor. 6 base armor compared to the, what is it, 3 of the horsemen at this stage of the game? Absolutely insanely powerful unit in the right composition. Maybe because he saw crossbows and archers, he thought this would be the one, but there's the brace coming out from a few spearmen. Besides a wraparound attempt by Sheeny, trying to go even deeper here to stick on top of the crossbows, and he's targeting onto the companions by mistake there. Good cleaves as well. Sheeny taking a lot of damage. The spear's about to take Jean down. 1 tap left. They can't find it. So she's able to back away. Divine Restoration coming off cooldown soon, and a good fight out of Sheeny. What can they do as a follow-up, though? If they just keep leading with these Jean's Riders, they are going to take a long time to die. So that looked a bit dicey for a moment there, almost losing Jean, but instead, Sheeny reaps the rewards, finds his way to the backside, and Louis might be in a bit of a pickle here. Villagers are going to try to retreat away. They're going to be sniped out as well. And keep in mind, though, even if they do manage to get to the safety of the TC, this backside is not protected. There's no way out. Instead, though, it looks like Sheeny's going to remain diving. Now, keep in mind that because of these Jean Riders, this is why this lasted so long. If this was just the Knights, they would have started dying off much quicker. So it really was the game breaker there in favor of Sheeny. Gets into the back now. We'll be able to find that gold. Wait, or will he? Is he? Oh, I think he's selecting all army right now. Oh, that's bad. Oh, that is really unfortunate. So, I mean, crossbows are being ignored right now, but getting a lot of damage done. There's going to be a ride into the eco line. I think Sheeny just needs to attack. It's like these units are not getting out of here, so take as much eco as you can before they're gone. Looks like it's finally going to accept that. So charge in because the wall is up. We'll snipe out a few more villages. Sheeny, I've got to give it to him, actually. Despite the wonkiness of this early game, especially that opening from them, things are looking a bit better for them. They've managed to kind of even things out, keep the eco within 10 of their own, And now on top of that, they're starting to move out to pick up Sacred Sides after securing 3 relics. So Sheeny starts to look like they have a game here. And the cool thing about that is we're approaching a point where Royal Bloodlines comes into the picture. That's when this gets scary. If Louis has been struggling to hold against this many Cav units so far, I don't want to think about what's going to happen when Bloodlines is in the picture. So it's a good thing for Louis, rather, that the walls are going up. Jean is not going to have the easiest of times getting in here. And keep in mind that because it's going to be a massiment of crossbows, if you get caught trying to break through one of these walls, you're going to lose a lot of your troops, even with RB. Louis. I'm wondering... I don't think he can get greedy about this. Like, I was wondering if he maybe wants to try and add another TC to recover quicker, but I think that would just be throwing the game. I think you have a scaling economy and you need to lean into that and not throw it away. And then you need to just defend in the right locations. And considering the way she needs to shoot up here, you know exactly where to defend. So Army is on the move. Sheeny will think twice about engaging with that. Has got more of those companions coming out. They've been really effective so far in this game. Keep in mind as well, if they're near Jean and they're able to attack, they get a huge increase to their defensibility and their damage output. So really important when you consider that unit almost has double the armor of Knights. And is about to benefit from the Royal Bloodlines as well. I wonder if we'll actually see any kind of keep play. I think from Sheeny's position, the smart play would be to try and invest in 1 or 2 keeps and block your opponent in. This becomes much harder to do when you're talking about a game where you simply do not have Guildhall, though. Break from the walls. Louis... Wait, where's the army? The army's so slow here. Breakthrough. Now, there is a chop through here, so there's a little gap that Sheeny knows he can go through, so he's going to wrap around towards that now. Army's maneuvering the wrong side of the wall, though. He peels off a few. So Sheeny goes in with a few knights, splits off the second group to chase after the gold workers. And Sheeny realizing that if he just does this right, it doesn't matter if he gets pinched by the spearman in the end. He's still going to find value with the remaining knights. So does right around the backside to the farms here. And with that wraparound, he will be able to find a bunch of eco units and force them idle. But is idle himself with the north side forces. So kind of feels like Sheeny could be doing a lot more damage. Instead, they're going to be reset and pushed away again. There is a lot of idle time here, but not many deaths from that dive. Compared to the previous ones, I think Louis handled that one a lot better. Louis. He needs to get more spears. Honestly, I think that there could have been like 2 more Rax's worth of production going on here. I don't think they're showing respect to this one-dimensional but effective comp that Sheeny's running right now. Louis coming in for the stabs. It's going to be a cleave around the backside here. Divine Restoration already got popped. The Spearmen, they finally get the fight they were looking for. Sheeny, this may have been a mistake. A complete misread as Sheeny thought they could win that one. And instead, they lose everything. Oh, man, that was so not called for. I mean, Sheeny, they had a really good position there. I love the wide wraps. I love the fact they were splintering off groups of knights and just harassing eco. It's almost like they reached a point of frustration when they didn't find kills on the economy, though. Because while that's been happening over in this base, there's been chases in by a few pink knights towards the French economy. And I think that maybe got into Sheeny's brain a little here. So he goes for this dive. He pays the price. He loses the knights again. And now Louis' army looking healthier than it ever has been. And people saying, yeah, no archers from Jean. I think part of the problem here for Sheeny is he feels like he needs mobility, and he's kind of right to an extent. Earlier in the game, I agree, but at this stage, you need some sort of transition. If you're just running one unit into this comp, you're going to lose. And also, in fairness to Sheeny as well, we are talking about a 1 TC French, so I feel like maybe the play would have been to go 2 TC, scale your economy, and then transition unit type, while still controlling mid-map with knights. Instead, now, you're getting into these awkward mosh pits. Cleaves are coming out. Jean was brought back, so it looks like it's going to be a cleanup. The crossbowmen should be able to take out a lot of knights before they die, though. I say that, a bit of panic start stepping coming in here. No Divine Restoration available, but the cleave coming in. Staggered formation just in time from Louis to minimize the losses. Right now, I think he's accidentally clicking on Jean there, so just needs to recalibrate his target. While he is losing crossbows here, there's more spearmen building at home. So, in fact, they're not just building at home, they're marching out towards this fight. For good reason, Louis, now with almost a 30 eco lead, knows he can keep trading like this, and it's worthwhile. Men-at-Arms switch-up is interesting from Sheeny, but ineffective against this comp. Kind of surprised that they actually decided to go into Men-at-Arms when their opponent is already pushing crossbows. I think it's fair what Kaiser said, like, it should just be archers. Archers wins everything here for Jean, but seems to be resilient to the idea still this deep in. Let's deep in, starting to feel the pain. Knight count is at 14, but effective HP pool is more like 9. The spears plus the crossbows. There's the Divine Restoration. Great micro there by Sheenie, pulling away just in time to make sure they got the max amount of healing out and returning at the perfect moment. It does feel like this is slowly just being reduced, right? Like the count on both sides is definitely stinging, but behind this, I'm always conscious of the fact that Louis has got 2 TC. He has now got a 30 economy advantage, and even with the Sacred Sites, even with the relics, Sheenie's eco is heavily eclipsed. Especially in the food department, which is what has me most worried. Considering like these have kind of been rough trades for Louis, but as time goes on, the Spearman, the crossbow count, most of it being in food, it's going to allow him to take the lead. I mean, the crazy thing about this is like right now, the reason why Sheenie's contesting this and it looks competent is because of the Royal Bloodlines. Maybe their read to go Royal Institute was right, or maybe because it's not popular right now, it's screwed with Louis' form in this game. Whatever it is, it's working out for them, and it's allowing them to reboom now up to 23 Knights. Louis needs to be very careful about this next fight. They need to defend at the wall, not run beyond it and get concaved. Because if you get surrounded here, it's death. Death is on the march right now. Louis, oh, he's too late. Now, the reason why Louis is so slow on this, guys, is he has no vision. If he set up an outpost, he'd know about where these attacks were coming, and he'd be in position each time. Instead, he has to slow down, he has to think twice, and now he needs to hold this choke point. Do not let them flood through. The Knight's now trying to wrap around. They will get the surround here, and that's exactly what Sheenie needed. The cleave for on the front side as well. Jean being brought low. One more stab might get rid of her, but they kill off just in time. Jean is down. But the Knights are in. The Spearman count is also looking underwhelming once more, while Sheenie continues to surge forward. The one-unit strat is winning out here. And at a critical time as well, economy was just getting to a stage where Louis was starting to feel the power of it. But now, with the Knights in again, that eco number is going to be shrinking. Crossbows on the backside are still getting heavy hits out. There's no aura out here when they last fought. They're now fighting into an aura, which could be detrimental. The health pool on these Knights is incredibly low, and Jean is on her way back, but she's slow to arrive. By the time she gets here, Knight count is going to be down. And a reset just in time. Sheenie realizes that he's not getting more out of this, so we'll pull out before losing the last of the Knights. Has got all 3 Sacred Sites contained. Right, this is the crucial detail. Right now, Sheenie understands that if this game continues back and forth like it's going, he's going to lose. That's just a fact of life here. Every time they take these engagements, Louis' eco is still scaling up. So instead, Sheenie has recalibrated. They're focusing on those Sacred Sites. They're now forcing Louis to come out to the mid-map because you noticed, after Louis took a great win on the defense, the moment he came out to that mid is where he got punished. And that seems to be Sheenie's new target. Why try to dent the English, one of the best defending civs in the game, when you can force them to come to you? Max is being torched down. Sheenie just trying to stop that number of Spearmen from rebooming too quickly. Needs to be careful about the way they engage. There's a lot of spears here, but no brace coming up from Louis. Gets back behind the walls. You can see the paranoia, man. He is so scared of this Jean. And for good reason, folks. Jean is close to level 4. After the amount of fighting that's been done, after the amount of troops lost, there's no doubt in my mind she's getting close now. No cleaves to work with, though. Divine Restoration is available. It's going to be a back away for the time being, but 7 minutes on the clock. Louis, in the meantime, sets up a keep on the north side. Will not be breached easily there anymore. That also gives them additional gold and stone to start setting up a network. They need to be moving out to the Sacred side. Another cool detail of having this keep, Network of Citadels is now on the menu. Second TC now for Sheenie means that that eco lead that Louis was building isn't going to escalate anymore. It's going to shrink. In fact, it already has. When you think about it now being 3 relics, 3 Sacred Sites, and the difference in eco, Louis isn't as far ahead anymore as he once was. You can even see it on the economies. Actually, the French is matching what Louis can put out. So instead, Louis is going to have to put out something better. It is going to be the Berkshire, but a very defensive Berkshire here. And I love that Kaiser Johann is incredibly triggered by the 1-unit comp of Sheenie. You might be triggered, but you got to show respect. It's bloody well working. He's even going to burn the keep. Oh, the only upside is Network of Citadels will come in time, but folks, barely. It barely gets there in time. 1 second to go, and you had a third of the HP left on that keep. Louis, after a 900 stone investment, to lose it like that and kill maybe a single knight, that has to sting. Tech Up is at least going to continue. Sheenie behind this shows no signs of slowing down here. It's just night after night after night. But this is where they could be saying goodnight. If they are Imperial Spearmen versus the Castle Age Knights, that's where Jeanne d'Arc can start to lose. So keep an eye out for that. We have, however, got level 4 Jeanne now. She's going to be blasting the 50 damage cleave, as well as the ability to strengthen her boys. Look at this. The Chosen Warrior gains 300 health, 4 melee, and 300% damage. It's only 1 unit at a time, but it's an interesting idea with the Giga Chad Knights. We'll see if it pays off. Charge comes in. And she can now summon 7 riders when that ability is available. This is getting scary right now. 56 military, but it feels like you need to add an extra number, and you can see it in the army value doubling the English here. Sheenie knows no limits, but the sacred site has been taken away. The only way of winning now is to go for the base. Oh man, that is so unfortunate as well. A single knight from Louis. 50% of his total knights shift out there and deny that win condition so easily. Sheenie probably shouldn't have allowed that to happen. There probably should have been some sort of defense there or a few troops. I wonder how they're going to address this now. Like, my instinct is you have to just go Castle Imperial Age, rather. You can't hang around any longer. Like, you've still got wiggle room for pop, and you could argue that Royal Bloodlines means you've got most of your Imperial Age anyway, but if you wait, that means you're going to allow Louis to fully flesh out here. Spearman upgrade is coming through soon. Hand cannons are also being added in. The enclosures hasn't been taken yet by Louis, but it's going to be on the way soon. In fact, Louis, remember he's got relics, so he can afford to get towards enclosures, and once he has that, this type of comp, you can afford it even without gold veins. Sheenie, bait into a fight here, is going to turn around for the charge, has got 3 cleaves to work with as well, so needs to get in deep with Jeanne. Instead, he's just going to hard commit into this. Look at it! Cleaves come in, Divine Restoration as well, and if he gets around the back here with a maximum cleave, it's just going to wipe the spears. Crossbows continue to just back away, but the Spearmen are definitely dead at this stage. Good fights again from Sheenie, losing a decent amount of knights, but reducing Louis' force heavily. And once again, still maintaining that double army value. Needs to be careful about the way they're taking these fights. Has gone ahead and just juiced up this unit here with the Strength of Heaven. So that is now, folks, a 716 HP knight that hits for ridiculous 78 damage with their sword. Now, keep in mind, as you can see there, only 1 unit can be blessed at a time, but that is still bonkers in the right circumstances. I think actually the attack speed aura would have been better here in this game, but in fast level 4 games for Jeanne, this is going to be the way. Strength for Heaven will be the ruler. Now be blasting in. Looks like there's a wraparound here. Need to be careful with your Louis. Luckily for him, there's a lot more A-clicks coming out from Sheenie that was necessary there. He could have got around the backside. Instead, Louis does get back to the walls just in the nick of time. Sheenie, now down to 36 knights though. That number is not crawling up anymore. Sacred sites have been recapped, and their food income is looking abysmal. 900 food because they just haven't done a full farm transition. Like what? They've got a grand total of, I want to say, maybe 15 farms. Simply not going to cut it. 21. They are going to be pushed away now. Wait, Sheenie? Sheenie, he doesn't realize the ram's killing him right now. Oh my... Well, that was costly. And incredibly unnecessary. And now Jeanne left behind as well. Needs to be careful of that. Divine Restoration is still on cooldown. Goes in for the cleave opportunity, though. Needs to be careful about the timing here. He's trying to bait them. 5 seconds till the healer's off cooldown. Has to just cleave on the spears on the backside. Can't risk it against the hand cannoneers. A castle is being rushed up in front of Sheenie's face, but Louis looking like he's holding. Sheenie now reduced to 19 knights. It sounds like a lot, but remember, this is a game where Sheenie had 50+ knights. They were in complete command of this game for a good 20 minutes, but now Louis almost double military. With hand cannoneers in the mixer, the game is pivoting. And Sheenie has got to fix this goal. This is getting insane. Have they even got a marketplace? I don't think they even... Okay, so 33 minutes into a game when Sheenie has 5.5k gold and has been actively collecting more gold, they decide it's time for market. If this isn't an immediate buy into Imperial, I don't know what the hell was going on here. It's the only way they can recover the game now, and even that is going to be grasping at straws. Dive in towards the keep here. Sacred Site is locked in for the time being. 8-minute timer, though. Plenty of time for Lu to try and burn through this. Has got the Spearmen moving in. 25 of them with torches here, and no boiling oil. So Sheeny, unlikely to hold this position. They've built the market, but they're still not selling. I mean, 102 gold for 100 food. I think you take that rate at this point. Instead, they're going to charge him the Knights. The Spearmen plus the crossbows. I mean, with the outpost up, the outpost going up. It's so clutch here. Louis, he gets the attack speed long enough to ensure that Sheeny can't take the fight. And now, for the first time in about 20 minutes, Sheeny has been reduced to single digits Knights. Soon to none at all. Sheeny doing everything they can to keep that castle alive, but that's not going to last long here. The rush repair actually cost them dearly. Remember, the way that nerf repairs is if you use more than 3 villages, you pay a premium on the rate, so just burning through the stone. Now, keep likely to go down. Sheeny unable to really hold for much longer. You can see there's an opportunity to decap over here. And Sheeny still has not bought the food. I mean, at this stage, surely you buy food, you transition more farms. They've shifted everyone off gold now across onto wood, but with 5k gold surplus, surely the play is to buy a bunch of wood, accelerate this process, because right now, you're killing yourself in this game. They have bafflingly managed to hold back Louis, control Louis, for 30 minutes, while being countered for the entire fight. But now, because they are refusing still to this day to switch from Knights, they are more hard-locked on French Knights than Mister usually is. They are losing. Louis will at least find a cheeky little raid here. So he notices the starvation. Louis looking for gold. So Sheeny is able to find that target. Cleave's going to be there as well, but Textiles will protect. Divine Restoration comes out. So far, dodging the spear as well. Like, after the mesh, Sheeny is kind of recalibrating well with the way they're micro in these fights, but they're about to micro Jean into death there. Just about pulls her away in time. Knights are again going to be dead. Sheeny. They have gone for mangoes, but these mangoes are completely unguarded. And once again, questions in my mind about the comp. I mean, they are at least now solving the hand cannoneer issue, right? This is now going to be 5 mangonels and Knights, but Sheeny has thrown away so many Knights. Arguably, there's not enough of them to defend these mangoes. Especially when you show them like this. Spearman. I'm just going to keep charging in here, but they are outnumbered for the time being. Sheeny needs to be careful about the way they take this fight here. Mango shots coming in heavy. Cleave as well. Needs to use the Divine Restoration, but it's still on cooldown, and Jean gets away on 1 HP. Now, he has got the Strength of Heaven. Is he going to use it here? Keep in mind, I'm pretty sure you can use Strength of Heaven on Knights or the Companions. Any squishy here. You cannot, however, use it on Siege. That's one important thing to highlight here. Unless they've changed that ability since I last used it, you cannot use it on Siege. Which is unfortunate, because a Mangonel hitting for 300% more damage would be a sight to behold. God, could you imagine buffing a demo ship with that? Thank God that's not an option. So after the reset, 4 mangoes, Sheeny. They have made mistakes in this game, arguably. The fights they've been taking the last few minutes have been messy. Anything but clean. But Louis still isn't in control. Now with 32 hand cannoneers and your opponent transitioning mangoes, he needs to get Springwells together. Right now, he's struggling to get the wood for exactly that. Yeah, kind of surprising they haven't actually rushed more people into a wood line. I think that's the thing that's kind of hurting them now in this game. Louis needs to be careful of not falling for that trap where you feel like you've won the game that isn't over yet. Because this game is far from over. Like, it looks good for Louis, sure. But when you're up against 6 mangonels with this many hand cannoneers that make up 2/3 of your army, you're just one bad step away from losing everything. Knights are going to react to the flank here. Did also send over the hero. It's the one with the buffed 300 HP as well as the ridiculous damage. So Spearman will lose out on this fight 100%. Meanwhile, main army now pushes in. Mangoes looking for the good shots. Not going to find them yet. Sheeny. Maybe overextending here. Mango Wallops are coming in. Needs to be careful about the way they line this up. Spear's going to break off now to move towards those Mangonels. But it's going to be a wallop, so stands his ground here, and now the red pass is on the way. Keep in mind, folks, for the last, I don't even know how many minutes, Sheenie has been playing Castle versus Imperial Age, but finally, they found what they need. Villagers maybe in the wrong place for that red pass drop, though. He's going to cancel it and back away. And I think that's given it away. Louis knows exactly what's going on here. He's going to dive in on the villagers. But Knights are going to look to clean this up. Mangoes are not protected. Remember, they haven't got the siege work, so the range damage is significant here. Hand cannoneers that are meant to be countered by Mangoes are not going to be, and now Jean has to hold back the tide on her own. More villagers being pulled. Sheenie, 40 in total coming. I don't know about this. I really don't know about this. The hand cannoneers. I mean, you might get the castle up, but the price he's paying is already down to 25. Jean comes in again. No cleaves to work with. She baits the A-clicks, though, and that covers him. Sheenie saves himself from death. And that is no exaggeration, folks. Do not mistake that for an overhyped moment. If Sheenie had not pulled in Jean at that very moment, the hand cannoneers would have killed everyone building that red palace. That would not have went up. That would have been a Doubt Castle of landmark proportions. Instead, utilizing the fact that Jean can take 66% less damage from ranged attacks, Jean saves the day. Indeed, it is the Castle of Orleans. But Sheenie, everything was thrown into that defense. A mere 7 nights ride with the Maiden of Orleans. And with the castles and outposts that layer the pitch behind it, Louis is ready to fight anywhere. Sheenie now, exhausting their gold supply, lacks what it takes to get their upgrades. Charge coming in now by the Knights into a choke point. That's going to work against them. Hand cannoneers happy to fight up against this, even against these elite riders. I mean, you think they'd be effective at this stage of the game, but no. The ranged armor, it might be 9 in total, but the hand cannoneers hitting for 42 means they shake their head and don't care. And people are asking, why would you consecrate the Siege Workshop? Because once you get your hands on the companion tech, you're able to reduce the cost of wood, gold. Oh, apologies, folks. I don't know what just happened there. The quality went down, right? Well, I think we can see how this
and food in consecrated buildings. That is why Sheenie was able to afford those mangonels, was because of the consecration. But now, their base is desecrated. TC down, Raw Institute, and School of Cavalry in trouble as well. And I believe Louis is already priming bombards to deal with that pesky red palace. So this game is looking difficult, to say the least. Almost impossible.
There you go. Oh, you see the conclusion. It was quite obvious coming, wasn't it? Apologies about that. Was that low pixel for long? I don't know what the hell happened to the broadcast there. That got a bit funky. Sorry, I would have noticed sooner. I hope there was only a minute or two. I would have noticed sooner, but my cat just tried to kill me. Literally, in the dark, sitting on the freaking stairs. And as I start to press down on it, I just realized that I have to kick my foot forward and go flying down the goddamn stairs to avoid crushing the stupid cat. Because that cat, literally, as your foot begins to descend on her, doesn't even try to move. She just freaking sits there. So that was interesting. Oh, how long was the quality like that? Was it like that for long? Apologies if so, folks. You know what it is? It's because I started the video and I think I didn't set it to full HD. It like had thingy on. So that's my bad. Sorry about that. If that happens, just mention something in chat is my advice, and then I'll address it as quickly as possible. Oh, Jesus Christ, dude, my foot is killing me now. I literally, like, I'm not kidding. Half the stairs, I go flying down, and then I thump into a freaking radiator and a gate. Pain in my ass. All right. Anyway, looking on a more positive light, it looks like none of the competitive series for the tournaments going on at the moment have begun, but what we can do, just give me a sec. There are 1 or 2 games on the ladder at least we could cast. And I did get confirmation. I won't stream tomorrow. I'm going to spend a bit of time with the fam and try to sort some other things out behind the scenes. But we're definitely also going to stream Thursday and Friday, so mark it in your calendar, folks. But I'm having a look now. I think Demu done for the day. I don't know who Byzantine's OTP. Oh, wait, it's Beastie. Ah, there you go. Byzantine's OTP is Beastie. Gotcha. Who else we got? So we can even watch Beastie. We could have a look at Zertin as an option as well. Zerti versus Voldemort and Zerti versus Louis. Oh, wait. No, it was Matisse. We were going to do some Matisse ones, weren't we? Because he said he had a really interesting game against, I think he said Dumu. And then there was someone else in there, rather. So give me a sec, guys. Let me pull his data up now, and then we can hop in. So, yeah, he had games against Dumu and Lucifron. Interesting. Iabids versus Juji. Okay. That does actually intrigue me. And he had Juji versus French, which is also pretty intriguing. So let's start off with... Where is it? I think it was here. There we go. So Juji versus Iabids we'll start off with. Because that does actually sound pretty intriguing. Oh, dude, my foot is killing me after that freaking landslide down the stairs. Woo! Okay, just give me a sec and I'll load the game and then we can hop in and check out what they got up to. All right. This is going to be exciting. Boys, gals, and non-binary pals, welcome back to the OE4 action. We've got quite the intriguing matchup here. It was recommended, actually, by one of the players. We've got Matisse in the yellow playing as the Juji's Legacy in a one-on-one showdown with Team Liquid's very own Dumu playing as the Iabids. Dude, I actually love that monument. That's such a cool one. Now, this is an interesting one, actually. I don't think I've seen much of Iabid versus Juji, and I have been guaranteed that this does go fairly deep into the game. So this, I've seen a few matchups between Iabid and Juji that end in the mid-game max or the early game, but apparently this one actually gets us into a full-blown imp engagement, is what I've been told. So it should be an exciting one. We are going to be playing on Dry Arabian. Oh my god, he got it. He got it, and I think he got the stone. That right there might be a 98 food, 30 stone meditation garden. This is, honestly, this is like liquid gold. Whenever you find the double food, funnily enough, in meditation garden, it's actually the best option. You'd think that meditation garden would be best dropped near a lot of gold and stone, but I don't think so. I think the edge of what it gives you is the food in the early game, because food really is the driving force between most builds in early and mid, right? Whether you're looking for fast feudal, fast castle, whether you're looking for TC boom, where you'll need to spend extra food on additional villages, whether you're looking to produce units, which will require food, and also when you're looking to dodge needing to transition farms too early, once again, having extra food helps with all of those things. So that's why we've seen a lot of meditation gardens prioritized around food. It's almost always been berries. It's very rare to see someone not take berries at the opening, and I expect we're going to be seeing that here. On the other side of the Iabids, let's check out the spawn. Pretty decent one for defensive play, actually. A very wallable terrain here with the trip wood line set up in a turtle shell. Both players got similar. I'd say Dumu's looks a little bit more easily wallable, maybe. But on top of that, he has the double stone behind, which is glorious if you want to play more of a standard classic Abbasid style, as opposed to the new generation Iabids that are all about tempo control. I imagine he's going to want to lean to the tempo control, though, especially considering he's up against a defensive Civ, and that would definitely suggest he is going to. Opens with the military wing, so we are going to be seeing reinforcement as an open up for Dumu on the Iabids. Meanwhile, that meditation garden, he got it, didn't he? We called it. Dude, he actually got it perfect. So that right there is going to be a 96, I think I said 98 before, 96 food meditation garden, 30 stone, and 2 wood per minute. Not bad. That's going to allow him to do a lot of things in the early game as well, which are going to be crucial here. Considering the Iabids are trying to play tempo control and the aggro party, I'm going to hit 2 times speed as we look to move towards like the 5-6 minute mark where things will happen. What that means is by having that extra food, he's able to kind of mirror blow for blow the opening of the Iabids here with the military wing. So really frustrating situation for Dumu. I'm sure he's aware that it was going to happen. In fact, the amount of times I've watched Dumu on this map was usually get the double berry spawn, or at least find the double berry spawn. It almost feels like karma is due that it comes back to haunt him here. We'll have to see how he addresses it. Xiangnan Tao also on the way from Matisse, so this is immediately going to unlock the Song Dynasty. This doesn't mean it's an all-in greed play, though. He does have Flexi. The movement on the stone, however, definitely confirms it. We've got 7 villagers over here. We've got the IO overseeing them. Notice that Matisse, he does this all the time, by the way. Only 1 IO. I don't think I've seen a single game where he goes for a second Imperial Official yet as the Zhuji's legacy on opening. And I think this right now is the locked-in meta. The extra IOs only tend to come in when you have extra TCs. And folks, he's going to have it fast. Song Dynasty is about to unlock, which means he gets a fat discount. 160 with less to build his TCs. That is an insane saving that puts it on par with the OG TCs before the nerfs came in. And that TC is now going to be dropped on the wood line, so very hard location now for the Camel Rider to find his way in. Remember, these Camel Raiders, when they go into range form, they only have 4.5 tower range, so very easy to accidentally get too close. In fact, he's lucky Matisse wasn't quick on the reaction there. Otherwise, that Camel might have just instantly died. Like, that arrow fire, so what would it be? It would be 8 damage times 7, which would give him 42. So he would have brought that unit down to, with 2 flurries probably coming out, he would have brought down to 84. So they would have been on 36 health. At which point, this Desert Raider wouldn't do anything. So, good thing he keeps it alive. Allows him to now park himself in the Meditation Garden, which shrinks the income a little bit. Looks like Matisse is not going to be going ultra greedy here. Only a 2 TC build. I think part of the logic behind this, by the way, is because he's up against the Camels. If he tries to go for a third TC now, he'd get punished, right? Instead, he can try to get some units out, push them away, and then he has the Flexi to either go for additional greed or play Assassin's Creed. All's going up the flanks. In what home? What are we looking at? We are looking at advancement as expected. Dimmu has gone for the, I say bog standard IBIDs right now. Right? Well, I say bog standard. There's 2 options. You either go growth into advancement, or you go military wing reinforcement into advancement. I think those are building up about 80% of the current games happening, if not more, when it comes to IBID play. There have been a few flexes we've seen. We've seen Master Smiths in competitive. We've occasionally seen logistics for the Castle Age choice. Tradewing Bazaar has fallen off the side of the cliff, though. That just doesn't happen anymore. An industry, honestly, never, ever comes into play. Bar, I'd say if your Eco Wing is the last thing you've got, and you've already got Imp, and you're in a 2-hour game, and you're completely out of wood, that is the one time you will ever see Eco Wing industry. But outside that, never seems to be the play. It's interesting as well, actually, because in the early days, before the expansion release, there was a lot of theory crafting that one of the good builds for the IBIDs would actually be to go Eco-Wing Industry for feudal, so you had the wood, to build outposts to guard your gold while you rushed towards Castle Age, but just didn't play out that way in the end. Another build was actually involving the idea of a fast TC, but once again, just wasn't of interest. Dimmu, though, up in Castle Age and quickly on his way towards those relics. Mosque has been built. Dervishes are coming out soon. Meanwhile, Matisse hasn't teched up yet. Now, Matisse is a very big enjoyer of Shaolin Monastery. I think a lot of people are quickly becoming an enjoyer of it, but I don't know if this is per se going to be the game for it because of his timing. If he tries to rush out, there's always a risk your opponent has Lancers, so wouldn't be surprised if instead we just see a Mount Lu Academy. Considering that he's walled himself in, he's playing 2 TC, it does just seem like he's going to play for that late timing. Probably just have to accept that the IBIDs get to have the gold trickle. He's still got a Blood Desert Raider in as well, this whole time. Credit to Dimmu as well. Didn't take an ounce of damage on it, right? That TC that should have scratched him didn't even get a chance. And he keeps the wall open over here. So keeping it on that detail, right? Like he blocked the ability to construct. Matisse had to back away entirely. That does mean that Dimmu not only can get the Desert Raiders in, but there's a risk that he could get the Camels in. And it looks like actually Matisse is going to try to contest this. Shaolin Monastery on the way. That's a very dangerous play, though. Like, in this type of game, when you know you're going to be up against either Lancers or Dervishes, to go for this blind without any Spearmen at all to support is very risky. And, you know, we can see that it's probably not going to be the most optimal play because of the fact he's up against Double Dervish. I want you guys to think about this from Matisse's vision. How limited he is, right? He's got 1 scout always being chased around, unable to see anything. From his perspective, this could not only just be Dervishes, this could be the Camel Lancers to boot. So instead, once the tech-up's complete, immediately into the archery ranges, interestingly enough. Not a bad idea here, right? If you're playing behind walls, you actually want to scale crossbows in case your opponent went Ghoulems. If you're sticking on Desert Raiders, you beat them easily with crossbows. And if you've gone for Camel Lancers, you also beat him. So, funnily enough, that one unit counters everything in this game. Looks like he actually still hasn't sniffed this out. Got to give a lot of credit for Dimmu and the placement in the mosque. Like, most players would place the mosque a little bit closer. He did in the end. Okay, so he built a second mosque. So it did get scouted. Matisse now knows what he's up against. The problem is these Shaolin monks, I don't know if they're going to be fast enough to do anything about it. He can, of course, take the safe relic right in the back of his base, but instead, Dimmu yoinked it away. You smooth criminal. And just like that, this Shaolin Monastery has essentially no value in this game. I mean, you could argue that he could pump Shaolins if he wanted to, but really, who wants to pump Shaolins? Maybe later in the game when you can get Pagoda and you have infinite food and you just pump them non-stop, I can see that, but at this stage, just feels like it's a wasted landmark. And imagine if you had Mountain Academy as well, you know, the scaling into IOs, the efficiency you could have there would have been a lot better. Like already, this one taxman running around would have been worthwhile to have actually had the reform that moves you faster, just to be able to shift back and forth between your primaries, but unable to find a way to that. But we'll find a way towards the granaries. A very easy transition for the Zhuji. Can't think of many civs in the game that has an easier farm transition, right? Like English is probably the primary. Outside that, I feel like everyone has a harsher time trying to switch into these things. Dimmu has gone for the second TC. We could even be looking at free TC if he wants to go for a very aggressive timing here. He might be a little bit paranoid about what Matisse is doing, though, right? Behind those walls where you can't peer in too deep because it's a very condensed base. For all you know, you could be building up a big force of palace guards. So, despite that, Dimmu nods his head, says, no, definitely eco. Third TC. No walls going up at all, by the way. But that's the smart read on this comp that allows him to do this. By going Camel Lancers and Camel Raiders, you have an ability to mirror moves from your opponent. You also have an ability to use your trade better, right? If they go for a dive, you can dive faster. Crossbows do at least discover early, so Matisse should be rushing that wall up. He's a little bit distracted by the wolf, but should get it up in time here. Looks like instead Dimmu might be trying... No, that was Matisse, actually. He tried to go for the Sacred Site here, realizing that there were no relics. So already in this game, because of the power of the Dervishes and how quickly they move, Dimmu already has all 5 relics and now has 3 TCs to start closing the gap on Matisse's 2. This is a tough position that Matisse has carved himself out here. Not much map to play with, not much breathing room. I'm wondering how the hell he is going to get out of this hole. I mean, if you look at these civs and the late game potential, I think even there you can argue that the Ibids, they have some potency, but some areas they can fall off in, I think, is around the Ming Dynasty. If that ever comes into the picture, if there's ever enough gold for that, that extra 15% damage might be the game breaker. The way that Dimmu can keep that in check if we do eventually move into Imperial Age will be Atabegs, though. Atabegs is an element of Ibid play that still hasn't been fully explored. A lot of the permutations of this Civ right now tend to erupt or implode in Castle Age. Usually late Castle Age, right, where you've just got the mass together and you've either won the game or it's already over. Because of the aggressive spikings, right? They tend to come in very strong at the beginning of Castle Age or fizzle out later in. But as we reach deeper and deeper into Imperial games and we see it more frequently out the Ibids, I think we are going to see a tendency towards Atabegs as the final choice, just because those 7 buildings giving you units with 20% more health are bonkers. And I think the thing that makes them absolutely bonkers is the fact that, unlike the Abbasids that only have the option to do that for the infantry with the boot camp with 15%, this will allow you to place Atabegs in any military building. Now, one thing I haven't seen tested, by the way, is whether that will allow navies. I think you can place them in docks. If that's the case, we might actually see Ibids rise as a crazy, unexpected late-game power on water maps like Archipelago and Warring Islands. We're getting ahead of ourselves. We'll have to see if that ever makes it back into competitive. Camel Lance, in the meantime, just running circles, getting shot in the face as they do so. In fact, they're getting cut off by reinforcements here. So Dimmu has to just try and strike as he goes, but he can't hang around, so not the best of exchanges to open up the blood-spilling Castle Age for Ben. The Ben behind this has secured a lot, right? He took 3 Sacred Sites, has generated a lot of gold. We mentioned he already has those relics. And the eco lead has already closed. 62 to 66 now. And it looks like Matisse is starting to play out more aggressively. I mean, the military numbers are astonishingly different at this stage. 17 compared to the 52. But that's because Dimmu did go for a very expensive army, right? Going into Lancers, going to the Raiders. In fact, when you look at the army values and think about the number of units they have, you wouldn't believe the difference is only about 1,000. That's just how pricey the Lancers are on one side and how little the Spears cost on the other, though. Matisse is going to chase the villagers home a little. A scary fight right now for Dimmu to take, actually. He's trying to scale into the archers, but still outmassed by the crossbow, so it would be a very terrible fight to take. Instead, doing a good job of pulling those villagers to the left side to try and bait his opponent further away. So Matisse is not going to give chase, so instead we'll be able to condense his food income over there. Buying more time for this archer count to go up, and Matisse still can't find a target. I mean, this is kind of tricky, right? Theoretically, this is wave 1, but realistically behind this, I think maybe Matisse is feeling a bit capped. He's only getting into the second granary now. He hasn't got the full-fledged free granary with 30 farms. He's not ready to just unlimited push units yet, but he's going to be pushed to the max here. Dive in from the Camel Lancers, baits the Spearmen to hang around, and look at the numbers just shrinking there on the front side. Only 6 remain in the formation. Archers plus the Camels can chase this down. Matisse, he did pull more Spearmen back ahead of this. Even when you reform these lines, though, this is not a fight you get out of unbruised. Lancers now getting ready for a wider wrap. I think they know that this has kind of just been a bait. There must be something happening behind this from Matisse. And there's 2 options. Either he ran out of gasoline in the corner, or he was trying to play for his Imperial Edge. Either way, Dimmu's doing a good job of maintaining momentum in that mid-map, now pushing out again to ensure either one of those 2 can be punished. And also remember, even these Camel Raiders, they do have that ranged form, right? They hit for a lofty 10 damage at this stage. I say it's lofty, but it is when the archers are down at a mere 8, so definitely adds up for him. Nestabees does get found out. I think this is looking like Matisse might just be forced to fight here, so it starts to stand its ground a little bit. Camel count is going down slightly, but there's still enough left on the front side of this to truly threaten him. Looks like he will make it back to base. Now, this is the point where Dimmu should just kind of reset and be like, okay, map control is still mine. Instead, he decides to hang around. Archers are getting a decent fight here, but the Palace Guard now coming out is where it gets a little bit scary. Crossbows barely being added in by Dimmu. Only 2 of them involved in this fight. So eventually, this will be a reset. Matisse shouldn't be giving over too much ground, doing a great job of keeping the Lancer off the gold in the meantime, because Matisse was running out of gold here, so strikes out at the perfect time. And I know he's got that gold in reserve, but realistically, Matisse doesn't want to have to resort to that. This is a point in the game where he can contest, so he should be contesting out into the map. If he stayed at home, there's a risk he runs out of gold entirely, and Dimmu just eclipses him. It's especially more kind of damning and pressuring for Matisse to have to come out when you remember that this is a 5-relic game for Dimmu. It means long-term, gold will always be in the favor of Dimmu. I love what we got coming in next. I was kind of surprised that maybe didn't come in a bit earlier, but it seems Dimmu just didn't have the eco for it. Son's Mamelukes is an incredible tech here. When he's chasing down all those spearmen with those archers, it actually would have been a big deal breaker to just smash the formation, but he's going to have it now. For those wondering what it does, it's a pretty cool tech for the Ibids. It gives you 25% increased damage and 20% increased movement speed on your unit for, I believe it's 10 seconds after they kill. It might have actually been 20. That's actually especially a really big deal now that he's switching into crossbows. Crossbows that are more likely to yield the final killing blow. Because remember, the only unit that gets that buff is the one that gets the kill. Otherwise, this tech would be fully broken. I especially like Mameluke's bravery the later the game goes. I find it's incredibly effective when you start transitioning to hand cannoneers. Just because it's another unit that just has very high kill damage, right? So most likely those hand cannoneers are going to get the kill, and as a result get the buff. In some matchups, there's also this interesting staggering effect that you then get, because if your opponent keeps running away, it means one hand cannoneer is faster than the other, the buff ones, and they're more likely to get that first shot, and then as you're trading, a second line of hand cannoneers that aren't buffed come in and get the final blow. It's situational, it's theoretical, but it does hold up. Like typically, you know, when armies are fresh and clashing, you get those first few kills. If you're then leading the charge with the high HP one, the high movement speed ones, it's like they'll get the final hit. Dimmu being a cheeky get here. Looks like the walls were a little bit tight by Matisse. He's going to have to vacate the farms. There is a burn through underway. Now, these are Camel Lancers, folks, so if they get in, there's going to be a lot of murder. Village is being pulled. Matisse realizes he may be a bit too late here. Fails to get the repair in. And straight away, the Camels munch down. Dimmu just trying to split these up. He doesn't want to give the max value to the spears because they've already rinsed the polearms with blood. Camel count down to 6. Looks like Dimmu can't hang around too long. A little bit of micro here to snipe a villager here or there.
But he knows this is not going to be the dent that kills Matisse. It's just about keeping him down while Dimmu tries to make a play for the Sacred Sites. And looks like we are going to get a contest over here from Matisse. However, he does look a little bit outnumbered, especially with the Mamluk's bravery kicking in on a few of these units. I say that, actually. I think... Wait, were the crossbows on the front of that, or did he just not have any? He may not have had any, so Palace Guard are going to sweep through that. So Sacred Site is going to be decapped. Good maneuverings by Matisse. On both flanks, in fact. It seems like right now, Dimmu may have overestimated this power, his lead here. His army is looking pretty pathetic. 37 to 86, despite the stronger economy. So Matisse just flaunting the power of the Zhu Ji right now. Well, you can see economically, Dimmu should be ahead. I think it's these trades that are hurting him, right? He's been trying to take eco, but trading military instead. And this is not cheap military, folks. These Camel Lancers costing a lofty 240, 110 of which is going to be gold. Now, after that reset, Matisse moves forward. Has got Nesta Beast to play with. Palace Guard numbers are counting up. It looks like Dimmu was in the middle of transition into Gulums, by the looks of it. Instead switching over to Spears, as he does see the Horsemen now hitting the field. Interesting choice, actually. It's like, Spears are cheaper, but in some ways it'd be nice if you could have some Desert Raiders here, right? Desert Raiders to mirror Horsemen are just brilliant because of their ability to reduce the damage as well as take them down. But I'm seeing a lack of camels. I think Dimmu's going to have to at least keep the Dervishes in the mixer to reduce the damage to that Cav. Nesta Beast now hitting on the backside. Mass heal's going to come out from Dimmu. Gu Yusuf to try and hold, but he realizes quickly he's just outgunned and outmanned here. Dervishes are going to go down as he chooses to retreat. Trying to slow things down as he gets reinforcements in. Instead, it's just going to be more losses. Dimmu now being tripled up in military value. Military count. Now, Horsemen are starting to seep in, and this is becoming a little bit of a problem for Dimmu. Dimmu has a lot of gold to work with, but because of this fight, his food is rather strained. It looks like he was in the middle of the farm transition, so a great read by Matisse. Remember, Matisse didn't have that issue. The Zhu Ji are fantastic for this. I say fantastic, I really mean broken. Their ability to get into the farm so much easier than almost every other Civ in the game. Arguably better than any other Civ in the game. You consider they've got the gathering rate from the Golden Age. Golden Age. The gathering rate extra drop-off from the Imperial Official in conjunction with that 40% discount. It just makes it hard to compete for any Civ, even Civs that get the farms for cheap, like the English. These checkpoints are starting to look a bit desperate. Matisse keeps on pushing. Dimmu trying to go for a keep here, just consolidate his position. But the charge comes in for the crossbows. Nesta Beast getting the flurry out as well. Castle is going to go up, but all of a sudden, Dimmu losing so much for it, he just lost the eco lead. He'll at least stabilize. That's the good news for Ben fans. He's still in this game for the time being, but if he cannot find additional defenses or walls, he's not going to be in this for long. You see the Horsemen just diving even deeper, right? Like now forcing the villagers to peasant rebel here. And remember, these are veteran horsemen, so they can actually take that fight quite efficiently. The idle time alone is killing Dimmu's economy at this stage. We're seeing over 2k food income for Matisse, only 1,400 for Dimmu. It's a very big difference in this game. And the more worrisome detail is because of this pivot in map control, Matisse, in a game where he might have had to worry about gold, now has access to the fat stacks on both sides. And Dimmu, heavily limited by comparison, even with 5 relics, considering the type of units he wants to build, like the Gulums, the Camels, the Crossbows. It's a good thing he's got 5k in reserve. But he needs to find a way to spend it. I mean, have we got a marketplace here is what I'm wondering. Unless I'm blind, I don't think we have a marketplace. Oh, the Horsemen, they just got led over to the other pocket eco, so he now knows about that. Unfortunately, he also has this auto gathering over on the other stone, which is pretty inefficient for him. But the more important detail here, I think, looking at this top down, is that he hasn't found room for a marketplace. And because of that, and I'm going to double check it just to be safe. Yeah, no marketplace and 5,000 gold. Now, the interesting thing about Dimmu is he actually usually likes to float a lot of gold because it gives you a bit more flexibility down the line in desperate moments, or if you do get to Imperial Age, he has all the elite techs. But in this game, it truly does just feel like dead weight economy. While your base is being burnt down as well. Not just that, Matisse now reaching up into the Imperial Age in a world where Dimmu just can't even mirror it. This game looks close to done, folks. Temple of the Sun is also going to make this so much harder for Dimmu to now fight. The infantry haste means he can always gap close. A tricky predicament. Dimmu, even that gold we talked that he had,
Isn't going to have it much longer. It's going to be a burn down on the mosque here. And a Shaolin Monk has already been prepped, so Matisse knows what he can take. Oh, yeah. Sacred Sight's already being taken. Long walls being built as well. And what a tough game, man. This is kind of crazy. The way that Matisse was able to turn this around. I mean, Dumu with such great map control. I wonder if the issue was not transitioning into cavalry sooner. Probably felt that he needed to have the cav so that he didn't have to rush walls up on his flanks. But because of that, Matisse eventually is able to just more cost efficiently hold you back, right? If you're going mass camel lancers, your opponent just builds spears. You add in these archers, he builds crossbows, but then because you spent so much on camel lancers, the difference maker, it still favors Matisse there. And I think the cherry on top is the nest of bees into these eventual infantry fights you know you're going to be stuck in. Nest of bees that Dim at least now has the counter to with the Stringons. Looks like he's going to be able to recover these relics and move them back to the back of the base. But still, a very tough game for Dimmu to now break out in. Those walls going up, it's not going to hold him back, but what it does is it gives Matisse a heads up on where his opponent is. And you have to remember, we are now up in Imperial Age with the Divine Haste usually available when it's needed. And that means that he can toggle and shift these Palace Guard to block you out. Instead, though, we have actually got it on the Divine Defense because we are going to be getting the extra range for the Grenadiers. They're up to 4 tower range. You can see them shifting across now. Love that little detail. You see that, Matisse? He switched over to the healing so that any units that were harmed, were hurt, can fill up their HP bars. And there is a lot of injured units here. So just a smart little read. That's something I'm expecting to see more and more of out of GG players. This ability to toggle is insane. Like, you should have a hotkey for this landmark on its own. Just switching back and forth, usually between either Divine Vitality and then one of the three. Because you're either running Mass Grenadiers, Mass Cavalry, or Mass Infantry. So a massive cavalry and infantry are shifting across the west side here. Only got 2 Grenadiers here, as well as the 2 Nest of Bees, but looks like he's going to force him away. Dimmu was trying to play wide for the gold, but doesn't manage to get the full value. Only 1,000 taken out of that. Dimmu, by the way, still not ready to age up yet. Hasn't got the food yet. Feels like he needs to reach 200. Now that he is here, we should be seeing a move towards Imp. The issue, however, is it takes 2 minutes now to get there. And there's no cheat sheet. There's no work around that. Advancement was used for Castle Age by Dimmu, so his only option really is to wait. I'm just looking at the map, and I'm getting a little bit worried for Dimmu at this position, right? Like, I mean, gold-wise, he still has, what is this, 1.3k here. He's got 1.1k here, so 2.4. And he has got 3.2 in reserve. He has got the 5 relics, but my feeling is that this is going to start moving towards gunpowder units. There's only so much that can be done for you there. I mean, he's already had to spend 1,200 on getting the gold, so it's a very good idea that he went for the Atabeg. The Atabeg is at least going to allow him to be efficient with these hand cannoneers that I'm almost certain he's going to need. So remember, it's going to give them an extra 20% health, which will put them up at a pretty healthy 150. Actually, just over. Meantime, castles have been taken out. Map has fully retracted for Dimmu. Into the corner he goes. And eco-wise, of course, being behind like this against the GG, and I imagine he knows he's behind on economy because of all the losses. Doesn't feel like a good position to be in. Like, if you have to go this late into the game from behind, you probably feel better being the Abbasids because they have a more beneficial golden age, right? The gathering rate doesn't just stall at 10%. Actually, it starts at 15 and goes up to 20. On top of that, you do at least get the production speed here, but the whole idea of camel units with 75 structures, 1, he hasn't got it. 2, not sure you really want to be scaling camels here, so you start to feel like you're kind of stuck with a slightly worse Abbasids in terms of economy and in terms of military, really. I mean, one upside he'll have, like I said, is the extra 5% on his units compared to Abbasid play. The question really still remains whether he's going to have the economy behind it to fuel the war machine. Proxy base now coming in from Matisse. As he starts to constrict the map further. Stone walls are going up, or were going up from Dimmu, just to try and funnel this fight. Not sure if that's going to help him that much, though. A dive comes in. Matisse now knows the upgrade is underway, so he knows the House of Wisdom is soon to be teched up. And instead of diving past it, he starts to siege it, trying to twist Dimmu's arm into a fight. This is a pretty cool read, actually. Elite Army tactics are on the way soon, so even this tech up, Dimmu won't be able to fight straight away. House of Wisdom already down to 8.2k HP.
Not going to last much longer than this, actually. It's going to force the fight. Dumu has to defend it. Moves forward. Tech up now complete. A good idea by Matisse. He didn't know how long that had left on the tech up. Not able to stop it indefinitely, but now the Nest of Bees should be able to get some flurries out here. Atabegs have spawned, and they spawned on the wrong side. Dumu luckily gets most of them away, but 2 Atabegs will go down. And it looks like the front lines have died on both sides, but that should benefit Dumu. Push this back a little bit. The problem right now is having to waste a lot of wood repairing onto that House of Wisdom. On top of that, losing 2 of the 7 Atabegs. Not a good look. Makes you a lot weaker at this stage. Now, I haven't seen this, but someone was saying that there's a way that you can spawn more Atabegs. I don't know if that's true. I haven't seen... Ah, there it is. There you go. So you can build additional ones. 100 food and 100 gold each. Still quite pricey for a guy who just dried up all his gold. No, really, guys. Look at what he's doing on the front line right now. The Grenadiers! Oh, that hurt. That hurt a lot. Grennies moving in for more. And wave after wave coming. Matisse, if these Nest of Bees let out a flurry like that, if they get one more shot out, that's going to be his eco going down by 20. Dumu, he's living with his heart on his sleeve right now, begging for mercy. Matisse looking relentless, now spamming Mass Horseman. Still has 15 Grenadiers to play with. That's enough to massacre a clumped up force, whether it be of villagers or military. And remember the Sacred Sites, folks, they're still ticking down. 6 minutes to go. Matisse waiting for the biology, and then I imagine he'll make his move in a game where Dumu is behind on Blacksmith techs. He hasn't vetted the whole army up, right? Like, he's got this spearman, he's got the crossbows, but as we see there, Elite Army Tactics is now only on the way. This could be an ugly fight. Keep going up. Shots coming out from the keep, but that's not going to do enough damage. The frontline clash looking okay for Dumu, but it has to. He has nowhere to run behind this. Grenadiers just trying to even it up. The time being a really good fight coming out from Dumu. Matisse, however, look at the speed of the reboom. Food and wood to work with for days, and he wants to go Mass Horseman. This Dive Deeper is getting a bit worrisome now. I think it was a really good fight for a moment there, but Dumu, the thing he's got to respect here is this Grenadier count. Whenever this turns into a full A-click send, his units clump up, and when that happens, the Grenadiers start to win out again. So will calm himself down. He does reset. He exploits the little gold he's got. I really mean the little, folks. 1,600 income a minute is now a lie. That was because he was tapping it. But the veins have been tapped drier than a vampire looking for dinner. He has about 450 gold now a minute. Horseman now wrapping as well. This is where the game gets really frustrating because you just can't defend these flanks anymore. Wouldn't even mind seeing the Divine Charge for the extra 20% damage on Horseman just to clean up the farms quicker. Might feel like he wants to hold on to the range for the Grenadiers. By the way, really want to praise Matisse for consistently doing this. I've seen a lot of players playing Zhu Ji where they have to reset, move away. They don't toggle Divine Vitality. This is something that's going to take some time to get used to. And it's no surprise to me, the guy with more games than anyone else on Zhu Ji's legacy is the one to always remember it. I'm sure Dumu is remembering that timer. 4 minutes. Sacred Site needs to be decapped soon. Castle on the side, too wide to wrap for. Castle in the center might take a while to get through. He's got 1 bombard to his name. And if he loses that, you know what's going to happen. It's going to be a desperation dive onto that Sacred Site. One where Matisse has set up a wonderful base in the center. He's got villagers nearby. He has plenty of things he could pull to block it. Looks like Dumu can't wait. Has to start moving now. Castle's almost gone already. Manjanique's hitting into the infrastructure. Horseman wrapping wide. The castle looks like it's going to be going down. Horseman now getting in on the backside of this. Onto the siege. Manjanique's shots coming out, but it's worthless damage. A patient wrap by Matisse to put this game in a bow tie and end it. No way back for Dumu. Losing the siege. Villagers panicking with repair. He has the stone to keep it going, but it counts for nothing now. The Grenadiers are going to sweep through this mass, and this game is going to come to a close. An ambitious attempt to try and recover from behind, but credit
to Matisse all the way along. He had a game plan. He didn't overexert himself. He patiently waited for his timing in a matchup where Ayyubids usually set the tempo and tried to force you out earlier. He didn't feel that force. Didn't feel that pressure. And instead, he now stands on the verge of victory. Dumu with no clear way of preventing it. Really cool to see out Matisse, actually. The crazy part is with that Shaolin Monastery play that really didn't hit. He somehow makes it look like it's a relevant detail in this game. After spending 1,800 resources, he realizes a tech up is still a tech up and finds a way to make that Castle Age work. You know, goes back to whether Dumu maybe had control but needed a unit transition sooner, but I see this a different way. I see this more praise for Matisse, showing off the power of the Zhu Ji in that early late game, right? Before we get really grinded down, there's not much left on the map. He didn't even allow that phase to arrive before he was ready. By the time it does, map's been carved up like a turkey, and he comes out with 2/3 of it. Dumu barely comes out of his corner. 9 Rams really is just the plea to get through now, isn't it? It's tough as well because this ranged unit, these Grenadiers, actually destroy Rams. They do siege damage, so it's one of those annoying things where if this was hand cannoneers, these Rams would still delete everything. But against Grenadiers, your issue if you're Dumu here is you have to dive with them or you lose everything. I mean, just look at the damage there. It's no joke, folks. Castle now being repaired. I think Matisse knows this is the attempt of a dying man. People wondering why not send 3 Rams left or right? It's too wide. That's the issue. You have to think about it this way. On a map, how far does Dumu have to go versus Matisse? For Dumu, he has to curve around. For Matisse, it's a straight walk. It's what we call defender's advantage. It's why when you defend your base and there's knights coming in and they're trying to circle your base, your spearmen are already able to be in position, right? It's just a shorter distance. Right now, Matisse has the full defender's advantage. Last of the Rams go down before he can even break the keep. We've got 40 seconds left of the clock, and Matisse's army, it's been reduced to rubble, really. He's trying to break out on the right side. It's a smart idea, but with a castle here as well, I think it's a little bit too late for that. If you guys have not followed Matisse, by the way, he did host us earlier today. You can catch him streaming, usually daily, actually. So if you want to get the first-person perspective of the Zhu Jis and we're not around, go for that there. And of course, Dumu, we know he streams a lot. This will be one loss in a long line of victories, but a very big confidence booster, I think, for Matisse, who, when you play one Civ and everyone knows you play it, in theory, you shouldn't really be on a positive win rate. Now, people are going to argue that's because Zhu Ji's broken. I do think they're a bit overtuned. But still, a big chunk of it is Matisse being a talented fellow. We always call him the OG HRE Grandmaster. And now I think it's fair to say he's earned the title, the OG Zhu Ji Legacy Master. Actually, let's just call him the Zhu Ji Emperor. Ooh, really cool game, actually, out of Matisse. Yeah, it's interesting the way that he was able to play in that corner. That took me by surprise because typically when you give up relics like that, usually with the Ayyubids having such good tempo control, it feels like you're just going to be shut out of the game. But Matisse, I mean, I still think those type of games probably shouldn't happen eventually. In that I do believe that Song Dynasty is going to get nerfed. I do think we're going to see the granaries were much harder to get into. The reason why he was able to come out on time with a strong force in that game is the farm transition that is so, I want to say casual for the Zhu Ji Legacy. That 40% discount, it's absurd because it's essentially an extra granary surrounded by farms worth that you can afford compared to the normal Chinese. It's an absolutely insane buff. I think also the other thing that's kind of crazy with Song Dynasty is the level of flex you have, because it's not just that you get these granaries cheaper, you get your TC plays cheaper, you get outposts for defense cheaper. It's just way too many things reduced by 40% that's making the Civ a little bit too effective. Sup, noob? How's it going, buddy? All right, what have we got? Who have people been playing? I'm having a look now on the live observer tab. We're going to see who's ooh in the boot. Oh, wait. Let's do the filter. To the 2-player. Oh, thank you, newbie. I'm glad you enjoyed the cast, man. Thank you very much, man. Yeah, no, it was good fun doing the EGC finals, the final event of the year. I think I've done it justice. I remember off the cast, I was like, there's one moment in the Four Lakes game I wasn't happy with my casting. But outside that, I think we gave it the credence it deserved. And thankfully, the players allowed that as well. It's much easier to do a good job casting when the players play a close series. So I'm going to have a look down this list quickly. Fitzy's playing on Order of the Dragon. And what was Beastie's other Smurf called? Because I'm aware of the time, which means we should probably keep an eye out for Beastie games, shouldn't we? It's the Byzantines OTP, isn't it? Yeah. Is he deep in a game, maybe? Ottomans versus Byzantines could be interesting. Do we do Ottomans versus Byzantines? I think so, we could. Let's cast the Beastie Byzantine game. He did promise us a bunch of Byzantines, so might as well take it. Okay, let's go. All right, boys, gals. Wait, we'll see. There we go. Boys, gals, and non-binary pals. Welcome back to the AoE4 action. We're finally checking in with Byzantine Beastie. That's right. This one right here in the purple. It is the one and only Beastie Cutie, our reigning Age of Empires 4 champion. Playing on Himeyama up against a top 32 player, would you believe it? Playing as, I'd say, a top 4 Civ in the game right now on the Ottomans of the Red. Himeyama's going to be an interesting one, actually, for this clash because it already looks like Beastie's going to make a move out into the center to play for fish. Something I was not expecting. In fact, so far, a grand total of 0 players playing Byzantines on this map have gone fishing. And I have been a little bit surprised by that because this is a Civ that does get olive oil, and they do get it from the fish, right? There's 3 main sources you'll get it from. You'll get 10% from fish, 20% from your olive groves, and 30% from berry bushes. Spoiler alert, it's not 30%, it's 50%. But still, 10% here is going to be 200 extra olive oil once you've exhausted all the fish, on top of the fact that you got 2,000 food. So not a bad proposition for the Byzantines. And the Ottomans, well, they didn't try to contest that, interesting enough, even though they could have tried to get on the fishing quite efficiently because their docks only cost 100 wood. Instead, it is going to be a racks and a military school opening, so the correct read coming out of the top 32 player. And, well, let's actually see if top 32 is false advertising to me. They most definitely are not. Top 32 player, after 53 games, has 1,970 elo, putting them in 20th place on the leaderboards. Their opponent, Beastie, of course, where to begin? He owns a few. He's got this account in 9th place after 33 games, but he also, of course, has the first place ranking on the entire leaderboard on his main Beastie at 2,310 elo. It's crazy, after 33 games, he's already up at 2,084 elo with almost a 90% win rate. And if I'm not mistaken, has he just been playing Byzantines the entire time? Not the entire time, but the last 6 games have been on the Byzantines. So he is warming up to him. He's doing as he promised. Since after he won EGC Finals 2023, every game on this count is only in the purple. We'll have to see, though, if his wins are going to be on the green. Spinman are being spammed out. They should deal with the dot pretty quickly, and this is the unfortunate reality of what Beastie's done here. Probably the wrong Civ to try this opening against. He's at least going to get some fishing value, but it's really not going to be much, right? Like, look at what's happened here. In terms of what he's going to get, by the time this is burnt down, I think he will have had maybe one shoreline fish worth. That does, however, depend on whether top 32 player commits everything there. Instead, he sends a spearman after the gold line. A pretty smart read here. And if BC had been being greedy with only 3 villagers, he would have been punished. But instead, 6 on this gold line means he can just hang around, get what he needs for Feudal Age, and back away. This Doc, though. Yeah, it's looking more and more like he maybe gets about 1 fish stack, and that's it before he's pushed off. Now, at that point, you've got 500 food after spending 150 plus 75 each, so you paid 375 wood for 500 food. It's not the worst of exchanges. You also do then end up with these scouting fishing boats, right? Because that's what they are. They sit here and they see everything. So it's not the worst of exchanges. Also, is it me or are the calculations off here for olive oil? It's meant to be 10%. But if it was 10%, this is one of those tricky things because one thing that's really important to remember about Age of Empires 4 is although you see integers, it actually deals in float. So it rounds up or down. So it probably is 10%? No. It's definitely higher, right? Has anyone done any proper tests to see what the olive oil gathering rate is on fishing boats yet? I admittedly haven't. But this number seems off. This seems more like 20%, 30%. Well, like, what was it? He went up to 12 and he had 3 olive oil. So, yeah, this is like 20, 25%. Which is weird because I'm pretty sure it's meant to be 10%. Maybe that's for villagers, though. I probably should have clicked on the dock. It probably would have explained it. I think maybe docks give more. I don't know. We'll research that one afterwards. Admittedly, this is the first game we got to see Byzantines doing water. It's not really something they typically do, actually. In fact, I think I've cast a grand total now of 1 Byzantine water game. Actually, no, 2. There was 1 in a show match, I believe. Looks like Burn is going to come in. BC getting into the defense force. Looks like we are going to be getting Limitane plus the archers. This is a pretty typical opening. Like, you've seen spears. You could try to wait for longbows, but it takes way too long to grab them, right? You have to get enough berries. So you need to get 600 olive oil run to unlock the contract, and then 500 to spend it. And then you have to wait about 50 seconds for the LBs. It's just way too long of a wait compared to just dropping the archery range and pumping them every 15 seconds. Oh, sorry. Fishing boats are 20% olive oil. Got it. So it's fishing boats are 20% olive oil, but the villages are 10% on shoreline. That's why. We have clarified it. I looked it up. Interesting. I thought that was only deep water was going to be 20%, but I guess not. That makes this play even better then, because we said you'd get... What did we say we get out of this? We said you'd get 200 olive oil. You'd actually get 400 olive oil out of the entire pond. Obviously, he didn't get anywhere near that. And now, top 32 player moves in and takes over. And a good time to take over, right? There's about 1,500 food left here. Says, don't mind if I do. And I imagine he's just going to park this here, right? Yeah, so he's intentionally doing this now to force a galley investment. And that's something that Red does want to invest in simply because he doesn't want Beastie to be able to see what's coming in this area, right? Like, vision is a very big advantage to have. Information is key. Or as I like to say, knowledge is power. Power is everything. Yes, I did steal that from Dawn of War. A bloody good game to steal things from. Good snipe. Top 32. Well, right now, BC has no power. Look at his vision on the map. Oh, that hurts. But guys, it's fine. He's Byzantines. He didn't want to come out anyway, right? I think he would have liked the option. But that's no longer the case. Meanwhile, top 32 sees so much of the map here. Guarding every area, making sure that actually BC has to play the corner and play condensed. Not ideal. I'm wondering actually what the play is going to be out of Red here. I don't expect the fast castle They're probably a bit paranoid about what the next move is going to be at Beastie. It looks like it is going to be that multi-TC approach. He drops the TC on the berries over here. The reason he's prioritizing berries over deer, even though deer's a much better gathering rate, is because of the olive oil. Right now, with the way the calculations work, berries are actually better for the Byzantines than deer. Because berries gather at 0.66 food a second. Deer gather at 0.84. As a math situation, that's like a 33% increase over the berries, right? But you have to remember those berries also give you 50% of their food as olive oil. So when you think about it from that calculation perspective, berries are more overall resource than deer. And that's why we see a lot of players right now with the Byzantines prioritizing them instead. Because, of course, you can enable that, or rather use that to enable a push into mercenary units quickly. So red. I think we're starting to trend towards Castle Age here, right? Yeah, they've cut all production. This is the right read in this situation. You really can't dent a TC with an army this small. Even if you actively added to it, you'd be adding, like, what, 4 or 5 Sipahi? Up against standard defenses, Limitane archers, and the possibility of blacksmiths behind it. Just not something you want to dive into. I'm going to have at least 2 military scores ready. There really wasn't enough aggro in this age for Red to have additional Vizier points, so it's not something you can exploit. OTP, I don't have a clue. Probably over the power. There we go. On the... You can figure out the P. Long wall coming in as well from top 32, so maybe a little bit paranoid that they might get punished for this fast castle play, but I mean, the reality in this game is... They have got a scout. They should know about the second TC. They shouldn't really feel that threatened. But by putting this wall up early, it does mean that Red gets to just funnel down one side with Siege and not have to worry about backstabs. This is already a pretty cool game, though. This isn't the first game, but it is a rare example of a game where both players do play for water. I just feel like that doesn't actually happen as much as you'd think. Oh, OTP. One Trick Pony would make sense, actually, Kamarov. Good shout there. Emid Imperial Army is going to be the choice. I mean, honestly, can we just talk about the Ottoman landmark choice for a second? When do you ever see this? When have you ever seen Istanbul Imperial Palace? It never comes, right? It's kind of crazy, actually. I think all 3 landmark choices of the Ottomans right now are so rigid, they must be like a 90% pick rate in Diamond Plus, right? It's practically always Madrissa with very rare exceptions on fishing maps, and I mean, even on fishing maps, rare exceptions. It's always Mehmed Imperial Armory, bar 1 or 2 funky Istanbul Observatory games, or Istanbul Imperial Palace games, and then it's always Observatory right now, with the exception of maybe 1 in every 50 games or so where you decide you need the protection of your trade. It's kind of crazy how heavily skewed right now the Ottoman meta is. So tech up complete. Mosque immediately being dropped. Understanding that from this position, he can control the map. Meanwhile, because BC did go for that second TC after the failed dock adventure, he's very far behind when it comes to his own tech up timing, right? He's actually going to be about 2.5 to 3 minutes away if he just goes for it now. Another cool thing, actually, I think, with the Ottomans is you can still field an army while going for those tech ups at this phase of the game between 10 and 20 minutes because of the olive oil generation. It's something that not many other civs can kind of flex over you. Not to mention, by this point in the game, as we can see, you've got level 5 system, which means a 25% increased gathering rate. And I agree. I do think Observatory got overbuffed. It wasn't needed. I think they made some slight tweaks and nerfs, right? Like, for example, the production speed of Sipahi, but almost feels like a trivial detail compared to how good everything else is. And then also, let's not forget, this is the King of Siege Civ, right? With the big boy bombards in that late game. So yeah, a lot of things that go right for the Ottomans right now. I think if you actually had to list the top civs, if you got the players to list the top civs, I'd be surprised if anyone's list did not have Ottomans in the top 5. Golden Horn Tower on the way, though. Which contract did he go for? He went for the jabs, right? So just thinking about what he can do later on in the game, because my feeling is always that this one feels the weirdest unless you absolutely need jabs in the early phase. I mean, theoretically, Grenadiers are really good. But the free tower range variant, even if you go Foreign Engineering Company, the thing that I actually like most about this potential arc into the late game is the Camel Aura. If you go for the Foreign Engineering Company, this is one of the Mercenary House contracts you should be going for, because Camel Riders will give the Camel support if you have Foreign Engineering Company, which means that all of your nearby infantry, which you should have a lot of, right, because you're playing Limitane and maybe Mass Javs, will have +2 armor. And the reason that's especially a big deal, by the way, is the way that the calculations work for Limitane. They reduce the damage they take from ranged attacks by 50% first, and then they apply ranged armor reductions. So, for example, hand cannoneers that would usually hit for 35 get reduced to 17, and then they get reduced down to 12. So, yeah. Basically, hand cannoneers are hitting about as hard as a crossbow does against a spearman. And we've all seen how those fights end, haven't we? Never ends well for the crossbows. All's fully going up. Red has done a good job of following the map. Veterancies are coming in soon for purple, so we'll have the ability to get into camels by accident, I'd say, in this type of game. Doesn't want them just yet. NiKo lead is building. Keep in mind that soon, BC is going to be even further ahead. Once this fish is dried up, free of these eco. It's like they weren't even here. BC with the yoink goes in for the relic. You cheeky little bugger. And notice he doesn't stop for a wall low. He knows he's going to die, but the whole idea is you just pull this as close as possible to you and further away from your opponent you know is actively after these relics. I think we should be seeing Mango Tower soon, right? Because doing arrow slits, that's not ready yet. I wouldn't even be against the idea of BC adding another outpost in to get Mangonel Towers on the forward. Probably feels like he doesn't have an opportunity right now with this Mango holding him hostage. We are getting Devrangin next, and I believe there's a blacksmith somewhere around here calling to me. It has not got the teardrop shields yet, but once he has that, that's when these Devrangin start to get very scary. With the Berserk flank attacks, they hit for like 25 damage, I think it is 26 damage, which just destroys Siege so quickly. Not to mention the attack speed buffer on top of that, so effective DPS even higher. Outposts being attacked. Villagers were garrisoned inside. They just stand on the front line for the second here. Jav's now going in for the trade, trying to get rid of the crossbows and the archers. Mango is going to be a complete whiff. Great micro there by Beastie, moving even deeper here. Sniping out the attempt by the Imam to walk off with a relic. Let it never be said that Beastie does not see eco everywhere. He sees it. He tries to take it. Now, more Imams should be on the way soon. But the army numbers are shrinking fast on both sides. But this will benefit the Byzantines, remember. They are the defender in this engagement. They still have a lot of range, right? 6 jabs, 6 crossbows. Not much left of Red's army. Needs to get a front line together, otherwise this Mango can't do anything. Interestingly enough, out of paranoia, they went into the Springwood ahead of time, but what's the correct read considering that the Byzantines are also whipping out their own anti-siege? Right in the back. Looks like some infantry did find their way in. Should be easy to shut this down. A little bit annoying that you've got the idle time when you haven't finished off the berries, but not something that's going to kill the economy of the Byzantines. He's still trying to push out with the monk. This is just textbook Beastie, man. He is not going to give up over that relic at all. Sacred sites are both locked in, by the way. Timer has started. However, this is more of a kind of facade. It's more just about the gold for Red. There's no realistic world in which they defend both these sacred sites at this point in the game if Beastie tries to decap. They are going to have the 4th relic now on the way home. So looking like a great game right now for the Ottomans. And a very uncomfortable one for purple. Byzantines just stuck in the corner like this. Gold being gathered, but this is out of desperation, right? This is the only gold they have access to. Everything else is in no man's land or in red territory. Well, Red will move in. Should be able to snipe out 1-2 villages. Nothing more than that. Spring ults. Ooh, that was close. That was actually really cheeky by Beastie. He has got the border settlement technology. That's why he was able to see that. That was a really smart read because in this fight,
because he has these buildings around here giving insane 7-tile range vision, his opponent can't see him past the tree line, but he can see him. So that was a smart usage of terrain there by Beastie. Just about misses out on taking out all the siege. But he's shuffling forward. Has also got the Camel Riders. They came out for free. He did not pay for them. One Mango goes down. Red can't fight this. Not from a siege perspective, anyway. It's just too difficult, right? Like, you've already taken 2 blows there, so you accept the 1 Mango loss. You look to retreat. Meanwhile, Beastie looks to go deeper. Now, there is an escape on the north side here, so it's not going to kill Red off. Looks like he's going to try to force a fight. So Beastie chasing out. Red. Limited forces here to front line with, right? So a long engagement doesn't necessarily feel great here, especially with the jabs just countering you out. In fact, he starts to dive past with the men-at-arms, but that's just a throwaway. So looks like Red's army should be reduced. He's got a second wave coming in from behind, but quick reaction out of Beastie. He's not going to overextend here. Starts to back away. And actually catches the reinforcements, so even better for him. Spring ults aren't hitting the anti-siege, so you can see they're both actually skirting on that 10-tile range, just not getting a little bit too close. People asking who is the Ottoman player? We don't know. They're ranked 20th on the leaderboard right now, though, so they are definitely a top 32 player. They were not lying about that. After the dust has settled, I'm starting to lean more towards Beastie at this stage. I mean, he's up 20 eco now, and I think he is thinking about Imperial Age. Like, it's on the mind, right? With the amount of food and gold he's holding on to, could easily reach up at this rate. Really, what's the answer for Red? I mean, you could cut food usage right now and be an Imperial in 2 minutes, but if you do that, who's going to defend your base? I think these last few blows they've come to with each other have really favored Beastie. They've forced this double down on military that otherwise would have allowed the Ottomans to comfortably get into Imperial in a map that they overwhelmingly control right now. But instead, Beastie now finds his way out for some permanent resources. Stone and gold, critical ingredients as this game scales forward. And a hard position to push him off of. Also a staging point to going for a decap. Remember that Sacred Site timer just got started again. I think Beastie's thought process is maybe there's a switch in the plan. Now Red just tries to defend that win condition. Looks like Red is now saving up. So we are going to see Imperial Age coming in the next minute for the Ottomans. On the other side, the Byzantines, now that they've got that keep down, they could rush the goal. But instead, is he really rushing Stone here? I'm a little bit surprised by this. I did expect Beastie to try and get the gold first. He must know that behind this, like the logical play, the reason why the Ottomans aren't coming is because they're going up. And they are going up fast. 23 villages being pulled for this. Red on the way into Imperial. Now Beastie shifting across with 12 villages on the gold. I imagine the goal for him is very clear as well. Dude, it's actually interesting how tightly matched these two players are. Their read on the situation is actually pitch perfect. The population is balanced on both sides, right? You can see that they are both going for the same objective now. Of course, Red with the one-up. The gold really being the difference maker. And that really is courtesy of the relics and the sacred sites that they controlled. Sacred sites and relics that really have closed that gap, right? Like 520 passive resources. That's like an extra 10 villages at this stage. Then you have the passive production of the Ottomans. Despite the fact that this number might show the Byzantines being 23 ahead, they're actually neck and neck. Now, Beastie needs a fight before it's not neck and neck. Because if those upgrades come through, he's going to be in trouble. Red, maybe with a misclick there. It feels like they didn't mean to wrap around that way and get caught like that. Heavy losses. That's going to slow him down. I mean, that's actually really good from Beastie. That should cover his own tech up now. Looks like he's going to drop a keep just to make sure that foreign engineering company, it's going to be the play. It's what we expected. This changes everything about the late game. Everyone right now is looking towards Palatine School after originally they thought foreign engineering company was the answer. And I agree, Palatine School broken more so than people still have even realized. But foreign engineering company also more busted than anyone really fathomed at first. Everyone's focus was always on that Western contract for Streltsy late game, or the Keshiks for the early game in the Eastern contract. Not many people were thinking Silk Road. But Beastie, he's about to see hello to a very tanky army. Camel Riders are going to give him the +2 armor. That means these Varangians, look at the armor they already have. It's going to be through the roof. Not just that, but the Limitane as well actually benefit insanely well. We mentioned a bit earlier why. When you have maximum ranged upgrades with that +2 armor, you get 5 ranged armor. That means that in this game where you're up against, say, a crossbow has 17 damage. Half it from the shield wall. Now it's already down to 8. Now, -5. It's actually absurd. And also, by the way, Limitane with the camel support, which you just saw come in. Look at that number. Look at it. It's ugly. I don't want to look. Look at it. 9 melee armor. And he hasn't even got the level 3 melee armor yet. Now, let's talk about why foreign engineering company Camel Support is actually completely broken in the Ottoman matchup. Ottoman's late game comp tends to trend towards 3 things. Great Bombards, Sipahi, and finally, Janissaries. Why might that be a problem, you ask? Janissaries do about, was it 18 damage in elite status? Half that number, and then take 5 off of it. You hit about as hard as a feudal age archer. So, my advice to the top 32 player, don't go Janissaries. I think if you go Janissaries, you die here. In fact, here's an interesting thought to figure out who the top 32 player is. If we go to the EGC Finals 2023, and we see where everyone finished. Well, it can't be Marine Lord, because he's a top 8 player, right? And also, this event didn't have 32 players, right? No. This game had 12. The EGCs had 12. So I'm still not sure who this is. My plan did not help at all. Sorry. I got nothing to contribute, Red. You're going to have to figure this one out on your own. Well, you know who you are, but do you know where you are in this game is my real question. Mango defense is coming in. Great Bombards are going to be able to breach that like it's nothing. However, there is a shift to the north side. Beastie looking to make his own maneuvers here. Red out of position. Villagers are going to shift away quickly. Beastie hasn't reacted to the movement of the villagers yet. Now he's chasing onto them. He can burn through this palisade wall very quickly here. There is a keep drop attempt to the north side. No true defenses for Red. Wow. Okay, so he doesn't actually care about this. He gives up this area because, folks, he's already taken the gold and practically all the stone. So this keep has paid for itself. Meanwhile, the north side was only just being used up by Red. So instead, he takes control of this area. He gets the stone for another keep after he builds this one. He's going to get the 4K gold as well as about another 2,500 here. If this game goes too long, the Ottomans are running out of resources. And also, remember, at this stage in the game, realistically, even if Beastie is completely out of gold, he has options because the Byzantines in the hyper late game don't really need gold. As long as they've got food and wood, they have a pretty effective comp. Red marching up here. Doesn't have his siege, by the way. Castle is being rushed up. Beastie. Look, dude, just look at the damage they tank. This is insane. 10 armor on the elite javelins. Oh my god. The crossbows hit them for 7 damage. Attack speed definitely helps a lot there then. Looks like he's starting to whittle away at him. Camel Riders are going to march onto the Great Bombard, but only 2 of them means this is not going to be enough to kill. It's a good choice by Red to not back away from this at all. Great Bombard just trying to delete the keep. And they both understand how critical this ingredient is, this resource is right now, because Beastie, he's out of gold. The timing on this from Red may have been perfect. Knights are still into the economy on the backside as well. Camels are mirroring him out, but the bigger issue is in the top bar. Beastie, he's going to start buying gold. That buys you a little bit of runway, but not much. And the villagers, he could sneak back in here. This might be the one play, but right now, Beastie's giving it away with the villagers to the north. Okay, this is the moment where you try to burn through the wall and send the others north. Pretend you weren't here. It's the only way you're going to live.
Reddy's going to give chase. Beastie, if he can sneak this gold, it can keep him in this game. If he gets spotted, we could be looking at an immediate GG. Beastie lacks an army right now. Roll cannon. Oh, he stopped moving it. Well, that's a freebie. And that's a lot of olive oil, folks. 1,000 olive oil is no small quantity at this stage of the game. Your income is 650 a minute. A heavy loss there. Looks like Beastie. He's actually maxing out on Camel Riders. I mean, it makes a lot of sense. He always wants to maintain that aura, but he needs something that can reach this siege right now. That's going to be the only unit that can. Limitane tanking a lot here. Outpost going down, though. Great Bombards starting to dictate the fight. Great Bombards, which, by the way, do siege damage, which means the Limitane shield wall doesn't squat. Instead, it gets squashed. Right now, Beastie has looked to be squashed like a fly. I don't know how Beastie gets out of this. I mean, he did at least get the gold in the corner, but a brilliant read by Red to understand the real state of this game. This is over. Look at the counter siege. This is insane. He's beating CGQT with a CGQT style here. 42 population in a siege, 77 in military. Behold the power of late game Ottomans. This matchup is going as historically intended. And I think he realizes that behold the fall of Constantinople. Beastie will take the L. The Byzantines still need more time to cook. And that's why it's Istanbul, not Constantinople. True. Damn, that's such a tough game, though. Oh, really cool showing. I don't know who top 32 player is. I mean, some people Furycraft and Marine Lord. I don't know. Marine Lord strikes me as the player who might just take a break at them over Christmas, but I could be wrong. But I'm wondering, do we keep going or do we end it there? How long have we been streaming now? We've been streaming for 6.5 hours. Maybe I should have tried to get some community games going. I think like what we're going to do is as we trend up towards like, well, hopefully trend up towards like, let's say 200 viewers as we keep streaming more and more. The goal is going to be to start hosting community games because then we know we have enough people to fill those community games. I'm just trying to be conscious of not doing it when we don't have enough because I think in the past when we've had like 100, 120 people, there's usually not enough people around to hop in on those community games. But we will be aiming to get towards those. Hopefully we'll be able to have some between Christmas and New Year's. Maybe even later this week if the numbers keep bumping upwards. Having a look at the ladder to see if there's any insane matchup that I cannot help but witness that I'm about to miss. But my feeling is that might be the final one for today. Yeah, it looks like there's nothing crazy. It's not like we've got like a top 8 versus top 8 player. Might be Zern. That can make sense. Actually, yeah, top 32 player. I swear I've heard him say something like that before. I had a name on his account like that before. It's Attila. Oh! And we still don't know the identity of Attila, right? Because I was saying it, I'm pretty sure before about Attila, I said it could be Mr. Because Mr. has used the Attila name before. I know I say a lot of people are Mr., but like that one actually does hold true. Attila is Ravane. I thought Ravane only played 2 civs, though. I'm pretty sure Attila, like Ravane, rather, only played like 2 or 3 civs. Right? So I'm not sure about that one. Okay. I think we'll get ready to wrap up, though. Should we find someone to raid? Let's have a look. Oh, by the way, if you guys, anyone who wasn't here last time I was talking about it, I'm probably going to wear the Gunner glasses on Thursday, actually. If you did like the Gunner glasses you saw me wearing on the AoE4 broadcast, you can actually get them for yourself, by the way. There you go. Have a look across there. I'm not wearing them today because I wear eye contacts with those ones because those are non-prescription, but you can get prescription ones as well. The reason I highlight it is I'm doing a little bit of a campaign with them right now. So if you guys did like what you saw, or you want to buy some Gunner glasses, you're looking for some new rims, if you do buy there, be sure to use the code Pigeon at checkout so that I get paid a little something and they know that you guys came from me. But now I've got to send you guys somewhere else. Be sure to follow the channel, though. We are going to do 2 more streams before Christmas. The goal is to do it on Thursday and Friday around the standard times. We might even go a little bit later, a little bit deeper if we can get some community games going. So definitely keep an eye out for that. But I'm going to find someone to raid right now. Who have we got? Let me have a look. A look-sees and see. Have we got anyone new that I haven't seen before? Is the question. I don't think so. Credo? Wait, is Credo doing a 24-hour? Because I saw before that it said he was doing a 24-hour, and then he wasn't doing a 24-hour. So is he doing a 48-hour or whatever? Because his stream said 48-hour yesterday, but then it went offline, didn't it? Or am I wrong about that? Oh, no, he is. Okay, I must have just, it must have desynced then. He's at 30 hours right now, so sure. All right, guys, I'm going to send you across to Credo. If you're not familiar with Credo, Credo is the infamous guy who, in a team game, tried to go for a ball play and got completely slapped by the ball. It did not work out for him at all. So, really important. I know he'll take it in good heart. He's doing 4v4s right now. When I send you across there in the chat, you need to remind him to watch out for the ball. It's really important that everyone reminds Credo to be very, very careful of the ball. They are very aggressive creatures. They get angry and territorial easily. So go remind Credo of that, and hopefully I'll see you all back on either Thursday, or if you can't make it to that one, come by on Friday, where we'll continue to highlight the best in Age of Empires 4. I'll see you soon.